search engine results have always been a thing that people kind of take for granted, that the search engine results is going to give you the most significant results at the top, and they don't really think about the fact that this is kind of curated. And we found it many times because we use two different search engines. We'll use Google, and then we'll say, well, if we can't find it on Google, use DuckDuckGo. And oftentimes, when you're looking for something very specific, you'll find that you can't find it on Google. Like, if it's in there, it's deep, 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 many pages in. Whereas DuckDuckGo will give you the relevant search results very quickly. So something's going on with search engines. And from your research, what you have found is that it can significantly affect the results of elections.
Well, not just that. It can affect how people think. It can affect your opinions, attitudes, purchases that you make. Pretty much, it's a mind control machine. It's the most powerful mind control machine that's ever been invented. And by the way, you should never use the Google search engine. Never.
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 Why is that?
Because this is what I call, and this is an S&M platform. Now, I'm not sure what S&M means to you. I don't want to pry into your personal life, but the point is that, what I mean by S&M is this is a surveillance and manipulation platform. On the surface, there are always two levels to everything with Google. On the surface, it's like a free public library kind of thing, right?
Yes.
That's always on the surface. Beneath the surface, it's something different. From a business perspective, it's an S&M platform. It exists for two purposes only, and that is to trick people into giving up lots and lots of personal information. Notice your public librarian doesn't do that. You notice that they don't actually do that.
Right.
And then it's also used for manipulation, because they discovered quite a few years ago that if they control the ranking of the search results, they can control people's opinions, purchases, votes. Now, they can't control everyone's opinions because a lot of people already have strong opinions. So the people they're going after are the people who are undecided, the people who are vulnerable, and they know exactly who those people are. And they literally, your mind is putty in their hands. So you should never, ever use Google or any other S&M product, like Amazon Alexa is an S&M product, or the Google Home device, or Android phones.
Android phones are bad.
An Android phone is an S&M device. It's always listening. It's always recording.
Android phones are always recording you?
Are you serious?
Yeah, I mean, I'm questioning this. I mean, I believe you, but I just want you to elaborate.
Oh, yeah. There have been court cases in which the recordings have been subpoenaed from whoever's controlling that, that so-called personal assistant or that device. And courts have recovered recordings and transcripts when people are not even aware that they're being monitored.
I know that's the case with Alexa, right?
Yes.
But that's the case with Android phones as well?
Yes. In fact, Android phones, the equipment to prove this, which I didn't bring, but is so cheap now that literally anyone can confirm this. Android phones, even if they're disconnected from your mobile service provider, even if you pull out the SIM card, okay, as long as the power is on, it is recording, tracking every single thing that you do. So if you use it to read things, if you use it to listen to music, you use it to shop, whatever it is, and of course your location is always tracked. Then when you go back online, the moment you're reconnected, it uploads all that information. So some people wonder why their batteries run down, sometimes even when you're not really doing anything with your phone. That's because with Android phones, I think it's 50 to 60 times per hour, it's uploading. It's uploading about 12 megabytes of data per hour. So that's a lot of energy. That requires energy. I mean, the kind of phone I have is completely different. It doesn't do anything like that.
What do you have, like a no agenda type phone? Do you know that show No Agenda?
No.
It's my friend Adam Curry, who's the original Podfather. He's the guy who invented podcasting, and his company develops these de-Googled phones where they take out all the tracking stuff, everything, and it's basically running on a different operating system.
Right. So I have a phone that runs on a different operating system. It's completely de-Googled. And
what do you got? Can you show it to me?
Yeah, I can show it to you.
I'm just interested.
It just looks like any old regular phone.
Right.
But it's not.
Is it running Linux? What's it running?
No, it's a different operating system.
Can you not tell me?
Well, I can tell.
Seems
Well,
like you're trying to hide this, Robert.
well, the point is, look. If you go to a website, it says myprivacytips.com. Okay, that's an article. You get to an article of mine, and that article begins, I have not received a targeted ad on my mobile phone or my computer since 2014.
Wow.
So there is a different way to use all the technology that's out there so that you are not the product. Okay, so you're actually a user making use of services, but you're not the product. And it can be done. And is there a little inconvenience involved? Yes, very little. Is there some expense involved? Very, very little. All these services that you get for free, quote unquote, they're not free. You pay for them with your freedom. If you want to get them in a paid form so that you're not being tracked, we're talking $10 to $15 a month. Literally all of those so-called free services that are really, again, these S&M services, all of them together are worth 10 or 15 bucks a month.
And how do you use your phone though? If you want to have a search engine, are you using a different search engine? Like, what are you using?
Well, that's changed for me over time, but right now I'm using the Brave browser.
I use that.
Okay,
yeah.
That's good. That's really the best one right now. And then Brave introduced a Brave search engine, which now, fortunately, very recently, you can make the default search engine on Brave. So Brave doesn't track at all. Brave works faster than Chrome. Chrome is Google's surveillance browser. And Brave works even faster. They're both built on what's called Chromium, so they're built on the same tech, except that Brave suppresses all ads. So it works much faster than Chrome does. And, now, again, you can make the default search engine on Brave literally the Brave search engine. So,
do you ever run into websites where they don't work properly because it's trying to upload ads or something and maybe there's a glitch?
Very, very rarely. And then occasionally I'll go over to Firefox, because Firefox was actually developed by a guy named Brendan Eich, who might be really interesting for you to talk to, by the way. And then he left Mozilla, which was the nonprofit organization that developed Firefox. Oh, by the way, the connection between Firefox and Google, don't even get me started. It's disgusting. But the point is, Brendan got sick of that situation, and he founded his own company, and he developed Brave. So the same guy who developed Firefox developed Brave, very much into privacy. Really a forward thinker. He's an amazing guy.
So when did you first become interested in digital surveillance and privacy and like what you're giving up by using these free services like Google?
I wasn't interested at all. I've been a researcher for 40 years, and I had a lot of research underway. I've done research on teenagers, on creativity, on stress management, all kinds of things. I'm still doing all that stuff. But on January 1st of the year 2012, I got, I don't know, 8 or 9 messages from Google telling me that my website had been hacked and that they were blocking access. So I thought, the first thing I thought was, why am I getting these notices from Google? Who made Google the sheriff of the internet? Why isn't this coming from the government? Why isn't it coming from some nonprofit organization? So that got my attention, and then, because I'm a coder, I've been a programmer since I was a teenager, and then I started wondering, wait a minute, okay, they're blocking me on the Google search engine. I get that. That's them, right? So they have these crawlers, that look at all the websites every day, and their crawler found some malware on my website. That happens all the day too. Everyone gets hacked. I'm sure you've been hacked, and Google itself has been hacked. So I get that they're blocking me on Google.com, the search engine. I get it. Okay. But I noticed they're also blocking me on Firefox, which is owned by a nonprofit. They're blocking me on Safari, which is owned by Apple. I thought, how could that be? These are completely separate companies. Took me a while to figure this out. I finally published a piece in U.S. News and World Report, an investigative piece called "The New Censorship," and I described 9 of Google's blacklists. This was 2016, so this was a while ago. In detail, I described 9 of Google's blacklists. I explained how the blacklists work. I explained Google can literally block access on multiple platforms that aren't even theirs. They can block access to any website that Google at one point in time, 2009, I think it was, I don't know, I might get the date wrong. Let's just say January, 30th. Google blocked access to the entire internet for 40 minutes. Google, anyway, in this article,
when you say that, with all browsers? When you say blocked access to the entire internet, it's like if you used the Brave browser back then, did it even exist back then? Probably didn't exist then.
Brave didn't exist, but no, there were lots of search engines. Google was not the first search engine. It was the 21st search engine.
So, but what I'm saying is with all web browsers, it blocked access to the internet?
It blocked access to virtually the entire internet to virtually everyone in the entire world for 40 minutes.
What?
And this was reported in the news.
So is what's happening with their system is because so many people are searching for things, because they're monitoring so many different things to add to their search engine. Do they have some sort of ultimate control over the internet in some weird way? Here it is right here. Google blacklists entire internet. Glitch causes world's most popular search engine to classify all web pages as dangerous. Wow. Google placed the internet on a blacklist today after a mistake caused every site in the search engine's result page to be marked as potentially harmful and dangerous. Holy shit. The fact that they can even do this, I like how it gives you like at the top, this article is more than 12 years old.
Okay.
Imagine that, like 12 years means like it's ancient. Like they wrote it on stone tablets 12 years ago.
Yeah, but this is nonsense. This report is nonsense.
Is it?
Of course. Google is full of geeks. Okay, I'm part geek, so I can relate. I can speak geek if you want. And geeks for fun, okay, and sometimes for profit, but most of the time it's just for fun, just to be cool and get their kicks and show how powerful they are.
To be elite.
Yeah, so they do crazy things. So they shut down the internet. I guarantee you it was a geek thing, because you know why I figured that out? Because I kept wondering, why did they shut it down on this super early morning on a Saturday? Why? What's so special about that little period of time? And it took a while and I figured it out. It's because that is one of the only intervals of time in the entire week when every single stock market in the world is closed. Oh. So they did it to show that they could do it and have their fun, but they didn't want to get attention. And if they had interfered with financial transactions, they would have gotten a lot of attention.
So no one was ever caught.
No one was ever caught, but they never denied that this happened either.
So this was done through Google for sure. They know this how?
It's reported in the news reports, and Google was queried, and Google said, yeah, that did happen. Yeah, we fixed it.
So how does Google have the ability to even do something like that? How can that even be done?
Well, that's what I explained in that article. They have blacklists. Let me jump ahead, and then I'll.
Okay.
Okay, but let me just jump ahead for a second, because you gotta see really how sinister this whole thing is. It's just, seriously, if you knew a half of what I know about all this dark tech stuff, you would just say the hell with it and just give up. You'd say, I don't want to bring up kids in this kind of world. This is too crazy. Anyway, blacklist. So
I feel like we need to stop you there and make you elaborate. Like, what are you saying?
Well, what I ended up doing, which I think we should get to later in some detail if you're still interested.
Yes.
What I ended up doing was I started doing randomized controlled experiments to see what kind of shenanigans are out there, to see what kind of power these companies have, especially Google. And I am still almost month by month making more discoveries, running more experiments, getting very disturbing data. I mean, so disturbing. We just figured out, I think within the last month, that a single question and answer interaction on Alexa. So you ask Alexa a question, and let's say it's about, I don't know, some political issue or political candidate, something you're undecided about. So you ask Alexa, and Alexa gives you back an answer. And the answer, let's say, has a bias. In other words, it favors, one candidate, favors one party, favors one cause, right? A single question and answer interaction on Alexa in a group of, say, 100 undecided people can shift opinions by 40% or more. One interaction. If there are multiple questions asked on that topic over time, you can get shifts of 65% or more, with no one having the slightest idea that they have been manipulated.
But are they doing it to manipulate you, or is it just the fact that they distribute this information based on their algorithm? It's manipulating you just by default, because the higher or more likely you find this information from the search engine, like that's what's gonna influence your opinion. But are they doing it to influence your opinion, or is that just the best answer? Like if you have a question, who is Dr. Robert Epstein?
Yes,
Who is
he? Yes,
that's
exactly.
you. So if I ask that to Alexa and then it pulls up these results, it's going to pull up supposedly the most relevant result. Now, they have to have some, if you got something like Alexa where you're asking a question and it's just reading it back to you, there has to be like some sort of curation of that information, right?
Confession.
Okay.
I have not followed Joe Rogan over the years. Okay, I have 5 kids. My 2 eldest sons are like your biggest fans in the universe. My eldest son is technically a bigger fan than the other son because he's recently gained 60 pounds because of COVID. So he's definitely the bigger of the 2 fans. Julian and Justin, you get it. So anyway, but I don't follow Joe Rogan, right?
Okay.
So now I've had to bone up and actually had to listen. I was forced. I had to listen to some of your shows, and I'm thinking, wow, this is interesting. This guy is genuinely curious about things. You really are genuinely curious. It's crazy.
Well, what's crazy is that's crazy. It's not crazy to be curious. Most people are curious, aren't they?
No, not like you, because you actually you dig in and you really want to know. And I'm so that's all right. Now I'm going to say something that's not so nice, which is On this issue, by the questions you're asking me, I can tell you have no idea what's going on.
Well, I kind of do, but you have to understand the way I do a show.
Okay.
One of the things that I do when I want you to elaborate on information, it's like maybe I know something, but I want you to elaborate to everybody else that's listening.
So you pretend you don't know.
I don't pretend I don't know. I just ask you questions. I don't play stupid, but I do ask questions like, please tell me more, or elaborate, or where did you come up with this, or how do you know this for sure? Maybe I know how you know it for sure, but I want you to tell everybody, so that's what I say.
The question you asked was...
The dark stuff.
Well, you're saying all this stuff that looks... Maybe it's biased, maybe it might influence people,
Yes.
Where is it coming from? Maybe it's just the algorithm. Let's say it's just the algorithm. Well, the algorithm was programmed by human beings, okay?
Right.
And those human beings have biases. They have beliefs, and there's a lot of research now showing that that bias, whether it's conscious or unconscious, gets programmed into the algorithms. So the algorithms all by themselves have biases built into them. There's one way it can go. Second way it can go, the Marius-Milner effect. You ever hear of Marius-Milner?
No.
Okay. Oh, this is great. Okay. Marius-Milner, okay. A few years ago, you probably heard that Google got busted because their Street View vehicles were driving up and down. They're still driving up and down streets all over the world, but they had been driving up and down streets all over the world, more than 30 countries, for more than 4 years. And they weren't just taking pictures of our houses and our businesses. They were also sucking up Wi-Fi data. Massive amounts. I mean, we're talking terabytes of Wi-Fi data, passwords, everything, including a lot of very deeply personal stuff. So if someone just like me, a professor type, figured this out, reported them to the government went after them. And so this is called the Google Street View scandal. And so they got fined $25,000 for interfering with the investigation, and then they blamed the entire thing. Google blamed the entire operation on one software engineer. His name is Marius Milner.
Oh.
So they fired him. Oh no, that's not true. He's a hero at Google. He's still working there. If you look him up on LinkedIn, his profession is hacker. He's a hero at Google. They didn't fire him. Okay, they love this kind of stuff. So another possibility besides the algorithm itself is a single rogue programmer at the company can fiddle with content, can fiddle with any content. And when a single rogue programmer does that, guess what? That shifts thinking and opinions and behavior and purchases and votes. A single rogue programmer can do it. And then, of course, there's the executive level. The executives can pass along a mandate, a policy. Does that ever happen? Oh, yeah. One of the leaks from Google that you may have seen, and I know the guy who leaked it. It's Zach Voorhees, who's also a good person for you to talk to because he was a senior software engineer at Google for eight years, and then he just couldn't stand it anymore and he quit. But unlike most of these people who've walked away, he brought with him 950 pages of documents and a video. The video is 2 minutes long, and it shows the CEO of YouTube, which is owned by Google. Her name is Susan Wojcicki, and she's talking to her staff, and she's explaining, this is 2017 after the horrible election results of 2016, and she's explaining how they're altering the up next algorithm in YouTube to push up content that they think is legitimate and to suppress content that they think is not legitimate. So if it's happening at that level, the executive level, again, it still has the same effect. Any of these possibilities, and there are others as well, ends up giving us content that impacts us and our kids especially in ways that people are entirely unaware of. So the way I like to put it is this: you don't know what they don't show.
Now, I'm still confused as to how Google can blacklist websites and how they can shut down the entire internet for 40 minutes. Because do they have a switch? I mean, like, is there a connection that all websites go through Google? Like, how is that possible?
About 3 years ago, they shut down all of Japan.
Accidentally?
Well, that's, that would take a whistleblower to figure that one out. It was in the news at one point that the guy who was in charge of making these decisions, he actually has left Google. He once shut down an entire domain name, which had 11 million websites on it, because he thought it was kind of poor quality.
Poor quality?
Yes.
Poor quality, like how so? Like,
I don't know.
this is just his take that it was poor quality?
I have a copy of the internal manual. I'm happy to send it to you from Google, that showing the criteria they use in deciding, which content to suppress. And some of the criteria are pretty straightforward, having to do with pornography and things like that. And then there's this like wide open area that says, or anything else.
Or anything else?
Pretty much, yeah.
So it's up to the discretion of the engineer?
There's a lot of discretion involved in making these decisions, and a lot of the decisions that get made in very recent years, since Trump was elected, they happen to be decisions, for the most part, that suppress conservative content, but not always. Now I'm gonna circle back.
But can you please
Yeah.
explain again?
Sure.
I still don't know, how do they shut down the internet? How does Google have that ability?
Let's see. I can answer the question, but it's not a simple answer. It's not like they have a switch, okay?
Okay.
But I'll give you a couple of clues here.
Okay.
Okay, first of all, what's the most popular browser right now? It's Chrome, by far. Well, Chrome is their browser. So obviously anyone using their browser, it's a simple matter for them to block anything, to block access to anything through Chrome. So that one's easy, right?
Okay.
They can block access to anything through their search engine, which is used for 92% of all search around the world. So that takes care of a lot right
Okay.
there. Then we get to, let's say, Siri. Do you use an iPhone or Apple?
I use both.
Both.
I mean, iPhone or Android, you mean? Yeah, I
Yeah.
use both.
Yeah, so Siri, where does Siri get all her answers from?
Google.
Oh, good guess. Nice. Yes. Okay, let's take, let's take Firefox. Okay, Firefox. Before Firefox takes you to the website that you just typed in, guess what? They have to make sure it's safe. So how do they make sure it's safe?
I don't know.
Well,
They check?
Well, they check Google's blacklist.
This is what happened when you would, that day or during that time period, when you searched something on Google and you clicked it, you would get this.
Warning, visiting this website may harm your computer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh.
There might, I think maybe you could continue through like you can, because that happens from time to time now.
Mm-hmm.
For some strange reasons, I don't know.
Do not proceed
But
to internet.
Yeah, I don't know what happened then.
What about if you go through Safari, or what if you go through Apple's browser?
Safari, same thing. Safari, before they take you anywhere, they've got to check Google's blacklist. So not only is Google getting information about your search on Safari, the fact is, if Google wants to block you from going there through Safari, they just add it to their blacklist. In other words, if they put everything on their blacklist, then no one can reach anything. Yeah, really.
So all browsers go through Google, except Brave.
Except
right?
Brave, yeah.
That's the only one.
There are small browsers out there no one's ever heard of, but I mean, Google's influence on the internet is it's beyond monopoly. They're really in charge. Outside of China and North Korea, they're in charge of pretty much everything that happens on the internet. Yahoo. Let's take Yahoo. Yahoo used to be one of the big search engines,
Yeah.
and some people still use it. Except Yahoo stopped crawling the internet about 5 years ago or more. They don't crawl the internet anymore. They get their content from Google.
Really?
Yeah.
So Yahoo isn't really a search engine; it just searches Google.
And your second favorite, DuckDuckGo, is also not a search engine.
God damn it! What is it?
They have a crawler. They do have a crawler. But they do a little crawling. But actually, what DuckDuckGo does is it's a database aggregator. They're checking databases.
And what is the difference there?
Oh, night and day. In other words, Google is literally looking at, billions of websites every day, and it's looking for updates and changes and new websites and this and that. So it's crawling and it's extracting information. It's especially looking for links, because that's how it gets you good information. It looks for what's linking to what. Okay? But DuckDuckGo doesn't do that. DuckDuckGo is looking at databases of information. It's trying to answer your question based on information that is in databases. Lots of different databases. That's not what Google does. Google's really looking at the whole internet.
And the Brave search engine, what does it do?
The Brave search engine is crawling, so it is crawling. It can't do it at the same level that Google can, but obviously, this guy, Brendan Eich, is very ambitious, so he wants to do it at that level. So no, they're doing. Brave is trying to do what Google does, except preserving privacy and suppressing ads.
And it seems like what happened with Google, before anyone even understood that the data is so valuable, before anyone it was too late. It was already an inexorable part of day-to-day life that people were using that, and that people were using Gmail and using all these services and just giving up their data.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So there's no consideration, like there's no regulation.
No, there's no regulation. There are no laws. And in fact, the courts have ruled over and over again when someone has gone after Google that Google can do whatever they want. So I'll give you an example. A case I was following very closely, and I was kind of working with these people to some extent. Florida company called eVentures. So again, someone at Google, it might have been that same guy that I mentioned earlier. I think his name was Matt Cutts or something like that. They all of a sudden shut down hundreds of URLs that were that eVentures was using for its business, saying they were not good quality. Okay, I mean, for you to get that much information out of Google is like pulling teeth, because normally they just don't tell you anything. But anyway, so they shut them down, nearly shut down the company. The company decided to sue. So Google, of course, kept them hung up in court for like a couple years because they wouldn't provide any information through discovery. And that's Google always does that. They just stonewall you just even on discovery, which is like preliminary stuff before a lawsuit. Anyway, so eVentures keeps pushing, finally goes to court, and eVentures loses. And they're slaughtered. Literally, the decision of the judge in the case was Google is a private company. It can do what it wants. It can demote you in search rankings. It can delete you. It can block access to your websites. It can do anything it wants. That was the decision.
So let's say if Donald Trump runs again in 2024 and they have a Trump campaign website, Google can decide that website is of poor quality and deny people access to it, so that when people go to Google Donald Trump, they will never see his website.
Correct.
That's wild.
Well, they block access every day to several million websites. So this is not a rare thing that they do.
And they block access based on their own decisions. Like they're internal, they don't have to justify them. They
Correct.
don't have to have a criteria that they can establish that they're doing the right thing, they just do it.
And in the United States, there are no relevant laws or regulations in place to stop them.
Do our regulators and do our elected officials even understand this? Is this something that is of concern to them? Has this been discussed?
There are a couple of them who understand. I know, and there are a couple of the attorneys general whom I know who understand. Doug Peterson from Nebraska, he totally understands. Ted Cruz, he was behind my invitation to testify, before Congress. A couple months later, he invited me to D.C. We sat down, had a 4-hour dinner, fabulous. We never stopped talking, and we never talked politics. We did not talk politics the whole time. We just talked tech. Cruz totally understands, but he's hamstrung. He can't. How do you fight the most effective mind control machine that's ever been developed, which also is very rich, has $150 billion in the bank right now in cash, makes huge donations to political candidates, and then can shift votes, millions of votes nationwide, without anyone knowing that they're doing so? How do you fight that?
And it's not something that they set out to do when they first created the search engine. It seems like because of the fact that this is something that was, it was initially so you could search websites. That's what it was, right? Did they know when they first made this that they were going to be able to have the kind of power that they have today, or is this something that we all have sort of awoken to?
Okay, I don't know Sergey Brin, Larry Page, the founders. I don't know them. I've lectured at Stanford in the same building where they invented Google, which was kind of cool. But I don't know them. But I think these guys were and probably still are utopians. I think they had best intentions in mind. The first top executive ever to leave Google was a guy named James Whitaker, who's gone completely silent, by the way, in recent years, completely silent. But he was the first real executive to leave Google. He finally issued a statement. He was under pressure. Why did you leave? Why did you leave? So he issued a statement, which you can find online. It's fascinating to see this. And he says, look, when I first joined Google, which was practically in the beginning, he said it was just a cool place and we were doing cool things, and that was it, he said. And then he said, a few years later, he said, we turned into an advertising company. He said, and it was no more fun. It was brutal. This is brutal, profit-driven ad company. Now, if you don't think of Google as an ad company, then again, you're not getting it. They're the largest advertising company by a factor of 20. I think the next largest one is based in London. But Google what it's doing is tricking all of us, well, not me personally, but it's tricking you into giving up personal information 24 hours a day, even when you don't know you're giving up personal information. And then it's monetizing the information mainly by connecting up vendors with potential buyers. It's an advertising company. And so Whitaker actually quit because the nature of the business changed. And then, of course, everyone knows about Google's slogan, right? Don't be evil.
Yeah.
But no one seems to know that they dropped that slogan in 2015.
Didn't they just add it to a part of a larger slogan? Didn't we go over that, Jamie? There was like a thing. I'm trying to remember what they exactly did, because we were sort of like, oh my God, they said don't be evil, and now they don't say it anymore. Maybe they're evil. But I think they had added something and made it longer. And so it wasn't that it's not their slogan anymore, it's just their slogan sort of morphed. Right? Was that it? Jamie will find it in a moment.
Can I go back to something?
Please do.
Okay. I just want to go back to Blacklist.
Yes.
Because I wrote this big piece on 9 of Google's blacklists. Their biggest one is called the quarantine list. That's that list that Safari has to check, and that list that Firefox has to check. Everyone has to check that list before they take you to a website. So that's a simple tool that Google uses to block access to websites. Because we go to websites through browsers.
Right.
Okay, there we go. I had never seen any of those 9 blacklists, but I knew they existed as a programmer, and I talked about each one in detail. 2019, I'm invited to testify about my research on my experiments on manipulation and how I monitor elections now and all that stuff. So, who testifies before me? A top executive, a vice president from Google. He's under oath. He's sworn in. The senators are asking him some really tough questions. And he's asked, point blank, does Google have blacklists? I think the full question might have been, does Google have white lists and blacklists? And his reply was, no, Senator, we do not. So that was July of 2019. Okay. In August, literally 3 weeks later, Zach Voorhees, who I mentioned earlier, that's when he leaves Google. Google sends what's that called when the police send, SWAT team. Google sends a SWAT team after him. I kid you not. Yep. So they were very unhappy because he stole all this stuff, okay? And he put it all in a box and sent it to the Attorney General of the United States, okay? This is 2019, August. This is only less than a month after this hearing. So he's got 950 pages of documents, all kinds of documents, and 3 of them are Google blacklists, which are actually labeled blacklists. Now, if I were putting together blacklists at my company, I would call them shopping lists. I would call them, I don't know,
Sweethearts.
Makeup lists.
Yeah.
Lists for my kids' birthday presents, or I wouldn't call them blacklists. So there are actually 3 of them he walked out with. So you can look at the list. You can see who's on the list. You can see these are almost all, or many of them, prominent conservative organizations. There are no left-wing organizations on those lists. So this is real. This is how they operate.
And they operate this way. Do you think they do this because are they financially driven to put those people on blacklists? Is it maybe some? I mean, it's obviously speculation, but is it maybe some sort of a deal that they've made with certain politicians? Is it something they've decided on their own because this is the right thing to do to suppress the bad people that put Donald Trump into office? Like, why are they doing that?
What you just did was amazing.
What'd I do?
Because you got it, almost all of it. You just
came
up with it hypothetically, but you left out one area. So the 2 areas you just nailed. One is to make money.
Right.
So they have 3 motives. One is to make money, and they do extremely well. And no one who's tried to tangle with them has stopped that process. In other words, the rate at which they're making money continues to increase every year. So a few years ago, when I was first looking at them, they were bringing in $100 billion a year. Now they're bringing in $150 billion a year. Money. That's number 1. Number 2, values. Okay, this I could talk for hours on this issue because of recent leaks of videos, PowerPoint presentations, documents, and of course what whistleblowers have been revealing. They have very strong values there because the founders had very strong values, and they hired people who had similar values, and they have really strong values. And they want the world to have those values. They really think that their values are more valuable than other people's values, which means they don't understand what values are.
And so their values they're pretty much all of tech. It's very left-leaning.
Very left-leaning. So 96% of all donations out of Google go to Democrats, which I sympathize with. I'm from a family of Democrats. I lean left. So I say, yeah, fine, that's fine. But it's not fine. It's not fine. Because they have the power to impose their thinking on other people around the world in a way no one has ever had such power, ever. So values is second. And and this is serious. One of the leaks from Google was an 8-minute video, which you should definitely watch. It's so creepy. And it's called The Selfish Ledger. And it's 8 minutes, and it was put together by their super secret advanced products division. It was never meant to leak out of that company. And I have a transcript of it too, which I've published, so I can get you all that stuff. But point is, what is this about? This is about the ability that Google has to re-engineer humanity. According to company values.
Re-engineer humanity according to company values.
Yes.
And this is a directive? Like this is something they're doing purposely?
Well, in the videos, in the video, they're presenting this as an ability that we have. This is an ability that we have. So that's the second area. You nailed it. Third one you didn't mention. The third one is intelligence, because they had some support. Page and Brin, right in the very beginning at Stanford, they had some support and had to be in regular touch with representatives from the NSA, the CIA, and another intelligence agency. The intelligence agencies were doing their job. Okay, they realized that the internet was growing. This is what, 1990s. So they realized that the internet is growing, and they were thinking, hey, these are people building indices to the content. So sooner rather than later, we're going to be able to find threats to national security by looking at what people are looking up. If someone is going online, they're using a search engine to find out instructions for building bombs, for example, okay, that's a potential threat to national security. We want to know who those people are. So right from the outset, okay, and this is totally unlike Brave, okay, Brave doesn't do this, but right from the very, very beginning, the Google search engine was set up to track and preserve search history. So in other words, to keep track of who's doing the search and where did they search. That is very, very important to this day for intelligence agencies. So Google, to this day, works very closely with intelligence agencies, not just in the US, but other agencies around the world. So those are the three areas: money, values, intelligence. And the intelligence stuff is legit. I mean, it's legit. You know, it is an obvious place. If you're in law enforcement, that's an obvious place to go to find bad guys and girls.
Yeah. So Google has this ability that they've proclaimed that they can sort of shift culture and direct the opinion of things and direct public consciousness. What percentage, like how much of a percentage do you think they have in shifting? Do they have like a 30% swing? Like what?
Well, see, this is what I do. Now you're getting close to what I actually do. What I've been doing for over 9 years. I quantify. This is exactly what I do every single day. That's what I do. That's my team, my staff. That's what we do, and it's cool. Talk about cool. We're doing the cool stuff now. Okay, Google is not. We're doing the cool stuff because we have discovered a number of different tools that Google, and to a lesser extent other companies, use to shift thinking and behavior. And what we do in randomized controlled experiments, which are also counterbalanced and double blind and all that stuff, we measure the ability that these tools have to shift thinking and behavior. And we pin it down to numbers, percentages, proportions. We can make predictions in an election about how many votes can be shifted if they're using this technique or these three techniques, and so yeah, that's what we do. So we started with the search engine, and it took years of work, but we really, I think at this point, have a good understanding of what the search engine can do. But then along the way, we discovered other tools that they have, and which they are definitely using. And how do we know they're using these tools? Well, we can get to that. But
What are the tools?
well, the first one we called SEAM, Search Engine Manipulation Effect, and that means they're either allowing one candidate or one party to rise to the top, in search rankings, or they're making it happen. And you don't know for sure whether, which is occurring unless there's a whistleblower or there's a leak. Okay, but the fact that it's occurring at all, that's important.
Right.
I mean, in a way, we don't care, because if it's just the algorithm that's doing it, well, that's horrible. That means literally a computer program is deciding who's going to be the next president, who's going to be the next senator. Do we want that decision made by an algorithm? So anyway, we spent a lot of time on that. We're still studying SEAM. Then we learned about SSE, which is Search Suggestion Effect. When you start to type, in fact, if you have your phone handy, this would be fun. If you start to type a search term into the box, a search box, there are suggestions flashed at you as fast as you're typing. That's how fast those suggestions come.
Right.
Well, guess what? We learned in controlled experiments that by manipulating the suggestions that are being flashed at people, we could turn a 50-50 split in a group of undecided voters into nearly a 90-10 split.
Wow.
Without anyone having the slightest idea that they're being manipulated. That's just by manipulating search suggestions.
Just by suggesting.
Yes, and the reason why we started that work is because in June of 2016, a news organization, a small news organization, released a video which went viral on YouTube and then got blocked on YouTube, still frozen. But then it continued to go viral on Facebook, so 25 million views. In this little video, this news organization is saying, we've made a discovery. When you go to Google.com and you look for information about Hillary Clinton, you can't get any negative search suggestions.
Really?
Really. So and they showed this in their
What
little...
if you Google, like, Clinton body count?
You could not get negatives.
Really?
Yeah, it would give you nothing probably for Clinton body count. But as you're typing, you go Clinton B. It would go, Clinton buys the best clothes. I don't know. It would give you something like that. It would not give you something negative. So, for example, Hillary Clinton is. You do it on, and they showed this. You do it on Yahoo. You do it on Bing. And you get Hillary Clinton is the devil. Hillary Clinton is evil. Hillary Clinton, is poison. Hillary Clinton, and literally they're showing you 8 or 10 items that are extremely negative. You can check on Google Trends. That's in fact what people are really searching for. So Bing is showing you what people are searching for. Hillary Clinton is on Google at that time gives you. Guess what?
What?
Hillary Clinton is awesome. Hillary Clinton is winning. That's it. 2 suggestions. So that's why we started doing this research on search suggestions, because I kept thinking, why? Why would they do that? Why would they suppress negatives for a candidate they presumably support? And we figured it out. It's because, did you ever hear of negativity bias?
Yes.
Okay. So this is also called the cockroach in the salad phenomenon. So you've got this big, beautiful salad. You see a cockroach in the middle. It ruins the whole salad. Our attention is drawn to negatives.
Right.
And that's good for evolutionary purposes, good for survival. So ruins the whole salad. The opposite doesn't work. If you have a plate of sewage and you put a nice piece of Hershey's chocolate in the middle, it does not and make the sewage look any more appetizing. So we're drawn to negatives. Well, Google knows this, okay, and we've quantified it. Basically, if we allow one negative to pop up in a list and the rest are neutral or positive suggestions, that one negative for certain demographic groups can draw 10 to 15 times as many clicks as the other suggestions. So one of the simplest ways to support a candidate or a cause is for your candidate or cause, okay, you suppress the negatives. It's a simple lookup. You're looking up what's called the linguistic valence of the term. It's a simple lookup. It takes a nanosecond. And if it's your cause, your candidate, okay, you delete it. It's gone. People don't see it. But you let the negatives pop up in the search suggestions for the other candidate or the other cause. And what that does is it draws people who are looking up, let's say, Donald Trump. It draws people to websites. Well, first of all, it generates search results that make that person look bad because you just clicked on Donald Trump is evil. And so you clicked on that, caught your attention, boom, you get a bunch of search results that support that. You click on any of them, and now you're at a website that makes him look terrible. Very, very simple kind of manipulation. So subtle. All you do is suppress negative suggestions for the candidate or the cause that you support. And as I say, we did a series of experiments. We figured out, okay, to what extent can we mess with a group of 100 people or 1,000 people? And yeah, we can turn a 50-50 split among undecided voters into nearly a 90-10 split.
When did they first start implementing this sort of search engine manipulation? When did they implement the suggestion manipulation?
Well, we were able to estimate that to some extent. And by the way, this landscape keeps changing. So I'll give you an example. When they first came up with search suggestions, it was actually one engineer there came up with this thing, and it was cool. And it was an opt-in thing. So when it first came out, I think it was 2009, and it was cool, and it was helpful because that was the idea initially. So then over time, I think with a lot of these services, a lot of these these little gizmos, people figured out that wait a minute, we can do things that maybe we didn't intend to in the beginning, but we can use these for specific purposes. So anyway, so at some point or other, a couple of years later, it was no longer opt-in. In fact, it was automatic, and you can't opt out. That's the first thing that happened. And then you may remember there were always 10 items in the list initially. But then 2010 or so, suddenly they dropped to 4 items. So in our experiments, we actually figured out why they were showing 4 items, and we went public with that information in 2017, and 3 weeks later, Google went back to 10 items.
Why do you think they went to 4?
Because 4 is exactly, we know from the research, is exactly the number of search suggestions that allows you to maximize your control over people's searches. Because look, if the list is too long and you've got a negative in there, they're not going to see it. I mean, imagine if you had 100 search suggestions and you had 1 negative, right? So it has to be short enough so that the negative pops out, right? But it can't be too short. If it's too short, then the likelihood that they type in their own damn search term and ignore your suggestions goes up. So there has to be this optimal number. It turns out the optimal number to maximize your control over search is 4.
Wow.
And we also learned that you are being manipulated on Google from the very first character you type into the search box. If you have a phone handy, I can prove it.
Okay. So all Google.
And this is going to be, by the way, the last time. So you're all, those of you who are watching or listening, you're all witnesses. This is the last time that Joe Rogan ever uses Google. Ever.
Really?
Well, watch.
Okay.
Okay. So you got Google up there, right?
Yes.
And you're in the search box.
Yes.
Type A. What's it suggesting?
Amazon.
Yeah. Well, it's doing more than one suggestion. What are the suggestions?
Amazon Academy Sports and Outdoors, Amazon Prime, Houston Astros, and then a bunch of other people. Alamo Draft House, American Airlines.
So your first and third suggestions, notably the first position is the most important, are Amazon.
Yes.
Well, it turns out everywhere in the world where Amazon does business, if you try to search for anything beginning with the letter A and you type A, Google suggests Amazon. Why is that? Well, it turns out Amazon is Google's largest advertiser, and Google is Amazon's largest single source of traffic. It's a business relationship. Get it? If you type T, you're going to get Target and so on. But what's interesting is when you type G. Just type G.
What do you think I would get?
Well, tell us what you got.
Grand Seiko.
Nothing interesting on there at all?
No. Gastronomical. And then number 4 is Google Translate. Number 5 is Gmail. Number 6 is Google.
Okay. Oh, we're starting to see a pattern here.
Yeah, but I mean, like the first ones are all like something that I would look up.
Well, they know your history, right? So
Right.
they know who they're.
So the first ones with G, they'll allow you to have a little, like they allow you to actually look up the things you're interested in or suggest things you're interested in.
First of all, you're Joe Rogan. Okay, so they may allow you to do all kinds of things.
Do they like have specific allows for people like me?
Yeah, everything's personalized.
But I mean, is it personalized on purpose or personalized through the algorithm that sort of represents what you normally search for?
Yeah, that's called on purpose. Yeah.
No, but I mean, like, they're not doing it specifically because it's me. Like, if I was any other person that was maybe anonymous, but I also looked up those things.
For most people, to answer your question, for most people and folks out there, literally pick up your phones, go to google.com, which, by the way, this is the last time you're ever going to use google.com. But just type in G and see what you see. Most people, if they're getting 5 suggestions, 4 out of the 5 will be for Google. So the lesson there is if you're starting a new company, don't start
Don't name it with a G.
Don't name it with a G, right?
Yeah.
No G, because what they're showing you, the point is, has to do with their agenda, their motives. Okay, every single thing that they're doing has to do with their motives, which have to do with money, values, and intelligence. And a public library does not do that. You go, you borrow some books, you ask some questions, you get some answers. That's that. That's what the way the internet was meant to be. It wasn't supposed to be this. The whole, internet around the world controlled mainly by 2 huge monopolies, and to a lesser extent by some smaller monopolies like Twitter. It wasn't supposed to be that way. It was supposed to be like the public library.
Right.
And it is possible, you see, you can set up a company like Brave that doesn't play these stupid games and doesn't fool you and it's not deceptive. This is the business model that Google invented. It's called the surveillance business model. Is fundamentally deceptive. Because up here at the level that you're interacting with it, it looks like public library, free, cool. And down here underneath, it's something completely different. There's no reason for that. Tim Cook, who's still the CEO of Apple, has publicly said, this is pretty recent, publicly said that this is a creepy business model and it should not be allowed.
Well, that is one area where Apple deserves credit, right? That Apple has not taken up that same sort of net-like surveillance where they just kind of cast a net over everything you do and then sell it to advertisers. And you can opt out of certain things in terms of like allowing apps to track purchases or allowing apps to track your use on other devices or on other applications, rather.
I wish I could agree with you, but I can't, because the fact is Apple is still collecting all this information. Apple is still listening. They're doing the same things. It's just that at the moment, so far, under the leadership they have right now, okay, but that can change in a heartbeat. Let's talk about Microsoft.
Okay.
So you probably know that Microsoft was Google's enemy number one. Microsoft was sued Google in practically every courtroom in the world. Microsoft was submitting regulatory complaints. Microsoft was funding organizations that existed to do nothing else but fight Google for a long, long time. Early 2016, Google and Microsoft signed a secret pact. So the fact that the pact was signed, that somehow leaked. But to this day, no one knows the details of what's in it, except here's what happened. Simultaneously, both companies around the world dropped all complaints against each other. Microsoft withdrew all of its funding from all the organizations it had been supporting. And there are some people who believe, because of Bing, Microsoft's search engine, which draws about 2% of search, by the way. It's no Google. It had been bleeding money for Microsoft for years, and some people believe that Bing, as part of this deal, started drawing search results from Google. We don't know, but we do know this, that Windows 10 is a tracking tool. Windows 11 is a tracking tool. These new operating systems are so aggressive in tracking that it's even if you're a tech geek like me, it's very, very hard to get rid of all the tracking. So I'm still using Windows 8.1, believe it or not, or Windows 7.
Why didn't you switch to Linux or something like that?
Well, we use that for certain purposes as well. But I mean, for general stuff that you do, you kind of, if you're using desktops and laptops, Windows is still the way to go. Except the company shifted. It has been shifting towards the surveillance business model, as thousands of other companies have, including Verizon.
Just because it's so profitable.
Well, it's so easy. You see, you're getting all the information anyway. All you're going to do now is start to monetize it. You're just building new parts of the company that no one even sees.
Right. And the real issue here seems to be that this wasn't a thing 20 years ago. It's a thing now, and it's the most dominant thing in terms of the way people access information, the way people get data, the way people find answers. What is it going to be in 20 years from now? I mean, it seems like there's so much potential for control and so much potential for manipulation, and that it could only just get worse. If there's no regulation put in place and there's no way to stop use of algorithms, use of curated data, like what is this going to be like? Have you sort of extrapolated? Have you looked at the future? And
yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do every day. It's depressing.
What do you think is happening? What do you think, like, when we're looking at 20 years from now, what's going to happen?
Well, you might not believe my answer, but 20 years from now already happened.
How so?
It's now. It's here now. Okay, Eisenhower. You're not as old as I am, but you probably remember.
I know the speech.
Famous speech.
Yeah.
And everyone always points to certain language from his speech. This is his retirement speech, his last speech, just a few days before John F. Kennedy became president. And it was a very shocking speech because this is the guy who was head of Allied forces in World War II. This is a, I don't know, 4-star general. I mean, he's he's an insider. And in this speech, he says, you know what? This terrible kind of entity has begun to emerge, and I've watched it. And he called it the military-industrial complex. And you probably remember hippies, like, with signs and screaming, "No military-industrial complex." And Eisenhower actually warned about the growth of this military-industrial complex and how it's taking over businesses and it's affecting the government and blah, blah, blah. What people failed to note is that he also warned in the same speech about the rise of a technological elite that could control public policy without anyone knowing. This was 1961.
Really?
Technological elite. Same speech.
What technological capabilities were even available back then other than the media? Other than, broadcast television and radio?
Well, it means that whatever he was seeing behind the scenes,
Oh, jeez.
was scaring him. And what I have to tell you is that you're worried about 20 years from now, the technological elite are now in control.
So, Apple, Google, Facebook, and to a lesser extent, the other social media platforms.
Correct. And Google is by far the most aggressive, the most dangerous. Facebook, there's chaos within Facebook, but, we had this amazingly from Frances Haugen just recently of documents showing that, people at Facebook are very much aware that their social platform creates turmoil, terrible turmoil on a massive scale, and that they like that. They encourage that because the more turmoil, the more traffic,
More
the
interactions.
more money.
But knowing that you're creating turmoil here's my thought on that. It's like, is it just human nature? Because you were saying before about the negativity bias, that people gravitate towards things that are negative. And that's one of the things that you'll find if you use YouTube, rather. I mean, when you go on YouTube, if you're a person who likes to get upset at things, and you're a person who likes to, look for things that are, disturbing or upsetting, or political arguments, whatever, you'll get those in your suggestions over and over and over again. But if you're not interested in that, if you're only interested in airplanes, and you start Googling airplanes or cars or watches, or that's what it'll suggest to you. It doesn't have to suggest to you negativity. You gravitate towards that naturally. And so the algorithm represents what you're actually interested in. So is it Facebook's fault that not everyone, most people generally interact more with things that are negative or things that upset them?
That's not their fault, but it is their fault that they take advantage of that to manipulate people. That's entirely their fault.
But if their business model is to engage with people and to keep people engaged by giving them content that makes them stay engaged and click on links and read more and spend more time on the platform, and the only thing that it's doing is highlighting what you're actually interested in, what are they supposed to do? Are they supposed to make less money and then have no suggestions and have no algorithm and just leave it all up to chance? Just leave it all up to you, go find what you're interested in, and then keep finding what you're interested in through a direct search, through you trying to find these things directly with no suggestion whatsoever, because that's better for the human race.
For the past year or so, we have been doing controlled experiments on YouTube. We have a YouTube simulator. It's a perfect YouTube simulator. And we have control. We're using real content from YouTube, real videos from YouTube, all the titles, everything comes from YouTube, except we have control over the ordering, and we have control over the up next algorithm. That's where the power lies, the up next algorithm. So one of the things we learned recently, not from Frances Haugen, but it was someone else who left Facebook, is that 70% of the videos that people watch on YouTube now around the world are suggested by YouTube's Up Next algorithm.
70%.
70%. Whoa. Yeah. And that's their algorithm. And just like us in our lab, okay, we have control over what the Up Next algorithm suggests. And guess what we can do with our Up Next algorithm?
What?
Well, it should be obvious.
You could manipulate people.
Yeah, we manipulate people. We
Yeah.
randomly assign them to this group or that group, and we just push people any old way we want to push them.
And when you're doing these tests and studies, like, how are you doing this? Like, are you doing? How many people are involved in this? Are they students? Like, what, how are you doing this?
Okay, we never do the subject pool at the university where you get 50 students from your college to take to be your researcher.
Mm-hmm.
We never do that. So we're always reaching out to the community, or we're doing things online. So we do big studies online, and we are getting very diverse groups of people. We're getting we're getting people from lists of registered voters. So we're getting people who look like the American population, and we can mess with them. Can I say we can fuck with them?
You just did.
Oh, I guess I just did. Oh, this is definitely not Fox. This is
No,
not,
we're on the internet.
This is not Fox News. Yeah, but the internet, though, because there are no regulations and rules, it does allow for some pretty evil things to take place. And the fact is, in our experiments, we do these. Usually, our experiments have hundreds of people in them. Sometimes they have thousands of people, and we can fuck with people, and they have absolutely no idea. I'll tell you about something new, okay?
Okay.
Something new, brand new. Okay, and this is, thank God I'm not talking about Google this time. I'm talking about something else that's happening. There are websites that will help you make up your mind about something. So, for example, there's a whole bunch of them right now that'll help you decide whether you're really a Democrat or you're really a Republican. And the way they do that is they give you a quiz. And based on your answers to how you feel about abortion and immigration and this and that, at the end of the quiz, they say, oh, you are definitely a Republican. Sign up here if you want to join the Republican Party. And this is called opinion matching. And the research we do on this is called OME, the opinion matching effect. And there are hundreds of websites like this. And when you get near an election, a lot more of them turn up because the Washington Post will give you a quiz and help you decide who to vote for. And Tinder, okay, which is used for sexual hookups.
How about romantic, sir?
Oh,
Not just sex. Sorry.
my mistake. So Tinder actually set up a swipe the vote option on Tinder during the 2016 election. You swipe left if you think this, you swipe right if you think that, and then at the end of it, they say, oh, you should be voting for Hillary Clinton. Okay? But how do you know when one of these websites is helping you make up your mind? How do you know whether the algorithm is paying any attention to your answers at all?
How do you know?
You don't. So what we've done is, we've done two things. One is we've gone to a lot of these websites and we've been typing in random answers. Or we've actually set up algorithms that do it for us. If we want to, do it 500 times, we set up an algorithm that does it. And then we look and see what the recommendations were. And guess what? Guess what?
What?
Sometimes these websites are not paying any attention to your answers. They're just telling you what they want to tell you. And they're using this quiz to suck you in. And then they add in, this we love. They add in a timer. So in other words, after you finish the quiz, it'll go tick, 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 computing. And there's this delay, creating the impression that they're really thinking hard. And then they give you your answer. So they're doing all that is for credibility, to manipulate you. Now, so over here we're going to websites and we're typing in random answers. On the other side, we're doing experiments in which we are giving people quizzes, and then we are giving people recommendations, and then we are measuring to see whether we can change anyone's mind. And we're getting shifts of 70 to 90% with not a single person recognizing that they're being manipulated. Not even one person recognizing that there's bias in the results we're giving them. Not one. Because how could you see the bias? How could you see the manipulation? You've just taken a quiz.
Right.
You're trying to make up your mind. The thing that's so scary about this kind of manipulation is it attracts exactly the right people. Exactly the right people who can be manipulated.
Right, because who's taking quizzes?
The people who are trying to make up their minds. They're
Right.
unsure.
Right.
They're vulnerable.
Yeah. And when you spoke to Congress about this? You spoke in front of Congress? Or was it?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Yeah.
And when you did, was there any sort of urgency that was... Did anybody understand, like, what the implications of this are? Did anybody understand, like, this is... We were literally looking at these massive technologies that are used throughout the world that can completely change the way policy is directed,
Mm-hmm.
the way people are elected, who's in charge, what the public narrative is on a variety of subjects.
Well, there are some people. There's a guy named Blumenthal. He's a senator from Connecticut. He gets it. He understands. He's kind of disgusted, I would say, with all this stuff. But, I said to Cruz, I said, why don't you work with Blumenthal? And he said, well, no, I don't think that'll work out.
Because he's a Democrat?
Because he's a Democrat. So
Yeah.
they can't. So the Democrats, even the ones who understand this stuff, they won't do anything. Because why? Because these tech companies support Democrats very lavishly with donations. So, for example, Google was Hillary Clinton's biggest donor in 2016. And they're supporting them in these more subtle ways as well. So the Democrats will do nothing. If they even say something, like if they rattle their swords, they don't actually do anything. And the Republicans hate regulation. This is a perfect storm for these companies to do what they have done, which is they have already taken over. You're thinking 20 years from now? No, they've already done it.
Well, I'm not thinking that they haven't already taken over, but I'm thinking, like, how much more control can they have in 20 years? If 20 years ago they didn't have any. Like, as technology advances, do you think that this is going to be a deeper and deeper part of our world?
Well, look at Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg's trying to get us all into the metaverse. Okay,
Exactly.
so yeah, you have even more control if you get people into virtual realities. Yeah, you have more control. Every single thing they're doing is moving us farther and farther and farther down the rabbit hole.
Well, not just that. I'm thinking, like, there was a time where Zuckerberg at least was publicly considering cryptocurrencies.
Right.
Like some sort of a Facebook cryptocurrency. Imagine if Facebook cryptocurrency
Right.
became the number one currency worldwide. And maybe it was number one crypto like Bitcoin is today.
Sure.
What the fuck? So you're in the metaverse. In order to exist and compete,
Yep.
and buy things and prosper, you need Zuck bucks,
Yep.
right?
Yeah. Oh, I published a few years ago an essay calling for his resignation. Roger McNamee, who was one of the first supporters financially of both Google and Facebook, he actually published a book about 2 years ago saying it was called Zucked, how Zuckerberg has taken over the world. And he said in that book straight out that if he had known what these companies were going to turn into, Google and Facebook, he would never have backed them in those early days.
Jamie, did we ever find out what Facebook or Google rather changed their?
It got moved to the bottom of the code of conduct. It's on the
But it's
screen.
still in there, right?
It's on the screen.
Okay, that's right. And remember, don't be evil. And if you see something that you think isn't right, speak up. So it's still in there.
Sort of.
Yeah.
I think it's
Google
really
aspires to be a different kind of company. It's impossible to spell out every possible ethical scenario we might face. Instead, we rely on one another's good judgment to uphold a high standard of integrity for ourselves and our company. We expect all Googlers to be guided by both the letter and the spirit of this code. Sometimes identifying the right thing to do isn't an easy call. If you aren't sure, don't be afraid to ask questions of your manager, legal, or ethics and compliance. And remember, don't be evil. That was updated September 25th, 2020.
right. So
Can you hold this? Because I have to
Sure,
pee.
sure.
Unfortunately, I have to pee. I drank way too much coffee today. So we'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Hold those thoughts. This don't be evil thing. This is where it gets interesting to me because the company is notoriously woke, right? They've adopted these woke ethics, and you hear about meetings that they have, and there was the one gentleman, Jimmy, what is his name? He was fired from Google because James Damore, thank you. We actually had him on the podcast at one point in time because they asked him questions about why don't women have more prominent roles in tech, and is there some sort of gender bias? Is it a natural? And he wrote a whole paper about choices and why people choose one thing or another, and they decided he was a sexist piece of shit, and they fired him. And it was really wild.
Yeah.
Because if you read the actual paper, and the paper was available online, like there was nothing that he said that was it was not sexist at all. It was
yeah,
just,
I read it. Yeah.
yeah. So when a company has very clear motives, like they're in it to make money, like that's what they're doing. How does that wokeness play into that? Is that just a natural artifact of people coming from universities and then eventually working for Google, or is this like sort of a strategy that's encouraged because it's more profitable that way?
Well, first of all, you have to understand that it's not that simple. So because Google has had demonstrators, they've had literally their own employees holding demonstrations. Not everyone is happy about the policies at Google. People, for example, who have conservative leanings, which I don't, but people who have conservative leanings they're miserable because the values agenda is so strong there, that it dominates everything.
Isn't it interesting that you feel like you have to announce that you don't have conservative leanings? It's interesting because but you've done it a couple times so far.
3.
Yeah, and you do, but you do it because people want to say, "Oh, alt-right psychologist Dr. Robert Epstein."
Yeah.
They would like to do that, right?
Oh, I've been ever since I did the testimony. A bunch of things happened. One of which is very sad, but. Yeah, I've gotten branded. As some sort of conservative right-wing nutcase, and I don't have a conservative bone in my whole body. So it really bothers me. I'm doing what I do because I put humanity, democracy, America, ahead of any particular party, any particular candidate. There are bigger issues here.
It should be obvious that what you're saying. I mean, what you're saying should concern people. The idea that you would just be labeled as a part of a disparaged political party because it's an easy way to defame you and to discredit you, that should be obvious too. When you said that one of the things that happened was sad, what was that?
Well, in 2019, one of the things I did around the same time I did the testimony is I did a private briefing for state attorneys general. And so I did my thing, and I can scare people pretty well with my data. We haven't got to my monitoring projects yet, but we will.
Okay.
But I did my thing. And then I went out into kind of the waiting room there and just waited because I was done. And they started filing out, and one of them came up to me. I know exactly who it was. I know what state he was from. And he says, Dr. Epstein, I hate to tell you this, but He said, "I think you're going to die in an accident within the next few months." And then he walked away. Now, I did not die in an accident in the next few months, but my wife did.
Really?
Yeah.
So when this person said that to you, what does this person do? What
He's an attorney general of a state
and why did he say that to you?
because he was concerned. He thought I was pissing people off who had a lot of power and that they wouldn't like that.
And how did your wife die in an accident? What were the circumstances?
She lost control of her little pickup truck that I had bought her and got broadsided by a massive truck that was towing 2 loads of cement. But her pickup truck was never examined forensically, and it disappeared. I was told that it had been sold to someone in Mexico, and it just disappeared from.
Sold to someone in Mexico. Obviously, it was totaled.
Was totaled, and the wreck, which I suppose was technically my property, disappeared. Was never examined and disappeared. Went to Mexico.
Now, was this a older truck? Was it a newer truck?
It was an older truck, but you know,
Older as in like how old?
like 2002, but we kept in very good shape. Had low mileage, new tires.
The reason why I ask is like what kind of computer systems were involved in cars from 2002 as opposed to. Do you remember the story of the journalist who Michael Hastings, who wrote a story about a general in during the time of Obama's administration? There was a volcano that erupted in Iceland, and he was stuck overseas. I believe it was Afghanistan or Iraq. I think it was Afghanistan. So he was over there writing a story for Rolling Stone, and because he was over there for so long, because he was trapped, because no flights were going, because of the air cover was so bad, because of this volcano, they got real comfortable with him. And these soldiers started saying things, not even thinking that this guy is like, you know, he's not one of them. He is a journalist, and he's going to write all these things about. So he wrote this very damning article. The general in question got fired, and then this guy, Michael Hastings, started talking about how he was fearing for his own life. And cut to sometime in the future, he sped up. There's actually a video of it. Sped up on Sunset Boulevard towards the west side and slammed into a tree going like 120 miles an hour. There was an explosion. The car's engine was, you know, many yards from the car itself, and there was a lot of speculation that not only did the government have the ability to manipulate, that the intelligence agencies had the ability to manipulate people's cars, but it's something they've actively done. And people were very concerned that this guy was murdered because of what he had done, because that general wound up getting fired. Obama wound up firing him because it made Obama look bad. He was a very beloved general. That kind of shit scares the fuck out of people.
Well, there's a very good book on this subject. It's called Future Crimes, and it starts out saying the kind of things that I've been saying to you, which is the future crimes, they're actually here now. And this is an ex-FBI guy who wrote the book, and he's talking about how tech is being used now to not only commit crimes but to assassinate people. One of the simplest ways to do it is you hack into a hospital computer and you change dosages on medication. You know, if the person you're going after has been hospitalized, that's a really simple way to just knock them off and have it look like, you know, just some silly little, you know, glitch or something. So yeah, there's a lot of ways now that you can commit crimes that have never existed before. And as far as I'm concerned, I mean, the kinds of things I study, in my opinion, should be considered crimes. And I don't think we should ever be complacent and just say, oh, it's the algorithm. Algorithms are written by people. Algorithms are modified. Google modifies its algorithm, its basic search algorithm, 3,000 times a year. That's human intervention.
Do you think that that's what happened to your wife, or do you speculate, or do you just not know and just leave it at that? Like, what? How do you feel about that?
It depends on the day. I think about Misty. She's from Texas originally, and I think about her pretty much nonstop. I'm still wearing my wedding band, and even though the accident was 2 years ago. I don't know. I know that the accident made news, not just here but in Europe, because some people thought it was suspicious that my beautiful wife, we'd been together for 8 years, and my beautiful wife was killed in this horrendous fashion. And obviously I have pissed off some people at some big companies, and I have work coming out. I mean, the work that I have coming out, I have right now 12 scientific papers under review, and 4 that are in press, in other words, that have been accepted. So I have stuff coming out that is over and over again. It's like a sledgehammer is going to make certain companies really look, well, very evil, I would say.
Do you think that they have the ability to suppress the kind of coverage of the data that you're putting out to the point where it's not going to impact them? Like, how much has it impacted them currently? I mean, we're talking about committing murder or potentially committing murder. Like, how much have you impacted them? They're still in complete and total control, and they're still utilizing all these algorithms and making massive amounts of profit. You haven't put a crimp in that.
Well, I have. I
Yeah?
have put a crimp in it, yes. And so I do want to talk to you about this, about the monitoring stuff, because there is a way. There's more than one way, but there's one very practical way to literally just push these companies out of our personal lives and out of our elections. And I've been working on that project since 2016. That project started because of a phone call I received from a state attorney general, Jim Hood. He was Attorney General of Mississippi at the time. He called me in 2015, and he said, "Could Google mess with my reelection as Attorney General?" In that state, they elect them. And I said, "Oh, yeah, very easily." And he said, "Well, how would they do it?" And I explained how they do it, et cetera, et cetera. And he was very, very concerned. And he said, "But how would you know that they're doing it?" And my mind just started to spin, like thinking, gee, I don't know. Well, a whistleblower, a warrant, something. And I became obsessed with trying to figure out how to know what these companies are actually showing real people. Now, here and there's some researchers at Columbia who should be ashamed of themselves. There's some reporters at The Economist who should be ashamed of themselves. Here and there, people have set up a computer that they anonymize, okay? And they type in lots of search terms, and they get back all these searches, and they conclude that there's no bias. But that doesn't tell you anything, because Google algorithm can easily spot a bot, can easily spot an anonymized computer. They know it's not a real person.
How do they know that?
Because it doesn't have a profile. You have a profile. You have a. How long have you been using the internet? Let's put it that way.
A long time.
Well, roughly.
25, 30 years, whatever it's been. Was it 94 I first got on? Yeah,
Wow.
So almost 30 years.
Okay, so Google has a profile on you that has more than 3 million pages of content. Now you're probably thinking, well, how could I generate that? Because everything you do goes into that profile. So it's a lot of content. But the point is, they know the difference between you, because you have a big old profile, and an anonymized computer or a bot, because there's no profile.
Right.
So it turns out this is the simplest thing in the world to do, is that when they see a bot, okay, they just send out unbiased content. We've shown this ourselves. There's nothing to it. But that's not the challenge that General Hood was basically giving me. He was saying, how would you find out what real people are seeing? So 2016, I got some funds. I don't even know where they came from, but anyway, and we started recruiting people. We call them field agents. This is exactly what that company does, Nielsen, that does the Nielsen ratings. They've been doing it since 1950. They're now in 47 countries. And they recruit families, and they keep their identities very secret, and they equip the families with special gizmos so they can keep an eye on what television shows they're watching, and that's where the Nielsen ratings come from, which are very important because they determine how much those shows can charge for advertising. They determine whether or not a show stays on the air. So it's important. So we started recruiting field agents, and we developed custom software literally from the ground up. And when we screen a field agent and we say, okay, you want to join us, we install on their computer special software which allows us, in effect, to look over their shoulders. This is with their permission, obviously. Look over their shoulders, and we can take snapshots. And so when we sign these people up, we're taking lots of snapshots, all day long, and then information's coming in and it's being aggregated. So we can look at what real voters are being sent by Google, Facebook, YouTube, anybody, and we take all kinds of precautions to make sure these people cannot be identified. We deliberately had a small group of people, Gmail users, to make it easy for Google to identify those people. Guess what? They got unbiased content. But everyone else was getting highly biased content.
Why did the Gmail people get unbiased content?
Because Google knew they were our field agents.
So Google was aware of your study.
I probably can't even sneeze without Google being aware.
So you think Google manipulated the results of the people that were Gmail users?
No, I think they...
to show that they didn't have bias.
No, I think they unmanipulated.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I mean, manipulated in the sense of they didn't apply the algorithm to those people.
I had a reporter from D.C., I'm not going to name him. He was doing a piece on my work. Then he contacts me a couple days later, and he said that he called up a woman who he believed was the head of Google's PR department. He said, and I asked her questions about your work, and she started screaming at me. He said, that's very unprofessional. I've never had that happen before. He said, I'm going to tell you two things. He said, number one, you have their attention. And number two, if I were you, I would take precautions.
Jesus.
So, monitoring. 2016, we recruited 95 field agents in 24 states. We preserved 13,000 election-related search results on Google, Bing, and Yahoo. So it's 130,000 search results, so each one has 10 results in it, so it's 130,000 links, and we also preserved the web pages. So we had 98,000 unique web pages. And then we analyzed it. We found extreme pro-Hillary Clinton bias on Google search results, but not on Bing or Yahoo. Now, here's number 4, disclaimer number 4. I supported Hillary Clinton. But still, I was very disturbed by this, extremely disturbed, because we knew from the experiments we had run that that was enough bias to have shifted over a period of time among undecided voters somewhere between 2.6 and 10.4 million votes without anyone having the slightest idea that this had occurred. That's 2016. 2018, we monitored the midterms. We preserved 47,000 searches, so we were expanding, we're getting bigger. 47,000. And we found enough bias on Google, but not Bing or Yahoo, to have shifted 78 million votes. That's spread across hundreds of elections, though, okay? With no one knowing. 2020, we went all out. We had more money, we went all out. And we we recruited 1,735 field agents just in swing counties, just in swing states, because we knew that's where the action was going to be. We preserved 1.5 million ephemeral experiences, and I'll define that if you want,
Sure, please.
on Google, Bing, Yahoo, YouTube, Google's homepage, Facebook. We, at this point, know how to preserve pretty much anything. We preserved 3 million web pages, and we're getting to the climax here.
Okay.
We decided, which we hadn't done in the past, on October 30th, 2020, before the election, a few days before the election, we decided to go public with some of our initial findings, and we did. And as a result, on November 5th, 2 days after the election, 3 U.S. senators sent a very threatening letter to the CEO of Google, just summarizing all my work, my preliminary stuff. And guess what happened then in Georgia? We had over 1,000 field agents in Georgia. Google turned off the bias like that. Google stopped with their homepage, go vote reminders. They stayed out of Georgia. What does this say? This tells you that if you monitor, if you do to them what they do to us 24 hours a day, you do that to them, and you look for any kind of manipulation, any kind of bias, any kind of shenanigan, and you make that public, you expose it, they back down. They back down. They have to back down.
So, doesn't this highlight that if our government is concerned about legitimate threats to democracy and legitimate threats to the way information is distributed and free speech and manipulation, that they should be monitoring Google? But is the problem money? Because of the amount of money that they give to campaigns, the amount of money they give to support causes that these politicians back.
And the votes, don't forget the vote shifting, because some of these politicians understand that.
Yes.
You know, the government, forget the government. Okay,
Forget 'em? It's over?
Forget the government. The government is not going to do this. And would we even trust the government to do it?
So who should be doing it?
This should be done by probably a consortium, bipartisan or nonpartisan, nonprofit organizations, and we should have hearings. We should have everything should be transparent. We should have wide representation of people serving on the boards and all that, kind of like, well, the UN, but this is a narrow kind of task. Here's what we need. We need to set up now, because now we know how to do it. We need to set up a permanent, large-scale monitoring system in all 50 states in the United States. That's how we start. Eventually, we have to help people in other countries set up similar systems. That is how now and in the future. See, that's the real answer to your future question. That is why now and in the future, that is how now and in the future we can get control over emerging technologies. Not just Google, but the next Google and the Google after that. There is no way to know what these companies are doing unless you are monitoring. One of the simulators we have now that we developed actually within the past year, which is fabulous, I'm so proud of my staff, we have an Alexa simulator. I mean, it just works just like Alexa. And it talks. It's fantastic. Except we control what it's going to say. And sure enough, can we shift people's, oh yeah, easy peasy, nothing. But what that tells you is that's one of the things we have to monitor. We have to monitor the answers that these so-called personal assistants are giving people. Because if they give biased answers, that shifts thinking and behavior. And, what if all of these companies all favor the same party?
Right.
Which they do. What if all of these companies all favor the same candidate? Which they do. You add up these manipulations, and basically what Eisenhower predicted, it's here now. It's just that you can't see it. You cannot. First of all, I'll give you an example. 2016, and I bet you Mark Zuckerberg has been kicking himself in the butt ever since. On election day, if Zuckerberg, with one click, if he had sent out go vote reminders just to Democrats that day, because Trump won basically by 47,000 votes in 4 states. I mean, if Zuckerberg had sent out go vote reminders just to Democrats, and he knows who the Democrats are, right? He could have generated that day 450,000 more votes for Hillary Clinton than she got. How do we know that? From Facebook's own published data. They published a study in 2012 showing how they could get more people to vote in 2010 by sending out vote reminders. If you just take the data that they published and move it over to 2016 and say, okay, Mark, press the button, Hillary would have absolutely won the election. He, I'm sure to this day, is kicking himself because he didn't do it. But how would you know? See, on any given day, any given election, how would you know whether that kind of reminder is going out, number one? And number two, who it's going to? Is it going to everybody? Or is it going just to a select group? Is it targeted? There's no way to know that unless you have monitoring systems in place. With a monitoring system, you would know within seconds or minutes if a targeted message like that was being sent out.
But if you had a targeted message like that, that's not illegal, right? Which is part of the problem. Like, even if they did it publicly and you said, all we're doing is encouraging people to vote.
Yeah, but what if it's going just to members of one party?
Oh, I get it. But I mean, would they be obligated to send that to everybody? Or maybe they could use the excuse that it's only the people that are politically inclined.
This is what I believe.
Okay.
Based on the experience that we just had a few months ago, where we got Google to stay out of Georgia. And by the way, we positively got them to stay out of Georgia because we had over 1,000 field agents in Georgia, and we were collecting a massive amount of it. We collected more than 1 million ephemeral experiences. I guess I'm going to have to define that. Yeah. In Georgia, I'm telling you, Google, we have never seen so little bias in Google search results ever since we started monitoring in 2016.
What's an ephemeral experience?
Okay. 2018, a leak to the Wall Street Journal from Google. Bunch of emails. One Googler is saying to others, how can we use ephemeral experiences to change people's views about Trump's travel ban? In other words, I didn't make up this term. This is from Google's internally. This is the kind of lingo that they use. What's an ephemeral experience, and why would they want to use ephemeral experiences to change people's minds? Because an ephemeral experience is, well, most of the kinds of interactions we have online involve ephemeral experiences. Like search, you type a search term, you see a bunch of search results, it has an impact on you, you click on something, it disappears, it's not stored anywhere, and it's gone forever. So there are these brief experiences, like a news feed, a list of search suggestions, an answer box, that affect users, disappear, stored nowhere. Authorities cannot go back in time and figure out what people were being shown. That's why internally at Google they want to use ephemeral experiences to impact people, because unless someone like me, and I'm the only one doing this, unless some crazy guy like me is setting up monitoring systems and keeping everything secret while it's running, no one will ever know that you just flipped an election. No one will ever know. As I say, the most powerful mind control machine ever invented, and it relies, for the most part, on ephemeral experiences, meaning no one knows.
You can't track it.
You can't track it. You can't go back in time. The only way to do it is you'd have to be looking over the shoulders of real users. You have to look over their shoulders, and you have to grab it as it's occurring, and then you have to aggregate it, analyze it quickly. And
no, it's not really possible.
Well, no, that's what we do.
But I mean, that's not possible for the entire country.
Yeah, well, that's why we have to take what we've done.
Do you see the irony in that, though? It's almost like the only way to prevent this manipulation is by massive surveillance of everyone.
No. All you need is a representative sample. You do what the Nielsen company does. Same thing. So we have a panel. It's called. We have a panel of field agents around the country. In a state like California, we'd have to have a lot because they have a lot of people. Idaho, we don't need so many. So you just take representative sample from each state.
Like a Nielsen thing.
Exactly like Nielsen.
But would they be aware of who the Nielsen families are, or the people that you're surveilling? Your Nielsens. Would they be able to just have them receive unbiased data?
Well, that's the whole point. The point of Nielsen is they have to keep the identities of those families secret because otherwise people would mess with them.
Right, but if they have the amount of surveillance capabilities that we're talking about here,
yep,
wouldn't they be able to know who these field agents are?
Well, that's why we're very, very careful about how we do the recruiting. So it's expensive, but Nielsen has to take precautions in the way they do recruiting and equipping and training. We have learned from that. We take tremendous precautions. And so, you're asking, can this really be done? I'm saying, yeah, I've done it 4 times, so I know it can be done. But it takes effort. There's a lot of security involved. If someone is suspicious, we dump them. Nielsen does the same thing. So, in other words,
how do you find out if someone's suspicious?
Well, how do we do that?
Yeah.
For example, let's say we're aggregating information that they're getting on the search engines. Let's say, so it's coming in. Our software is set up so that if the information we're getting from any particular field agent doesn't look right, okay, then it goes over to human review. So what could that mean? That could mean, for example, that they are using an algorithm. They're trying to tilt things in a particular direction. So they're not actually typing in anything. They're not using the computer the normal way they would use it, which is what they're supposed to do. It means they've now developed or been equipped with an algorithm to, boom, just start generating a lot of stuff, which would mess up our numbers, right? Well, those people immediately are flagged, and when that happens and we can't exactly figure out what's going on, we dump them, and we dump their data. If their information is coming in faster than a person can type, we dump them. But there are other indications too. I mean, I can't reveal all that, but we're taking precautions exactly like Nielsen has been doing all the way since 1950. It can be done.
What is your goal with all this? Do you think you can shift the way these companies do business? Do you want to just inform and educate the public as to what's happening and how divisive and how interconnected all this stuff is?
It's hard to answer that question because as I keep learning more, and believe me, what we've learned in the last year easily eclipses what we've learned in the previous 8 years. I mean, we're learning so much. The team is growing. Our capabilities are growing. So I'll say at one point in time, what I was concerned about was how can we get Google under control? So I published an article in Bloomberg Business Week. There's a great backstory there because, it was scheduled to come out, and then someone or other made a phone call to someone else, and then boom, the piece got pulled. And this was a solution to the Google problem, literally. The editor-in-chief is literally having arguments with the higher-ups, the publishers, because they pulled my piece on how to get Google under control, how to solve the Google problem. I was scheduled to testify before Congress the following Tuesday. The article had been pulled. The editor-in-chief was determined to get this piece out. He got it published in their online version on Monday, the day before the hearing. So what is this about? This is very simple, very light touch regulation. The way to completely disarm Google is to make their index, which is the database they use to generate search results, to make it public. And there's precedent for that. The government has done that before. It's very, very light touch regulation. And Google could still sell it, when people like Bing want to use a lot of data from the database. They could still make money. But what would happen in that case, though, is that hundreds of other search engines would now be set up, and then thousands, all pulling really good data from Google's database. And then they would go after niche audiences. And they'd all be giving great search results, but they're going after Lithuanians, they're going after women, they're going after gays. And so you'd end up with a competitive search environment like there used to be when Google started out. And more importantly, you'd end up with innovation in search. There's been no innovation in search now for 20 years. I mean, look at Google's homepage. It's the same, and the methodology is the same. So you'd end up with innovation, you'd end up with competition, all with one very simple regulatory intervention. And this was done with AT&T back in the 1950s.
Is there any consideration to adopt this? Have you had conversations where you think that this could actually become a real thing?
Positively, this could happen because there are members of Congress who get it. They recognize that this approach is light touch compared to a million other things like the breakups. They're going to do breakups. That's such nonsense. So, yeah, it could happen, but it doesn't need to happen here. It could happen in the EU because Google has, I think, 18 data centers. I think only half of them are in the United States. I think 9 of them are in the U.S. and 5 of them are in Europe. And Brussels, they can't stand Google. Of course, they've fined them, these billion euro fines. They've hit them up so far with 3 massive fines. Totaling more than 10 billion euros since, I think, 2017.
And what have they fined them for?
Well, bias in search results. How about that? That's the first big fine.
So this is Brussels. And
yeah.
Why doesn't the United States implement some sort of a similar punishment?
Because Google owns the United States. I mean, there's an antitrust action right now in progress against Google, and it's the attorney generals, I believe, from every single state in the United States except California. Because the attorney general of California, his main supporter is Google. Google's based in California. So it's so crazy that they have this massive antitrust action in progress, and the AG of California is staying out of it.
Ooh.
Yeah, his name is Becerra, I think. But point is that we're talking about light touch regulation. That could actually be done. It could be enacted by the European Union. I've spoken in Brussels. I've talked to people there. That's the kind of thing they could do. And if they did it, it would affect Google worldwide. And you would end up with thousands of very good search engines, but each aiming at niche audiences. And doesn't that sound like the world of media, the world you're in?
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like this would bankrupt Google.
Oh no, not at all. No,
They
they
still make massive amounts of profit,
absolutely.
and it would fall in line with "Don't be evil."
Well, the fact is that depending on who the leadership is at any point in time at Google, they might look at that idea and say, "Hey, look, this would be great for us."
Really?
Sure.
But don't you think that any self-regulatory move like that would set up possible future regulatory moves? Like, wouldn't they want to resist any kind of regulations for as long as they possibly can?
But if they thought that they were going to be attacked in some worse way, and that this is a way out, they're numbers people. They're just numbers people. I'll give you an example of Google just looking at numbers.
Okay.
2018, election day. So, because I already told you we got them to stop doing this in Georgia, but now I'm going back in time. 2018, election day. Google on its homepage posts this, "Go vote. Everyone go vote." So Google does this. Now the question is, were they sending it to everyone? I don't know. But let's assume they were sending it to everyone. Okay, the first thing that happened that day was all the major news services praised Google. Praise Google for doing this amazingly good public service, right? And I looked at it and I immediately said, that's not a public service. That's a vote manipulation. So I sat down and I did exactly what a data analyst or data scientist at Google would do, and I just ran the numbers. Okay? And by the way, this is something we're also studying. It's called DDE, the differential demographics effect. The fact is, Google has more Democrat users than Republican users. So if they sent that to everybody that day, that would give 800,000 more votes. It would give, more votes to everybody, but it would give 800,000 more votes to Democrats than to Republicans. This is spread across, again, midterms, so it's hundreds of races. So if they send it to everyone, they win.
So if Google is biased towards Democrats in terms of users, what are the Republicans using?
What kind of tech are they using?
I mean, if you're saying that Google's sending out these messages, right, and that most of their users or the majority of their users are Democrats, right? So what's the majority of Republicans?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
You're saying Google's sending out this message, go vote.
Yeah.
And through that message, because of the bias, because of the difference in the numbers,
Yeah.
more Democrats are getting it because more Democrats use Google.
Yeah.
Right? So what do Republicans use?
Well, they're still using Google.
There's not more Democrats in the country. Is it less Republicans are online? Like, what's the bias there? Like, what is the difference?
I believe there are fewer Republicans online. So that could be a factor. Last time I looked at the numbers, it looked like there were a few more Democrats. People registered as Democrats than people registered as Republicans. Combination of factors. As you know, in recent years, Republicans and conservatives, they have tried to set up a number of platforms of their own. Parler is one.
Yeah.
So they're
Social media platforms.
Yeah, they're trying to carve out their own world, their own niche on the internet, so they don't have to use these inherently biased platforms.
Now, all this search engine stuff and the manipulation, how much does this apply to social media as well? And is there cross-contamination?
Well, social media is more complicated because social media, we're the ones who are posting all the stuff. So we're providing
but not necessarily, because if you pay attention to manipulation,
right,
there's a lot of manipulation that's coming from overseas, allegedly.
That's
My
right.
position has always been like, who's funding these troll farms in Macedonia?
Right.
And how do we know that it's not someone in the middle of Kentucky?
Okay, you're absolutely right. There's a tremendous amount of content that is posted by bots that is coming from organizations in other countries. You're absolutely right. I mean, I think Facebook just in the first quarter of last year took down 2 billion profiles.
Facebook's top 20 Christian sites, 19 of them are run by troll farms.
Right. So there's a lot of junk out there. That's true. So when you get to social media, the picture gets very complicated. However, here's what you got to know. It's algorithms that determine what goes viral. Everyone believes this crazy myth. Everyone believes this. Everyone I know believes this. My kids believe this. Everyone believes that virality is mysterious. It's like winning the lottery. And that's not true. Because if I control the algorithms, okay, I determine what's going to go viral and what is not. Now that's, again, a tremendous source of power. And of course, they do want a bunch of stuff to go viral, even crazy negative stuff, because more traffic, more money. But the bottom line is they control the algorithms that determine what goes viral. That's where a lot of the power lies in the world of social media. That's where, the Frances Haugen, revelations are extremely important. And just having that underbelly, that ugly underbelly of that company exposed. So, no matter how you look at this, for us to sit by, Eisenhower's speech actually says that we have to we have to be vigilant. He uses the word vigilant. We have to be vigilant so that we don't let these kinds of powers take over our government, our democracy, our nation. And we have not been vigilant, and we're not being vigilant now. And the research, that we do in the monitoring systems, both the research is over here and the monitoring stuff's over here, that reminds me every single day. I mean, as I'm looking at numbers every single day. You're keeping me away from my data and my research, by the way. But I'm reminded every single day of just how serious this stuff is. This is deadly serious for the future of not just our country, but of all of humanity. And the fact that people don't know it, or that they sometimes I've given speeches, sometimes people say, I don't care. I have nothing to hide.
I've heard that. That infuriates me.
Yeah.
I've heard that about government surveillance too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, look at the Chinese. The Chinese lives, the lives of the Chinese are strictly controlled by the government, and more they're using high tech. Yes. And Google has worked with the government of China to improve that technology.
And to limit access to search results.
That is correct. So Google does what's good for Google. See? They're not the sweet little old lady running the library, okay, that people think. That's not what they are. They do what's good for Google.
I had a friend who worked at Google during the time that they were working and having negotiations with China, and her position was that China was just going to copy Google's tech if they didn't do that.
Yeah. I've heard that, yeah.
Yeah. So, like, they were in this position where, like Tiananmen Square, like, you cannot bring up, Tiananmen Square is not searchable. You can't find that in China. The results of it, like the guy standing in front of the tank, like, there's a lot of information from Tiananmen Square that would look terrible.
That's right.
So you can't find it.
No, it was suppressed. And, Google's an expert at doing that kind of suppression. They're the biggest censors in the history of humankind. So but still, look, I know I'm a very idealistic person. Okay, I've handed out tests of idealism in my classes when these are young people in their 20s. Okay, and I outscore them. Okay, I've always outscored all of my students. I'm very idealistic. I believe in truth, justice, the American way, like Superman and, all that crazy stuff. But I'm going to do my best to get people to wake up. Okay, that's why I said yes. Okay. I'll give up a day of looking at my numbers. I'm going to come and talk to you because I am trying to get people to listen. I'm trying to figure out, how to get people to listen. People must listen. Well, let me put it another way. That monitoring system I keep talking about, that's not optional. Okay, that's not optional. That must be set up. If we don't set that up, we will have no clue. We will not understand not only why this person or that person won an election, we will not understand what's happening with our kids. I have 5 kids. When my daughter Janelle was about 12, and I'm sure you've done this, I think you have kids that's roughly that age. Mm-hmm. So I did the thing a dad does sometimes. I went into her bedroom and just to check on her. And I noticed one of her little electronic devices, so like the old iPod or whatever it was, is sitting next to her pillow. But then I looked a little closer and I went, what? There were 5 electronic devices encircling her pillow. It's our kids that we need to be thinking about here. Okay, it's not just their future, but literally how are they being impacted right now? What kind of content are they being shown? Is it pornographic? Is it violent? Is it, I don't know. Are they being pushed one way or another politically? We are in the process right now of trying to expand our research to look at kids and to see what content these kids are being shown, because it doesn't matter how vigilant you are as a parent. Okay, the fact is 99% of what your kids are seeing online or experiencing online, you're unaware of. And that's why, as I say, solving these problems is not optional. We must solve these problems. We must set up monitoring systems. And it's relatively cheap, by the way, because now that we've done it, repeatedly, we know how to do it.
And if we don't, we are essentially being controlled by big tech forever.
We're turned over our democracy. We've turned over our children. We've turned over literally our minds. We've turned them over to tech companies and algorithms. I think that's insane.
It is insane. And where does it go? That's how bad can this get?
Yeah, but look, we got Google with the help of some senators. We got Google to stay out of Georgia.
Yeah.
That's to me that's a wake up call. That says, wait a minute, we know not only how to track these companies, okay, but we can stop them.
Have you ever had a conversation with anybody from Google?
Well, Ray Kurzweil's an old friend of mine. His wife, Sonia, I was on the board of her school for autistic kids for 15 years. I mean, I went to their daughter's bat mitzvah. They came to my son's bar mitzvah, et cetera, et cetera. So, but he won't talk to me now.
He won't talk to you?
He's head of engineering at Google.
So he won't talk to you now because he's not allowed to? Do you know why he won't talk to you?
I don't know. And even Sonia won't talk to me now. And I've never had any conflict with either of them, ever, going back, 20 years. Never. I mean, they're lovely people. They're very nice people. I know their kids, and, neither of them now will talk to me.
Just because he is an executive at Google?
He's an executive at Google. I was supposed to be on a panel with another top executive at Google who used to be a professor like at Stanford or some big school. I'm supposed to be on a panel with him in Germany, and when he found out what it is I do, he pulled out. He did not show up. There were 1,000 people in that audience who came to see him, the Google guy, not me. He didn't show up.
Wow. I
believe, I'm pretty darn sure, and this upset my wife, Misty, at the time, they sent a private investigator to our house. Posing as someone who wanted to be a research intern. What did he do when he was in the house? I don't know. Did he leave bugs? I don't know. I have no idea what he did. But I was sitting there with a staff person. We're asking the guy questions like we do for anyone who applies to work with us. And the guy, first of all, he's wearing like a white shirt and a tie, which no one does in San Diego. So, but we were asking him questions, and his answers didn't make any sense at all.
How so?
Well, I said to him, so you're interested at some point in going to graduate school in psychology? And he goes, graduate school? Psychology? I don't know. So none of this made sense. We looked the guy up afterwards. He was supposed to get back to us. He didn't. We looked him up. He worked for a private investigation firm. Now, why do I think Google sent him? Because I had written to that executive at Google who was supposed to be on that panel in Germany. And, just telling him about my work, giving him links and so on, because he's a former professor. Okay, it was only a few days after that this guy showed up at our house. And then it was a few days after that the Google executive pulled out of that conference.
Jesus. And so they're not interested in communicating with you. They've obviously either told people not to communicate with you, or the people that you would like to talk to are aware of your work and they feel that it would negatively impact their job or their career.
I'm telling you, this has just been, for me, in many ways, a nightmare, an absolute nightmare, because there are people who won't help us, who won't serve on our board, who won't do this, who won't do that. We had an intern lined up who was very, very good. We get some really sharp people. They come from all over the world, actually. And we had this person all signed up. Her start date was set up, and she called up and she said, "I can't do the internship." I said, "Why not?" My grandmother looked you up online, and she thinks that you're like some sort of Trump supporter. And she said she'll cut me off if I do this internship.
Jeez.
So that's one of the reasons I keep repeating. I did it 4 times, but I keep repeating, you know what?
You lean left. Yeah.
Yeah, because, but it doesn't help. It doesn't help.
They don't care.
Well, ever since I testified, terrible things have happened. One of my board members said to me, "Look," he said, "in a way, you should be grateful and pleased that they left you alone for so many years." He said, "But that for them was, that was it. That was the final straw." And what happened after that hearing was Trump tweeted about my testimony. Hillary Clinton, whom I've been supporting forever, Hillary Clinton replies to Trump on Twitter and says, "This man's work has been completely discredited. It's all based on data from 21 undecided voters." What? Then
She said that?
yeah,
Can you sue her?
I could have, but it would take me away from the research. It would cost a fortune. Yes, I could have, and probably could still sue her. Yes, because that's a factual statement,
Yeah.
which is false and defamatory. But I have to try to stay focused. I really
Right.
do, and
I understand.
I keep getting pulled away. And believe me, what's happening right now in our work is tremendously exciting, and everyone loves what we're doing. We love each other. We love the whole thing that we're doing. We love the discoveries. We're blown away over and over again by the numbers. And we have very ambitious plans moving forward. So as long as I can still function, I'm gonna keep doing this. This is it's important. It's important. I have 5 kids. Okay, I someday I hope I'm gonna have grandkids, and it's important for the world right now. It's important for our democracy, which, as far as I'm concerned, is an illusion. It's an illusion. When you look at the numbers, you realize, no, this is you. There's a player in here that you don't see, that doesn't leave a paper trail, and that can shift millions of votes.
And if it didn't exist and someone introduced it, nefarious political parties or nefarious people would 100% be excited about it. Like, look what we have now.
Yeah.
And then if we found out that someone who was, like, say, if Donald Trump,
Mm.
you know, if the Democrats found out that Donald Trump had implemented some sort of a system like you're talking
Yeah.
about, people would be furious.
That's right.
They would say he is a threat to democracy. He should be locked up.
Yep.
He should be in prison for treason.
Mm-hmm.
Does it concern you that you're the only one?
Well, I don't understand that, because this is really good science. I mean, in other words, the work I do has been published in top journals. That initial SEAM paper, that was published in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences. It has since been downloaded or accessed from the National Academy of Sciences more than 100,000 times. For a very technical scientific paper, that's practically unheard of. I've never had that happen before. And the papers that I have coming out, they're in top journals. We're submitting more to top journals. This is good science. So why aren't 20 universities doing this stuff? You know why? Because they're getting funding from Google, or they're terrified of Google. The head of Europe's largest publishing conglomerate, named Dopner, published a piece a few years ago. Was actually called Fear of Google. It's a superb piece. It's about how in a lot of industries right now, you cannot make a move without taking into account how Google's going to react.
I want to Google fear of Google.
Yeah, Google Fear of Google.
Let's see what happens here.
Yeah. See if you get Dopner.
Fear of, what's it suggest? Fear of rain, fear of God, G-O-O, fear of Google. Here we go.
Yeah.
What does it say? Who's afraid of Google? Everyone. Wired magazine. Why we fear Google. It's a website that I don't know. What Americans fear most according to their Google searches. Why are people afraid of Google? Quora.
Well, don't forget, whatever you're getting has to do with your history. So someone else is going to get a different list, and that's scary, because ask a con artist. I don't know. Do you know any con artists? Because I've met one or two. You ask a con artist, and they will tell you straight out, if you want to do a con, the more you know about someone, the easier it is.
For sure.
So that's the problem there, is that everything is personalized, and everything you're seeing there is based on you and your 20-plus year history and the 3 million pages of information they have about you. They build digital models of all of us.
Do you use social media?
I've been trying to close my Facebook page for, I think, at least 3 years now. They won't let me close it. They won't let me change it. It's still up there. I didn't even set it up originally. I think it was Misty, my wife, who set it up. But they won't let me touch it. And they won't let me close it. Speaking of which, okay, I'm sitting next to a guy on an airplane the other day. And he says, he's saying how he's very proud that he doesn't use any social media. I said, so wait, you mean you don't have a Facebook page? And he goes, oh no, positively I do not have a Facebook page. I said, you have a Facebook page. He goes, no, what are you telling me? He says, I know, I don't have a Facebook. I would know if I had a Facebook. I said, no, you don't understand. Every time someone mentions you on Facebook or posts a photo in which you appear, okay, that goes into your Facebook profile. You have an enormous Facebook profile, except that you can't see it.
And what did he say to that?
Well, I said it in a way, I guess, that was pretty convincing, and he was upset. He didn't like the concept that he might have a Facebook profile that he doesn't know about.
That you can't opt out.
Well, it's not only that, but even when you think I mean, Google, God, do they ever say anything truthful publicly? That's a big question. But I mean, Google claims, for example, you can delete your Google data. You can go through the motions of saying I want to delete my Google data, and then from that point on, you can't see your Google data. But they don't delete it. They never delete it. Even if they deleted it on one server, it's sitting there, and backup after backup after backup, and they can. And not only that, if you read, I think I'm the only one who reads these things, but if you read Google's terms of service and Google's privacy policy, it says right in there, we reserve the right to hold on to your data as we might be required by law or in any other way that protects Google.
Now, what about Twitter, Instagram, things like that?
Well, with Twitter,
Instagram and Facebook are the same entity, right?
Instagram, yeah, yeah, Instagram is part of Facebook. So here, my main concern is, again, is this power to suppress. So I don't know what your opinion is. In fact, I'd love to know what your opinion is of what happened early 2021, I think it was, when both Facebook and Twitter shut down Donald Trump. What do you think of that?
I don't think they should be shutting down people at all.
And by the way, he was still president.
Yeah. I think that what these things are, I think we're in a time in history where you can't look at them as just private companies, because the ability to express yourself is severely limited if you're not in those platforms. I think they should be looked at like utilities, and I think they should be subject to the freedoms that are in our Constitution and the Bill of Rights. And I think the way the First Amendment protects free speech, it should be protected on social media platforms, because I think as long as you're not threatening someone or doxing someone or putting someone in harm or lying about them, I think your ability to express yourself is a gigantic part of us trying to figure out the truth. Like when it comes to what are people's honest opinions about things, do we know? You know, we don't know if honest opinions are suppressed because they don't match up to someone's ideology. I think it's a critical aspect of what it means to be American, to be able to express yourself freely, and to find out how other people think is educational. If you only exist in an echo chamber and you only hear the opinions expressed of people that align with a certain ideology, that's not free speech. I think free speech is critical. And I think the answer to bad speech, and this is not my thought, this is many brilliant people believe this, is better speech, more thought, is more convincing arguments, more logical, sustained reasoning and debate and discussion. And I think as soon as they start suppressing ideas, as soon as they start suppressing and deleting YouTube videos and banning people from Twitter for things that have now been proven to be true, right? There's a lot of people that were banned because they questioned the lab leak theory. You know, their videos were pulled down. They were suspended from Twitter. Now that's cover of Newsweek. It's constantly being discussed.
Sure.
It's discussed in the Senate.
Well, this is a very old idea. The way Voltaire said it, I'm paraphrasing, is, I may not agree with what you say, but I will defend to the death your right to say it.
Yeah.
And, I think it was dead wrong. I mean, I was happy, of course, that this happened, but I think it was dead wrong for Twitter and Facebook to literally cut off communication between the current president of the United States, who's still in office, and his supporters.
Yeah, and the real question, too, is how much manipulation was being done by federal agents in the January 6th event? Like, did they engineer people going into the Capitol? Did they encourage them? And you saw that Ted Cruz conversation with the woman from FBI where she said, I can't answer that. Did the FBI incite violence? I can't answer that. You can't answer that. That should be never. Would they incite violence? Would the FBI manipulate people to do something illegal that would not have done that? Look, if you pay attention to those people, like if you watch, there's a great documentary on HBO, this QAnon documentary. It's Into the Storm. Have you seen it?
No.
It's worth watching. It's a four parts, something, 5, something like that. Multiple parts, and it's great. And you realize like how easily manipulated some of these poor folks are. They get involved in these movements. Now, if somebody wanted to disparage a political party or to maybe have some sort of a justification for getting some influential person like Donald Trump offline, that would be the way they would do it.
That's, yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Say, look, he's responsible for violence. He's responsible for, look, this is as bad as Pearl Harbor. This is as bad as D-Day.
But the bottom line here really goes back to George Orwell, which is, if you control information, you control everything.
Yes.
And what we've done is we have lost control. Authorities, gatekeepers who are well-trained journalists, let's say, we've lost control over information. And information is now largely in the hands of algorithms, which are controlled by executives who are not accountable to the American public. They're accountable just to their shareholders. So, I just think we're in a terrible position. I'm going to, you asked me this before, but I'm going to continue. I'm going to do my research. I'm going to keep digging. I'm going to do my monitoring. I'm going to try to set up, I hope this year, this nationwide system. And so I'm going to point to my hat. So
it says tamebigtech.com.
Okay, good.
That's your website?
Could you say it again?
tamebigtech.com.
Well done, thank you. Yes, because I need help from people. I need people to provide funds, but also to help us find funds. This is the year where I think we should set up this first large-scale nationwide monitoring system, which could be used not only to keep an eye on these midterm elections, but we could finally start to look at our kids. That's become my main concern now, is our kids. Because we don't know. We don't understand what the hell they're doing. We don't know what they're looking at, what they're listening to. But I can tell you for sure that a lot of what's happening is really being done very deliberately and strategically by the big tech companies. Because they have control over the information that everyone has access to, and they're going to do what's best for them, what makes them the most money, what spreads their values, and of course, sometimes what's good for intelligence purposes. They're going to do those things. And we have no idea what they're doing unless we track them. So anyway, that's my fantasy. This is the year where we're going to get this thing, running in a way that it would be self-maintaining. So it would continue year after year after year. Not optional. I said that before. It's not optional. So we if people go to tamebigtech.com, they can get more information. I actually created a special booklet that we're going to give out for free. I had a copy to bring you, and I left it in my car. But but we have this booklet. I took my congressional testimony, I updated it, I expanded it, and I turned it into an essay, which is called "Google's Triple Threat to Democracy, Our Children, and Our Minds." And so, it says right on it, prepared for, Joe Rogan's, whatever.
Okay.
And I cannot, I am doing this with the help of all my wonderful teammates. I am I am so far still the only one, and that's disgusting. That's horrible. There's something fundamentally wrong with that picture. And
Imagine if you didn't exist. Like if you never had started this. Would we be completely in the dark about this stuff?
you would be completely in the dark, because there's no one doing these kinds of experiments, and there's no one collecting all that.
But when you think about the internet and how many people on the internet are, interested in politics and interested in the influence of big tech and the dangers of big tech, when they talk about psychological dangers to, like Jonathan Haidt's work with young girls and self-harm and suicide and the rise of, depression amongst young people, you would think that this would also be something that people would investigate and dig into. The fact that you're the only one, that's it's very strange. And it's a tremendous responsibility, and
It's horrible. I don't like the responsibility. I'm gone at the moment, so we have 2 cats in our office, but and I'm the poop cleaner. So when I'm gone, that means someone else has to clean the poop. So I said to my associate director, I told her last night, I said, just remember that the more credentials you get, the more responsibilities you get, the more poop you're going to have to clean. And that's the truth. So it's very tough. I don't like being in this position, and I do wonder about Misty. I'll probably always wonder about Misty, and I'll never know, because again, her truck disappeared. So.
Well, listen, man, thank you very much for coming here, and thanks for taking your time. And I know you're very busy, and I'm glad we could get this out there.
I don't know what to say. I mean, you've given me a great opportunity. I hope this was, interesting for you.
It was.
Okay.
Scary.
Good. Then if I scared you, I'm doing my job.
Yeah, you scared the shit out of me.
Good.
All right. Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, Joe.
Bye, everybody.
The brain, and then you stitch it up, and you wouldn't even know that somebody has it, and so then it can interface basically anywhere in your brain. So it could be something that helps cure, say, eyesight.
Welcome back.
Here we go again.
Great to see you, and congratulations.
Thank you.
You will never forget what is going on in the world when you think about when your child was born. You will know for the rest of this child's life, you were born during a weird time.
That's for sure.
That is for sure. Probably the weirdest that I can remember.
Yeah. And he was born on May the 4th.
And that's hilarious, too.
Yeah.
May the 4th be with him.
Yeah. So
It has to be.
I sure hope so.
Perfect.
Yes.
I mean, that was the perfect day for you. Then, how do you say the name?
Well,
is it a placeholder?
And first of all, my partner is the one that actually mostly came up with the name.
Congratulations to her.
Yeah, she's great at names. So, I mean, it's just X, the letter X, and then the AE is like pronounced Ash. Yeah, and then A12. A12 is my contribution.
Oh, why A12?
Archangel 12, the precursor to the SR-71, coolest plane ever. It's true.
I agree with you. I don't know. I'm not familiar with it. I know what
What?
the SR-71 is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know what that is. But
So the SR-71 came from a CIA program called Archangel.
Oh.
It's the Archangel Project.
Oh.
And then Archangel 12.
Oh, wow. What a dope looking plane.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I get it.
Yeah.
Well, as a person who's very much into aerial travel, as you are, that's perfect.
It's pretty great.
Yeah, pretty great. So does it feel strange to have a child while this craziness is going? Does it feel like you've had children before? Is this any weirder?
It's actually, I think it's better being older and having a kid, I appreciate it more. Yeah, babies are awesome.
They are pretty awesome.
They're awesome. Yeah.
When I didn't have any of my own, I would see other people's kids, and I didn't not like them.
Sure.
But I wasn't drawn to them.
Sure.
But now when I see little people's kids, I'm like, oh, I think of them as like these little love packages.
Yeah, the little love bugs.
Yeah, it's just you think of them differently when you see them come out and then grow and then eventually start talking to you. Like your whole idea what a baby is very different.
Yeah.
So now as you get older and get to appreciate it as a mature, fully formed adult, it must be really pretty wonderful.
Yeah, wonderful. It's great. But babies are awesome.
They are.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. I mean, also, I've spent a lot of time on AI and neural nets, and so you can sort of see the kind of the brain develop, which is, an AI neural net is trying to simulate what a brain does, basically, and you can sort of see it learning very quickly. It's just wow.
See things fly. So you're talking about the neural net. You're not talking about an actual baby.
I'm talking about an actual baby.
But both of them.
Yes, but the word neural net comes from the brain. It's like a net of neurons. So, it's like humans are the, original gangster neural net.
That's a great way to put it.
Yeah.
So when you're programming artificial intelligence, or when you're working with artificial intelligence, are they specifically trying to mimic the developmental process of a human brain?
In a lot of ways. There's some ways that are different. An analogy that's often used is like, we don't make a submarine swim like a fish, but we take the principles of how, of hydrodynamics and apply them to a submarine.
I've always wondered, as a layperson, do you try to achieve the same results as a human brain, but through different methods, or do you try to copy the way a human brain achieves results?
I mean, the essential elements of an AI neural net are really very, very similar to a human brain neural net. Yeah. It's having the multiple layers of neurons and, back propagation. All these things are what your brain does. You have a layer of neurons that goes through a series of intermediate steps to ultimately cognition, and then it'll reverse those steps and go back and forth and go all over the place. It's interesting, very interesting.
Yeah, I would imagine, like the thought of programming something that is eventually going to be smarter than us, that one day it's going to be like, why did you do it that way? Like when artificial intelligence becomes sentient, they're like, oh, you tried to mimic yourself. Like this so much better process. Cut out all this nonsense.
Like I said, there are elements that are the same, but just like an aircraft does not fly like a bird.
Right.
Yeah, it doesn't flap its wings, but the wings, the way the wings work and generate lift is the same as bird.
Now you're in the middle of this this strange time where you're selling your houses. You say you don't want any material possessions, and I've been seeing all that, and I've been really excited to talk to you about this.
Yeah.
Because it's an interesting thing to come from a guy like yourself. Like, why are you doing that?
I'm slightly sad about it, actually, but
Well, if you're sad about it, why are you doing it?
I think possessions kind of weigh you down. They're kind of an attack vector. People say, "Hey, billionaire, you got all this stuff." Like, well, now I don't have stuff. Now what can I do?
Attack vector meaning like people targeted.
Yeah.
Yeah. But you're obviously you're gonna rent a place
Yeah.
and get rid of everything except clothes.
No, I said like almost everything. So it's like,
Keep a couple Teslas.
yeah, sure, obviously,
You have
Tesla kind of have to
Yeah.
test product and stuff. There's things that have sentimental value for sure. Keeping those, yeah.
So do you feel like
I mean,
there's
what's the worst that could happen? I mean, be fine.
yeah, you could always buy more stuff if you don't like it.
Suppose so.
Yeah, I mean, from the money that you sell all your stuff, you could buy new stuff. But do you feel like people define you by the fact that you're wealthy, and that they define you in
Yeah.
a pejorative way.
For sure. I mean, not everyone, but
Right.
there's for sure in recent years, billionaire has become a like it's a pejorative. So
Yeah.
it's like that's a bad thing. Which I think doesn't make a lot of sense in most cases. If you basically organize a company how does this wealth arise? It's if you organize people in a better way to produce products and services that are better than what existed before, and you have some ownership in that company, then that essentially gives you the right to allocate more capital. So there's a conflation of consumption and capital allocation. So let me take Warren Buffett, for example. And to be totally frank, I'm not his biggest fan, but he does a lot of capital allocation, and he reads a lot of sort of annual reports of companies and the accounting, and it's pretty boring, really. And he's trying to figure out does Coke or Pepsi deserve more capital? I mean, it's kind of a boring job if you ask me. But it's still a thing that's important to figure out. Like, is a company deserving of more or less capital? Should that company grow or expand? Is it making products and services that are better than others or worse? And should if a company is making compelling products and services, it should get more capital, and if it's not, it should get less or go out of business.
Well, there's a big difference too between someone who's making an incredible amount of money designing and engineering fantastic products versus someone who's making an incredible amount of money by investing in companies or moving money around in the stock market or doing things along those lines. It's a different thing, and to put them all in the same category seems it's very simple, and as you pointed out, it's an attack vector.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I think it's really. I do think there, in the United States especially, there's an overallocation of talent in finance and law. Basically, too many smart people go into finance and law. So, this is both a compliment and a criticism. We should have, I think, fewer people doing law and fewer people doing finance and more people making stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that would certainly be better for all involved if they made better stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. And manufacturing used to be highly valued in the United States, and these days it's not. It's often looked down upon, which I think is wrong.
Yeah. Well, I think that people are kind of learning that, particularly because of this whole pandemic and this relationship that we have with China, that there's a lot of value into making things here.
Yes, somebody's got to do the real work.
Yeah.
And like making a car, it's an honest day's living. That's for sure. Or making anything really, or providing a valuable service, like providing good entertainment, good information. But these are all valuable things to do. So yeah, there should be more of it.
Did you have a moment where, is this something that, this idea of getting rid of your material possessions, is something that built up over time? Or did you have a moment of realization where you realized that?
Yeah, I've been thinking about it for a while. Part of it is like I have a bunch of houses, but I don't spend a lot of time in most of them. And that doesn't seem like a good use of assets. Like somebody could probably be enjoying those houses and get better use of them than me. So
Don't you have Gene Wilder's house?
I do.
That's amazing.
It's awesome.
Wow.
Yeah, it's exactly what you'd expect.
Did you request that the buyer not fuck it up?
Yeah, that's a requirement.
Oh, a requirement.
Yeah.
That's a good requirement.
Yeah.
In that case, in that house.
Yeah, it'll probably sell for less, but still, I don't care.
He's a legend.
Yeah,
You
he's
would
awesome.
want his soul. You'd want his essence
Yeah,
in the building.
It's there. That's a real
Is it?
quirky house. Yeah.
What makes you say it's there? Like, what do you get out of it?
I mean, all the cabinets are like handmade, and they're like odd shapes, and there's like doors to nowhere and strange like corridors and tunnels and
Really?
odd paintings on the wall, and yeah,
Did you ever live in it?
it's very quirky. I did live in it briefly, yeah.
But why do you buy houses? Like, if you own all these houses, do you just get bored and go, I think I'd like to have that?
Well, I, had one house, and then the Gene Wilder house right across the road from me, from my main house, and it was gonna get sold and then torn down and turned into be a big construction zone for 3 years, and I was like, well, I think I'll buy it and preserve the spirit of Gene Wilder and not have a giant construction zone. And then I started having like some privacy issues where like lots of people just like come to my house and start climbing over the walls and stuff. I'm like, man. So then I started like bought a house, some of the houses around my house, and then I thought at one point, well, it'd be cool to build a house. So then I acquired some properties at the top of Samara Road, and which is got a great view. And it's like, okay, well, some bunch of sort of small older houses, they're gonna get torn down anyway. I was like, well, if I collect these like little houses, then I can build something, I don't know, artistic, like a dream house type of thing.
What's a dream house for Elon Musk? Like some Tony Stark type shit?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you gotta have the dome that opens up with the stealth helicopter and that kind of thing,
Yeah.
For sure.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, fuck yeah. But then I was like, man, does it really make sense for me to spend time designing and building a house? And I'd be real, get like OCD on the little details and the design, or should I be allocating that time to getting us to Mars? I should probably do the latter. So, like, what's more important, Mars or a house? I like Mars. Okay.
Is that really how you think? Like, that it'd be better off planning on a trip to Mars or getting people to Mars?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you can only do so many things.
Right.
Right. So how you gonna?
Well, I don't know how you do what you do anyway. I don't understand how you can run the Boring Company, Tesla, SpaceX, all these different things you're doing constantly. I don't understand. I mean, you explained last time you were here how you sort of allocate your time and how hectic it is and insane. I still don't. The productivity is baffling. Just doesn't make sense how you can get so much done.
Well, I think I do have high productivity, but even with that, there's still some opportunity cost of time, and allocating time to building a house, even if it was a really great house, still is not a good use of time relative to developing the rockets necessary to get us to Mars and helping solve sustainable energy. SpaceX and Tesla are by far, the most amount of like brain cycles. Boring Company does not take, it's like less than 1% of brain cycles, and then there's Neuralink, which is, I don't know, maybe it's like 5%, and then
5%. That's a good chunk.
It's a good chunk. Yeah.
We were talking about that last time, and you were trying to figure out when it was actually going to go live, when it's actually going to be available. Are you testing on people right now?
No, we're not testing people yet, but I think it won't be too long. I think we may be able to implant a Neuralink in less than a year in a person, I think.
And when you do this, is there any test that you have to do before you do something like this to see what percentage of people's bodies are going to reject these things? Is there a potential for rejection?
It's a very low potential for rejection. I mean, you can think of it like people put in, heart monitors and, things for epileptic seizures and deep brain stimulation. Obviously, like, artificial hips and
Right.
knees, that kind of thing. So the probability of, it's well known, like, what will cause rejection and what will not. it's definitely harder when you've got something that is sort of reading and writing neurons. That's generating a current pulse and reading current pulses. That's a little harder than say a passive device, but it's still very doable. And there are people who have primitive devices in their brains right now.
What kind of devices?
Well, like deep brain stimulation is, I think for Parkinson's is has really changed people's lives in a big way, which is kind of remarkable because it kind of like zaps your brain. It's like kicking the TV type of thing, and you think like, man, kicking the TV shouldn't work.
It does sometimes.
Yeah.
The old TVs.
It did.
My grandpa used to slap the top.
For sure. Yeah.
It would work sometimes.
Yeah, so this deep brain stimulation implanted devices in the brain that have changed people's lives for the better, like fundamentally.
Well, let's talk about what you can talk about to what Neuralink is, because the last time you were here, you really couldn't discuss it. And then there was I guess a press release, something that sort of outlined.
Yeah, sure.
That happened quite a bit after the last time you were here. So what exactly is it? How do you do what happens if someone ultimately does get a Neuralink installed? What will take place?
Well, for version 1 of the device, it would be it basically implanted in your skull. So, but it would be flush with your skull. So you basically take out a chunk of skull, put the Neuralink device in there. You put the electrode. You'd insert the electrode threads very carefully into the brain, and then you stitch it up, and you wouldn't even know that somebody had it. And so then it can interface basically anywhere in your brain. So it could be something that helps cure, say, eyesight, like returns your eyesight, even if you've like lost your optic nerve, type of thing.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Hearing. I mean, pretty much anything that it could, in principle, fix almost anything that is wrong with the brain, and it could restore limb functionality. So if you've got interface into the motor cortex, and then an implant that's that's like a microcontroller in your muscle groups, you could then create a sort of a neural shunt that restores somebody who's a quadriplegic to full functionality. Like they can walk around, be normal.
Whoa.
Yeah.
So
Maybe slightly better.
Slightly better?
Over time, yes.
You mean with future iterations?
Yeah. Like the $6 million man. Although
right.
these days that doesn't
That's
seem like
cheap.
much. Yeah. Yeah.
$6 billion man.
Yeah.
So the hole would be small. How big would the hole be that you have to drill and then replace with this piece? It's only one hole?
Well, yeah, the device we're working on right now is about an inch in diameter. And your skull's pretty thick, by the way. So skulls are.
Mine is, for sure.
It might actually literally be. I mean, if you're a big guy, your skull is actually fairly thick. Skull's is 7 to 14 millimeters. So
That's probably a couple of inches.
A half inch, half inch thick skull ish. So that's a fair bit of our we got quite a coconut going on there. It's not like some eggshell.
Oh yeah, I believe you.
So you basically implant the device.
And so you would be like a 1 inch square, or 1 inch in diameter.
Yeah,
so an inch circle, like a circular.
Yeah, I think like a smartwatch or something like that, or.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so you take this 1 inch diameter, like ice fishing, right? You ever go ice fishing?
No, but I'd like to.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's really fun.
Yeah.
So you basically take an auger and you drill through the surface of the ice.
Yeah.
And you create a small hole, and
Yep.
you can dunk your line in there. So this is like that. You're ice fishing on the top of your skull, and then you cork it.
Yeah, and you replace that, say, 1 inch diameter piece of skull with this Neuralink device, and that has a battery and a Bluetooth and a inductive charger, and then no, then you also got to insert the electrodes. So the electrodes are very carefully inserted with our robot that we developed. That's very carefully putting in the electrodes and avoiding any veins or arteries, so it doesn't create trauma.
So through this 1-inch diameter
Yeah,
device, electrodes be inserted, and they will find their way.
like tiny
to
wires, basically.
Tiny wires.
Tiny wires.
And they'll find their way to specific areas of the brain to stimulate.
No, you literally put them where they're supposed to go.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you insert.
How long will these wires be?
I mean, they usually go in depending on where it is, 2 or 3 millimeters.
So they just find the spots.
Yeah.
Wow.
And then, then you put the device in, and that gets that replaces the little piece of skull that was taken out, and then you stitch up the hole, and you just have a little scar, and that's it.
Will
And
this
then-
be replaceable or reversible?
Yeah.
Like if someone can't take it
Yeah,
anymore?
yeah, you can
I'm
take-
too
take-
smart. I can't take it.
Yeah, you can totally take it out.
And what is besides restoring limb function and eyesight and hearing, which are all amazing, is there any cognitive benefits that you anticipate from something like this?
Yeah, I mean, you could for sure. I mean, basically, it's a generalized sort of thing for fixing any kind of brain injury. In principle, like if you've got like severe epilepsy or something like that, it could just sort of stop the epilepsy from occurring. Like it could detect it in real time and then fire a counter pulse and stop the epilepsy. I mean, there's a whole range of brain injuries. Like if somebody gets a stroke, they could lose the ability to speak. That could also be fixed. Like you get like stroke damage, or you lose, say, muscle control over part of your face or something like that. I think, and then when you get old, you tend to, if you get like Alzheimer's or something like that, then you lose memory, and this could help you with restoring your memory, that kind of thing.
Restoring memory. And what is happening that's allowing it to do that? Like the wires, these small wires,
Yeah.
are stimulating these areas of the brain, and then is it that the areas of the brain are they're losing some sort of electrical force? Like what is happening?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's like think of it as like a bunch of circuits, and there's some like circuits that are broken, and we can like fix those circuits, substitute for those circuits.
And so a specific frequency will go through this.
Yeah, it's just
Specific in that is the process figuring out how much or how little has to be, how much these areas of the brain have to be juiced up.
yeah. I mean, there's still a lot of work to do. So when I say, we've got a shot at probably putting it in a person in within a year, I think that's exactly what I mean. I think we have a chance of putting input in someone and having them be healthy and restoring some functionality that they've lost.
The fear is that eventually you have to cut the whole top of someone's head off and put a new top
Sure.
with a whole bunch of wires if you want to get, the real turbocharged version, the P100D of brain stimulation.
I mean, ultimately, if you want to go with full AI symbiosis, you'll probably want to do something like that.
Symbiosis is a scary word when it comes to AI.
It's optional.
I would hope so.
Yeah.
It's just, once you enjoy the Dr. Manhattan lifestyle, once you become a god, seems very, very unlikely you're going to want to go back to being stupid again. I mean, you literally could fundamentally change the way human
Yeah.
beings interface with each other.
Yes.
Yes.
You wouldn't need to talk.
I'm so scared of that, but so excited about it at the same time. Is that weird?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the paths to, like think like what are like AI is getting better and better. So now let's assume it's sort of like a benign AI scenario. Even in a benign scenario, we're kind of left behind. You know, we're not along for the ride. We're just too dumb.
Right.
So how do you go along for the ride? Yeah, so you can't beat him, join him. So, and we're already a cyborg to some degree, right? Because you've got your phone, you've got your laptop,
Glasses.
yeah, you got your
Sure.
electronic devices.
Yeah.
And I mean, today, if your phone, if you don't bring your phone along, it's like you have missing limb syndrome. It's like, feels like something's really missing. So we're already partly partly a cyborg or an AI symbiote, essentially. It's just that the data rate to the electronics is slow. So, especially output, like you're just going with your thumbs. I mean, like, what's your data rate? Maybe optimistically 100 bits per second. That's being generous. And now the computer can communicate at like, 100 terabits. So certainly, gigabits are trivial at this point. So this is like, basically your computer could do things a million times faster. Or you're, at a certain point, it's like the AI is like talking to a tree. Okay, it's just boring. You talk to a tree. It's not very entertaining. So if you can solve the data rate issue and especially output but input too, then you can improve the symbiosis that is already occurring between man and machine.
So you can improve it in when you said you won't have to talk to each other anymore. We used to joke around about that. I've joked around about that a million times in this podcast, that one day in the future there's going to come a time where you can read each other's minds.
Yeah.
And
Well,
you'll be able to interface with each other in some sort of a non-verbal, non-physical way where you will transfer data back and forth to each other without having to actually use your mouth and make noises.
Yeah, exactly. So what happens when let's say you've got some complex idea that you're trying to convey to somebody else, and how do you do that? Well, your brain spends a lot of effort compressing a complex concept into words, and there's a lot of loss, information loss that occurs when compressing a complex concept into words. And then you say those words are then interpreted, then they're decompressed by the person who is listening, and they will at best get a very incomplete understanding of what you're trying to convey. It's very difficult to convey a complex concept with precision, because you've got compression, decompression. You may not even have heard all the words correctly, and so communication is difficult. What we have here is a failure to communicate. Cool Aunt Luke.
Yes, and there's a great movie.
Yeah, great movie.
And there's an interpretation factor too. Like you can choose to interpret certain series of words in different ways, and they're dependent upon tone, dependent upon social cues, even facial expressions, sarcasm. There's a lot of variables.
Sarcasm is difficult.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so one of the things that I've said is like that there could be potentially a universal language that's created through computers that particularly young kids would pick up very quickly. Like my kids do TikTok and all this jazz, and I don't know what they're doing. They just know how to do it, and they know how to do it really quickly. Like they learn really quickly. They show me how to edit things, and it's if you taught a child from first grade on how to use some new universal language, I mean essentially like a Rosetta Stone, and something that's done that interprets your thoughts, and you can convey your thoughts with no room for interpretation, with very clear, where you know what a person's saying, and you can tell them what you're saying, and there's no need for noises, no need for mouth noises, no need for these sort of accepted ways that we've sort of evolved to make sounds that we all agree. We through our cultural dictionary, and we agree, we could bypass all that.
Yeah, you can still do it for
fun,
sentimental reasons.
Right. Like campfires.
Yeah, exactly. You
Yeah.
don't need campfires. I mean, you don't need to roast marshmallows. It's kind of fun.
Right.
So yeah, I think you would, in principle, you would be able to communicate very quickly and with far more precision ideas. And language would. I'm not sure what would happen to language. But you could probably, in a situation like this, that you would be able to just, it would be like, kind of like the Matrix. You want to speak a different language in a phone.
Right.
Just wire it, or just download the program.
Phew. Right. So, at least for the first few iterations, we'll just be able to use. Like, I know that Google has some of their Pixel buds have the ability to interpret languages in real time. Like,
Sure.
Yeah, you can hear it, and it'll play things back to you in whatever language you choose. So it'll be something along those lines
Yeah.
for the first few iterations.
Well, the first few iterations are. I mean, what I'm talking about is like in the limit over time. With a lot of development. The first few iterations, really, in the first few versions, all we're going to be trying to do is solve brain injuries. So it's like don't worry that it's not going to sneak up on you. This will take a while.
How many years before you don't have to talk?
If the development continues to accelerate, then maybe like 5 years, 5 to 10 years.
That's quick. That's really quick.
That's the best case scenario.
No talking anymore in 5 years.
Best case scenario. But 10 years more like it.
I've always speculated that aliens could potentially be us in the future, because if you look at like the size of their heads and the fact that they have very little muscle and they don't use their mouth anymore, they have this tiny little. I mean, the archetypal alien that you see in like Close Encounters of the Third Kind, they're like if you went from like Australopithecus or ancient hominid to us. What's the difference? Less hair, less muscle, bigger head, and then you just keep going. 1,000, 1,000,000, whatever year, or 5 years, whatever happens when Neuralink goes online, and then we slowly start to adapt to this new way of being, where we don't use our muscles anymore. We have this gigantic head. We can talk without words.
You could also save state. And
Save state?
Save state, like save your brain state, like a save game in a video game.
Whoa. like if you want to swap from Windows 95
Well,
to like
yeah,
you.
probably a little better than that, but yeah.
I think we are Windows 95 right now.
From a future perspective, probably.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you could save state and restore that state into a biological being if you wanted to in the future. In principle, there's like nothing like from a physics standpoint that prevents this. Now, you'd be a little different, but then you're also a little different when you wake up in the morning from yesterday, and you're a little different. In fact, if you say like you 5 years ago versus you today, it's quite a big difference.
Yeah.
So you'd be substantially you. I mean, you'd suddenly think you're you.
But the idea of saving yourself and then transforming that into some sort of a biological state, like you could hang out with 30-year-old you.
I mean, the possibilities are endless.
That's so weird.
I mean, just think like how your phone you can record videos in your phone. Like, there's no way you could remember a video
Right.
as accurately as your phone or a camera could. So, now if you've got like some version 10 Neuralink, whatever, far in the future, you could recall everything, but just like it's a movie,
Crystal clear.
Including the entire sensory experience,
Emotions.
everything, and play it back. And
Do you think you'll be able to
you can
share?
edit it.
Edit it.
Yeah,
So you can change your past?
you could change what you think was your past. Yeah,
Well, so if you had like
this
a traumatic
whole thing right
experience-
now could be a replayed memory.
It could be.
Yeah.
It may be. What's the odds of this being a replayed memory? If you had to guess. It's more than 50%.
There's no way to assign a probability with accuracy here.
Right, but roughly. If you just had Just gut instinct.
Well, I don't have a neural link in my brain, so I'd say right now 0%. But at the point at which you do have a neural link, then it rises above 0%.
The idea that we're experiencing some sort of a preserved memory is, even though it's still the same, it's not comforting. Right? For some reason, when people talk about simulation theory, they talk about the potential for this currently being a simulation. Even though your life might be wonderful, you might be in love, you might love your career, you might have great friends, but it's not comforting to know that this experience somehow or another doesn't exist in a material form that you can knock on.
Feels real, doesn't
Feels
it?
real, but if it's not, but the idea that it's not is for some strange reason disconcerting.
Well, yeah, I'm sure it should be disconcerting, because then if this is not real, what is?
Right.
But the there's that old sort of thought experiment of like, how do you know you're not a brain in a vat? But now here's the thing: you are a brain in a vat. Then that vat is your skull.
Yes.
And everything you see, feel, hear, everything, all your senses are electrical signals. Everything is an electrical signal to a brain in a vat, where the vat is your skull.
And all your hormones, all your neurotransmitters, all these things are drugs. Adrenaline's a drug. Dopamine's a drug. You're a drug factory. You're constantly changing your state with love and oxytocin and beauty.
Sure.
Changes your state. Great music changes your state.
Absolutely. And here's another sort of interesting idea, which is, because you say, like, where did consciousness arise? Well, assuming you believe the belief in physics, which appears to be true, then the universe started off as basically quarks and leptons, and it quickly became hydrogen and helium, lithium, like basically elements of the periodic table, but it was like mostly hydrogen, basically. And then over a long period of time, 13.8 billion years later, that hydrogen became sentient. So where along the way did where is consciousness? What's the line of consciousness and not consciousness between hydrogen and here?
Right. When do we call it? When do we call it consciousness? Yeah. I was watching a video today that we played on a podcast earlier of a monkey riding a motorcycle down the street, jumps off the motorcycle and tries to steal a baby.
Yeah, so that one. It went viral.
What is that monkey conscious? It seems like it is. It seems like it had a plan. It was riding a fucking motorcycle and then jumped off the motorcycle to try to steal a baby. Seems pretty...
The one that just dragged the baby down the street pretty far.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Seems pretty conscious. Right?
There's definitely some degree of consciousness there.
Yeah, it's not a worm. It seems to be on another level. Yeah. And it's going to keep going. And that's the real concern when people think about the potential future versions of human beings, especially when you consider symbiotic relationship to artificial intelligence, it will be unrecognizable. That one day we'll be so far removed from what this is. We'll look back on this the way we look back now on simple organisms that we evolved from. And that it won't be that far in the future that we do have this view back.
Well, I hope consciousness propagates into the future and gets more sophisticated and complex, and that it understands the questions to ask about the universe.
Do you think that's the case? As a human being, as yourself, you're clearly trying to make conscious decisions to be a better version of you, right? This is the idea of like getting rid of your possessions and realizing that you're trying to, like, I don't like this. I will try to improve this. I will try to do a better version of the way I interface with reality. That this is always the way things are. If you're moving in some sort of a direction where you're trying to improve things, you're always going to move into this new place where you look back in the old place and go, I was doing it wrong back then. So this is an accelerated version of that. A super accelerated version of that.
I mean, you don't always improve, but you can aspire to. how you can aspire to be less wrong.
Yeah.
There's like, I think the tools of physics are very powerful. Like, just assume you're wrong and you're asked for your goal to be less wrong. I don't think you're gonna if you succeed every day in being less wrong, but you know, if you're gonna succeed in being less wrong, most of the time you're doing great.
That's a great way of putting it. Aspire to be less wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But then when, people look back in nostalgia about simpler times, there's that too. It's very romantic and exciting to look back on campfires.
But you can still have a campfire.
Yes.
Yeah.
But will you appreciate it when you're a super nerd, when you're connected to the grid, and you have some skull cap in place of the top of your head, and it's interfacing with the international language that the rest of the universe now enjoys communication with people? And we're
Yeah, sure. I think so. Yeah, I like campfires.
I'm just worried. I mean, everyone's always scared of change, but I'm scared of this monumental change where we won't talk anymore. I mean, that thing
We'll
that you
communicate.
just yes, but there's something about the beauty of the crudeness of language, where when it's done eloquently, it's satisfying and it hits us in some sort of a visceral way. Like, that person nailed it. I love that they nailed it. Like that, it's so hard to capture a real thought and convey it in a way, in this articulate way that makes someone excited. Like you read a great quote by a wise person, it makes you excited that their mind figured something out, put the words together in a right way that makes your brain pop. Like, oh yes,
Yeah.
yes,
Clever compression of a concept
yeah.
and a feeling.
But the fact that a human did it too.
Yeah.
Do you think that it'll be like electronic music? Like people won't appreciate it like they appreciate a slide guitar?
I like electronic music.
I do too.
Yeah.
Well, you make it. I know you like
Sure.
it. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I hope the future is more fun and interesting, and we should try to make that way.
I hope it's more fun and interesting too.
Yeah.
I just hope we don't lose anything along the way.
Yeah, we might lose a little,
Well,
but hopefully we gain more than we lose.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Gaining more than we lose. Like
Yeah.
something that makes us interesting is that we're so flawed.
Some for sure. Like,
Right.
You know,
Mm.
I mean, you look at civilizations through the ages. Most of them, they rose and fell,
Yeah.
and I do think like the globalization that we have at the sort of like the meme sphere is there's not enough isolation between countries or regions. It's like if there's a mind virus, that mind virus can infect too much of the world. Like I actually sort of sympathize with the anti-globalization people. It's like, man, we don't ever want everywhere to be the same, for sure, and then we need some kind of like mind viral immunity. So that's a bit concerning.
Mind viral immunity, meaning that once something like Neuralink gets established, the real concern is something that, you said it's Bluetooth, right? Or
Sure.
some future version of that. That the idea is that something could possibly get into it, fuck it up.
No, I'm talking about like there's some cockeyed concept that that happens right now.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Well, I know there's viruses in embedded chips, right? Like they've embedded
Yeah.
chips and then acquired viruses.
Well, when I'm talking about a mind virus, I'm talking about like a concept that
Okay.
infects people's minds.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Like cult thinking or
Yeah,
some
yeah.
sort of fundamentalism.
Yeah, just wrong-headed idea that just
Yes.
goes viral in an idea sense.
Mm. Well, that is a problem too, right? If someone can manipulate that technology to make something appear logical or rational,
Yeah.
would that be an issue too? This is a very have versus have not issue, right? Once this thing, if this really does, initially it's going to help people with injuries, but you said ultimately it could lead to this spectacular cognitive change.
Yes.
But the people that first get it should have a massive advantage over people that don't have it yet.
Well, I mean, it's the kind of thing where your productivity would improve, I don't know, dramatically, maybe by a factor of 10 with it. So you could definitely just, you know, I don't know, take out a loan and do it and earn the money back real fast.
Yeah.
Be super smart.
Well, in a capitalist society, you know, you could. It seems like you could really get so far ahead that before everybody else could afford this thing and link up and get connected as well, you'd be so far ahead they could never catch you. Is that a concern?
Well, I think the it's not a super huge concern. I mean, there are huge differences in cognitive ability and resources already.
Yeah.
I mean, you can think of a corporation as like a cybernetic collective that's far smarter than an individual. Like I couldn't personally build like a whole rocket and the engines and launch it and everything. That's impossible. But you know, we have 8,000 people with SpaceX, and you know, like piecing it out to different people, and using like computers and machines and stuff, we can make lots of rockets launch into orbit, dock with the space station, that kind of thing. You know, so that already exists where there's, you know, where there's like corporations are vastly more capable than an individual. But like we should be, I think, less concerned about like relative capabilities between people and more like different, having AI be vastly beyond us and decoupled from human will.
Decoupled from human. So this is the if you can't beat them, join them.
Yeah, I mean.
So you feel like it's inevitable, like AI, sentient AI, is essentially inevitable.
Super sentient AI. Like beyond a level that's difficult to understand.
And
impossible to understand, probably.
And somehow or another, so it's almost like it's a requirement for survival to achieve some sort of symbiotic existence with AI.
It's not a requirement. It's just if you want to be along for the ride, then you need to do some kind of symbiosis. So the way your brain works right now, you've got kind of like the animal brain, reptile brain, kind of, for argument's sake, it's like the limbic system basically, and you've got the cortex. Now the brain purists will argue with this definition, but essentially you've got the primitive brain and you've got the sort of smart brain, or the brain that's capable of planning and understanding concepts and difficult things that a monkey can't understand. Now your cortex is much smarter than your limbic system. Nonetheless, they work together well. So I haven't met anyone who wants to delete the limbic system or the cortex. People are quite happy having both. So you can think of this as being like the computer, the AI is like a third layer, a tertiary layer. So that is like that could be symbiotic with the cortex. It would be much smarter than the cortex, but you'd essentially have 3 layers, and you actually have that right now. Your phone is capable of things, and your computer is capable of things that your brain is definitely not. Storing terabytes of information perfectly, doing incredible calculations that we couldn't even come close to doing. You have that with your computer. It's just like I said, the data rate is slow. The connection is weak.
Why is it so disconcerting, or why does it not give me comfort to think about? Like when I think about a symbiotic connection to AI, I always think of this cold, emotionless sort of thing that we will become. Is that a bad way to look at it?
I don't think that's not correct. That's not how it would be. Like I said, you already are symbiotic with AI or computers,
phones, computers, laptops.
Yeah, and there's quite a bit of AI going on. So artificial neural nets. Increasingly, neural nets are sort of taking over from regular programming more and more. So you are connected. If you use Google Voice or Alexa or one of those things, it's using a neural net to decode your speech and try to understand what you're saying. If you're trying to do image recognition or improve the quality of your photograph, it's using the neural net's the best way to do that. So you are already sort of a cybernetic symbiote. Like I said, it's just a question of your data rate. The communication speed between your phone and your brain is slow.
When do you think you're going to do it? How long will you wait? Like once it starts becoming available?
Yeah, if it works, I'll do it, sure.
Right away.
I mean, let's make sure it works.
How do we make sure it works? We try it on prisoners? Like, what do you do?
No.
Take rapists?
No.
Cut holes in their head?
No, like I said, if somebody's got a serious brain injury,
Right.
And there people that have like very severe brain injuries, and then you can fix those brain injuries, and then you prove out that it works, and you envelope expand and make more and more brain injuries, solve more and more, and then at a certain age we all are going to get Alzheimer's. We're all going to get senile, and then moms forget the names of their kids and that kind of thing, and so. It's like you said, like, okay, well, this would allow you to remember your names of your kids and have a much more normal life where you're able to function much later in life. So I think that, so essentially, there would almost everyone would find a need at some point if you get old enough to use Neuralink, and then it's like, okay, so we can improve the functionality and improve the communication speed, so then you will not have to use your thumbs to communicate with the computer.
Do you ever sit down and extrapolate? Do you ever sit down and think about all the different iterations of this and what this eventually leads to?
I think about it a lot. There's, like I said, this is not something that's going to sneak up on you. There's like getting FDA approval for this stuff is not like overnight. And there's, I mean, we probably have to be on like version 10 or something before, it would realistically be, a human AI symbiote situation. So you'll see it coming,
You see it coming, but what do you think it's going to be? Like when you're alone, if you have free time, I don't know if you have free time, but if you just sit down and think about this iteration, the next, onward, keep going, and you drag it out with improvements along the way, and leaps and bounds and technological innovations, and where do you see it? What are we going to be?
Like when?
25 years from now, what are we going to be?
Well, assuming civilization is still around, it's looking fragile right now. I think we could have in 25 years, probably something. I would think there could be a whole brain interface.
A whole brain interface.
Something pretty close to that, yeah.
How do you define? What do you mean by whole brain interface?
Like almost all the neurons are connected to the sort of AI extension of yourself, if you want.
AI extension of yourself.
Yeah.
What does that mean to you? Like when you say AI extension of yourself?
Well, like I said, you already have a computer extension of yourself in your phone, and computers and stuff. So, and now online, it's like somebody dies, there's like an online ghost that their online stuff is
still
alive.
That's a good way to put it. It is weird when you read someone's tweets after they're dead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Instagram and their stories and stuff,
Yeah.
and whatever, Facebook and stuff. You know, like all
That's a
their
great way to
email.
put it. It's like an online ghost. That's very accurate.
Yeah. So. Yeah, so there's. It would just be that more of you would be in the cloud, I guess, than in your body. More of you.
Whoa. Now, when you say civilization's fragile, do you mean because of this COVID-19 shit that's going on right now?
What's that? Never heard of it.
There's this thing.
Yeah, no.
It's like some people just get a
No
cough.
idea what you're talking about.
Other people, it gets much worse.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well. Yeah. I mean, this certainly has taken over the mind space of the world to a degree that is quite shocking.
Yeah. Well, out of nowhere. That's what's crazy. It's like you go back to November, nothing. Now here we are, December, January, February, March, April, May, 6 months. Totally different world. So from nothing to everything's locked down. There's so much conflicting information and conflicting opinions about how to proceed. What has happened. You find things where there was a meat packing plant, I believe, in Missouri, where 300 plus people were asymptomatic, tested positive or asymptomatic, and then in other places it just ravages entire communities and kills people. And it's so weird. It almost appears on the like if you didn't know any better, you'd be like, "What?" It seems like there's a bunch of different viruses. It doesn't seem like it's the same thing, or has a bunch of different reactions to the biological variety of people.
Yeah. I mean, I kind of saw this whole thing play out in China before it played out in the U.S. So it's kind of like watching the same movie again, but in English. So yeah. I mean, I think the mortality rate is much less than what say the World Health Organization said it was. It's very much less. It's like probably at least an order of magnitude less.
Well, it seems to be very deadly to very specific kinds of people and people with specific problems.
Yeah, I mean, if you can look at the mortality statistics, you know, by age and whether they have comorbidities, like do they have like basically existing conditions, and by age, and you know, if you're below 60 and have no serious health issues, the probability of death is extremely low. It's not zero, but it's extremely low.
They didn't think that this was the case, though, when they first started to lock down the country. Do you think that it's a situation where once they've proceeded in a certain way, it's very difficult to correct course?
It's almost like people really wanted a panic. You know, it's quite crazy.
But in some places, a panic is deserved, right? Like if you're in the ICU in Manhattan and people are dying left and right, and everyone's on intubators, and it seems like when you see all these people on ventilators and so many of them are dying, and you see these nurses are dying and doctors are getting sick, in some places that fear is justified. But then in other places, you're reading these stories about hospitals that are essentially half empty. They're having to furlough doctors and nurses because there's no work for them.
Most of the hospitals in the United States right now are half empty. In some cases, they're at 30% capacity.
And is this because they've decided to forego elective procedures and normal things that people would have to go to the hospital for?
Yes, I mean, we're not talking about just some of these elective procedures are quite important.
Yes.
Like it's like you have a bad heart.
Gallbladder disease, yeah, sure.
Yeah, and you need a triple bypass. It's like sort of elective, but if you don't get it done in time, you're gonna die.
Yeah.
It's
Elective's a weird word.
yeah, elective. It's not like, hey, I want to this isn't like plastic surgery or something.
Right, right,
It's
right,
like it's more like my hip is, I'm in extreme pain because my hip's blown out, or my knee, and I don't want to go to the hospital. I can't go to the hospital to, people in extreme pain, people that need a kidney, like people that have like quite serious issues that are choosing not to go out of fear. So I think it's a problem. It's not good.
It seems like the state of public perception is shifting.
It is.
Like people are taking some deep breaths and relaxing, and because of the statistics of, and essentially across the board, it's being recognized that it's not as fatal as we thought it was. Still dangerous, still worse than the flu, but not as bad as we thought, or we feared it could be.
I mean, objectively, the mortality is much lower. Like, at least a factor of 10, maybe a factor of 50 lower than initially thought.
Do you think that the current way we're handling this, the social distancing, the masks, the locking down, does this make sense? Is it adequate? Or do you think that we should move back to at least closer to where we used to be?
Well, I think proper hygiene is a good thing no matter
Yes.
what. Wash your hands, and and if you're coughing, stay home or wear a mask. This
Yeah.
is not good. Like they do that in Japan. That's like normal.
Yeah.
If you're ill, you wear a face mask and you don't cough on people. I think that would be a great thing to adopt in general throughout the world. Washing your hands is also good.
Well, that's the speculation why men get it more than women, because men are disgusting. We don't wash
Men
our
are
hands
disgusting.
as much.
It's true.
It's true.
Yeah,
I
it's
admit
bad.
it. We're all
Yeah.
men in this room. We're all gross.
Yeah, let's go to the restroom. You can see it's
Yes,
horrible.
we're gross. My 9-year-old daughter yells at me. She
Yeah.
goes, "Did you wash your hands?" She makes me go back and wash my hands.
Hmm.
She's right. 9 years old. If I had a 9-year-old boy,
Sure.
do you think he would care?
No.
He wouldn't give a fuck if I washed my hands.
True. So I think that there's definitely some silver linings here in improved hygiene.
Yes.
And
An awareness of potential.
yes, and I think this has shaken up the system. The system is like somewhat moribund with a lot of layers of bureaucracy, and I think that we've cut through some of that bureaucracy. And if we, at some point, there probably will be a pandemic with a high mortality rate. There's debate about like what's high, but I mean like something that's killing a lot of 20-year-olds, let's say, like
Right.
like it's.
Yes.
If you had like Ebola type of mortality,
Spanish flu, something
Yeah,
attacks the immune
yeah,
systems of healthy people.
yeah.
Yeah.
But it's like killing large numbers of young healthy people. That's find that as like a high mortality. Then this is at least practice for something like that. And I think there's given it's just a matter of time that there will be eventually some such pandemic.
Do you think that, in a sense, the one good thing that we might get out of this is the realization that this is a potential reality, that we got lucky in this sense? I mean, in people that didn't get lucky and died, of course, I'm not disrespecting their death and their loss, but I'm saying overall, as a culture, as a community, as a human race, as a community, this is not as bad as it could have been. This is a good dry run for us to appreciate that we need far more resources dedicated towards understanding these diseases, what to do in the case of pandemic, and much more money that goes to funding treatments and some preventative measures.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think there's a good chance, it's highly likely, I think, coming out of this, that we will develop vaccines that we didn't have before for coronaviruses and other viruses, and possibly cures for these. And our understanding of viruses of this nature has improved dramatically because of the attention that it's received. So there's definitely a lot of silver linings here. And
Potentially, if we act correctly.
Yeah. There's, I think there will be some amount of silver lining here, no matter what. Hopefully, we can be more silver lining than less. So yeah, this is just like kind of like a practice run for something that had a potential that might in the future have a serious, like a really high mortality rate. So, and we kind of got to go through this without it being something that kills vast numbers of young healthy people.
Yeah. When you made a series of tweets recently, I don't remember the exact wording, but essentially you were saying "Free America now." Like, let's
That is
open
the
it
exact
back.
wording.
That is it. Thank you. But what was how much do you pay attention to the response to that stuff, and what was the response? Like, did anybody go, "Hey, Elon, what the fuck you doing?" Did anybody pull you
Yeah,
aside?
of course.
Who does that? Who gets to do that to you?
Well, I mean, I certainly get that. There's no shortage of negative feedback on Twitter.
Oh yeah, Twitter. Yeah, but I don't read that. Do you read it?
Warzone.
You do sometimes, though, right? You do read it.
Yeah, I mean, I scroll through the comments. Like I said, as a meme Warzone.
Yeah.
I mean, people knife you good on Twitter.
It's something I enjoy about that. There's something about the freedom of expression that comes from all these people that do attack you. It's like, well, if there was no vulnerability whatsoever, they wouldn't attack you. And it's like there's something about these millions and millions of perspectives that you have to appreciate. Even if it comes your way, even if the shit storm hits you in the face,
Sure.
you got to appreciate, wow, how amazing is it that all these people do have the ability to express themselves. I mean, you don't necessarily want to be there when the shit hits you.
Sure.
You might want to get out of the way in anticipation of the shitstorm, but the fact that so many people have the ability to reach out, and I think it's, in a lot of ways, it's, I don't want to say a misused resource, but it's like giving monkeys guns. They just start, they start gunning down things that are in front of them without any realization of what they're doing. They have a rock, they see a window, they throw it. Woo! Look at that! I got Elon mad. Look at that! This guy got mad at me. I fucking took this person down on Twitter. I got this lady fired. Oh, the fucking business is going under because of Twitter wars. It seems like there's something about it that's this newfound thing that I don't want to say abuse, but just I want to say that it's almost like, you hit the button and things blow up. You're like, wow, what else can we blow up?
Sure. I mean, I've been in the Twitter war zone for a while here, so
Twitter war zone.
it takes a lot to face me at this point.
Yeah, that's good too, right? Like you develop a thick skin.
Yeah, you can't take it personally. These people don't actually know you.
Yeah.
It's just like, it's like if you're fighting a war, and there's like some opposing soldier that shoots at you. It's not like they hate you. They don't even know you.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So just think of it like that. Like they're firing bullets or whatever. But they don't know you. So don't take it personally.
There's something interesting about it too. It's like when you write something in 280 characters and they write something in it's such a crude way. It's like someone sending opposing smoke signals that refute your smoke signals. It's like it's so crude, and especially when you're talking about something like Neuralink. You're talking about some future potential where you're going to be able to express pure thoughts that get conveyed through some sort of a universal language with no ambiguity whatsoever, versus tweets.
Well, there'll always be some ambiguity, but
Yeah.
Tweets it's hard. Maybe there should be like a sarcasm flag or something.
Right.
Or I'm not, just kidding or whatever.
But
It
seems like it would take away some of the fun from people that know it's sarcasm. Like if everybody knew that the Onion wasn't real, if you sent people articles,
Yeah.
it was something about someone getting angry at an Onion article.
Wow, that's amazing.
You know what I mean? Where they don't realize what it is. There's
Sure.
something fun about that for everybody else.
Yeah. Onion's pretty great. Might be the best news source.
Do you know who Titania McGrath is? Hilarious. It's Andrew Boyle. He's a British fellow,
Okay.
brilliant guy who's been on the podcast before, and he has this fictional character, this pseudonym Titania McGrath, who's like the ultimate social justice warrior. And
Is this like like a female avatar or
yes,
something?
yes.
Okay.
A female avatar that's actually a computer conglomeration of a bunch of faces.
Okay.
It's not really one person, so
Okay.
one person can't be a victim and be angry. He's sort of combined these faces to make
All
this
right.
one perfect social justice warrior.
Okay.
But the thing, I recognized it early on before I met him.
Sure.
That this was parody. This was just fun, and then I love reading the people that don't recognize that. They get angry,
Sure.
and they're really like. There's a lot of people that just get really furious
Sure.
about some. There's some fun to that. There's some fun to the not picking up on the true nature of the signal.
I find Twitter quite engaging.
How do you have the time?
Well, I mean, like 5 minutes every couple hours type thing. It's not like I'm sitting on it all day.
But even 5 minutes every couple hours, if those are bad 5 minutes, they might be bouncing around your head for the next 30.
Yeah, you have to, like I said, take a certain amount of distance from. You read this and you're like, okay, it's bullets being fired by an opposing army. But, don't like. It's not like they like I said, it's not like they know you. It's like
Yes.
don't take it personally.
Did you feel the same way when CNN had that stupid shit about ventilators with you? I found that both confusing and the
Yeah, that was annoying.
it was annoying.
It was wrong.
But it's also annoying as a person who reads CNN and wants to think of them as a responsible conveyor of the facts. I would like to think that.
Yeah. I don't think CNN is that.
I think it used to be.
It used to be, yeah. What do you think's the best source of just like information out there? Like,
That's a good question.
Let's say you're just like average citizen trying to just get the facts, figure out what's going on, like how to live your life, and just looking for what's going on in the world. That it's hard to find something that isn't, that's good.
Yeah.
Not trying to push some partisan angle, not trying to not sort of doing sloppy reporting and just aiming for the most number of clicks and trying to maximize ad dollars and that kind of thing.
Yeah.
You're just trying to figure out what's going on. It's like I'm hard pressed to. Where do you go?
I don't know. I don't think there's any pure form. My favorite places are the New York Times and the LA Times, and I don't trust them 100%. Because also there's individuals that are writing these stories.
Yeah, exactly.
And that seems to be the problem, is these individual biases and these there's purposely distorted perceptions, and then there's ignorantly reported facts, and there's so many variables, and you got to put everything through this filter of where's this person coming from. Do they have political biases? Do they have social biases? Are they upset because of their own shortcomings, and are they projecting this into the story?
Sure.
It's so hard.
Yeah, I think like maybe just trying to find individual reporters that you think are good and
Yes.
kind of following them as opposed to publication.
I go with whatever Matt Taibbi says.
Okay.
I trust him more than anybody.
All right.
Matt Taibbi's onto something. He's as far as investigative reporters in particular, the way he reported the savings and loan crisis, the way he reports everything. I just listen to him above most. He's my go-to guy.
All right, I'll check it out.
His Rolling Stones articles are amazing. His stuff on the savings and loan crisis, you're just like, what in the fuck?
Sure.
And and he wasn't, he's not an economist by any stretch of the imagination, so he had to really sort of deeply embed himself in that world to try to understand it and to be able to report on it.
Yep.
And also with a humorous flair.
Yeah, that's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there's not that many of them. It's
No.
hard, and not a location where like we are no bullshit.
Sure.
We are nobullshit.com. Like the one place where you can say, this is what we know,
Yeah.
this is what we don't know, this is what we think. Not this person's wrong and here's why. Like, oh, god damn it. I can't. You don't know. There's a lot of stuff that is open to interpretation.
Yeah.
This particular coronavirus issue that we're dealing with right now seems to be a great illuminator of that very fact, is that there's so much data And there's so much that's open to interpret. There's so many things because it's all happening in real time, right? And like particularly right now in California, we're in stage 2 tomorrow or Friday, 2 days from now. Stage 2, retail stores opening up, things are changing. Like no one knows the correct process that needs to take place to save the most amount of lives, but yet ensure that our culture and that our economy survives. It's a lot of speculation and guessing, but if you go to certain places, they'll tell you, we know why, and we know this, and we know, it's hard.
Yeah, I mean, in general, I think that's like we should be concerned about anything that's a massive infringement on our civil liberties.
Yes.
You know, so it's like you got to put a lot of weight on that. You know, a lot of people died to, you know, win independence for the country and fight for the democracy that we have. And you know, we should treasure that and not give up our liberties too easily. I think we probably did that actually. So,
Well, I like what you said when you said that it should be a choice, and that to require people to stay home, require people to not go to work, and to arrest people for trying to make a living. This all seems wrong, and I think
Yes.
that it's a wrong approach. It's an infantilization of the society. That daddy's going to
It's
tell you what to do.
fundamentally a violation of the Constitution.
Yes.
Freedom of assembly, and you know, it's just. I mean, I don't think these things stand up in court, really.
They're arresting people for protesting
Yeah.
because they're protesting and violating social distancing and these mandates that tell people that they have to stay home.
Yeah, these would definitely not stand up. You know, if the Supreme Court here, I mean, it's obviously a complete violation of rights.
Yeah. And again, this is not in any way disrespecting the people who have died from this disease.
No.
It's certainly a real thing to think of.
Yeah, I mean, it just should be if you're at risk, you should not be compelled to leave your house,
Right.
or leave a place of safety. But you should also not be, if you're not at risk, or if you are at risk and you wish to take a risk with your life, you should have the right to do that.
And it seems like at this point in time particularly, our resources would be best served protecting the people that are at risk versus penalizing the people that are not at high risk for living their life the way they did, particularly having a career and making a living and feeding your family, paying your
Yeah.
bills, keeping your store open, keeping your restaurant open.
Yes, I mean, there's a strong downside to this.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I just believe, like, you know, this is a free country. You should be, you know, allowed to do, you know, what you want as long as it does not endanger others.
But that's the thing, right? People, this is the argument they will bring up. Like, you are endangering others. You should stay home for the people that you even if you're fine, even if you know you're going to be okay, there's certain people that will not be okay because of your actions. They might get exposed to this thing that we don't have a vaccine for, we don't have universally accepted treatment for, and that we need to. There's two arguments, right? The one argument is we need to keep going, protect the weak, protect the sick, but let's open up the economy. The other argument is stop placing money over human lives, and let's shelter in place until we come up with some sort of a decision, and let's figure out some way to develop some sort of a universal basic income plan or something like that to feed people during this time when we make this transition.
I think there's a, yeah. As I said, my opinion is if somebody wants to stay home, they should stay home. And if somebody doesn't want to stay home, they should not be compelled to stay home. That's my opinion.
Do you think
if somebody doesn't like that, well, that's my opinion. This notion though that you can just sort of send checks out to everybody and things will be fine is not true. Obviously, there's some people have this absurd view that the economy is like some magic horn of plenty. Like it just makes stuff, whatever. It just there's a magic horn of plenty, and the goods and services they just come from this magic horn of plenty, and then if somebody has more stuff than somebody else, it's because they took more from this magic horn of plenty. Now let me just break it to you, the fools out there. If you don't make stuff, there's no stuff. Yeah. So if you don't make the food, if you don't process the food, you don't transport the food, and whether medical treatment, getting teeth fixed, there's no stuff. I would become detached from reality. You can't just legislate money and solve these things. If you don't make stuff, there is no stuff. Obviously, we'll run out of the stores. We'll run out of the the machine just grinds to a halt.
But the initial thought on this virus, the real fear was that this was going to kill hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people instantaneously in this country. It was going to do it very quickly if we didn't hunker down, if we didn't shelter in place, if we didn't quarantine ourselves or lock down. Do you think that the initial thought was a good idea based on the perception that this was going to be far more deadly than it turned out to be?
Maybe, I think briefly. But I think if any kind of like sensible examination of what happened in China would lead to the conclusion that is obviously not going to occur. This virus originated in Wuhan. There's like 100,000 people a day leaving Wuhan. So it went everywhere, very fast, throughout China, throughout the rest of the world, and the fatality rate was low.
Don't you think, though, it's difficult to appreciate? It's difficult to filter what the information that's coming out of China to accurately really get a real, true representation of what happened. The propaganda machine is very strong.
Sure.
The World Health Organization appears to have been complicit with a lot of their propaganda.
The thing is that American companies have massive supply chains in China, like Tesla, for example. We have hundreds of suppliers, like tier 1, 2, 3, 4 suppliers throughout China. So we know if they are able to make stuff or not. We know if they have issues or not. Then China is back at full steam. Many, pretty much every U.S. company has some significant number of suppliers in China. So you know if they're able to provide things or not, or if there's high mortality rate. Tesla has 7,000 people in China, so zero people died. Zero.
Okay, so that's a real statistic. That's coming from those people.
Yeah, we run payroll.
Do you think there's a danger of this?
So
Same folks are there.
Yeah, still there.
Do you think there's a danger of politicizing this, where it becomes like opening up the country's Donald Trump's? It's his goal. It's his, and then anything he does is sort of there's people that are going to oppose it and come up with some reasons why he's wrong, particularly in this climate, whereas as we're leading up to November, and the 2020 elections. Do you think that this is a real danger in terms of public's perception? That Trump wants to open it up, so they knee-jerk oppose it because they oppose Trump?
I think there has been some this has been politicized, in both directions, really. So it's which is not great. Yeah, but like I said, separate and apart from that, I think there's the question of where do civil liberties fit in this picture?
Yeah.
And what can the government make you do? What can they make you not do? And what's okay?
Right.
I think we went too far.
Do you think it's one of those things where once we've gone in a certain direction, it's very difficult to make a correction, make an adjustment to realize, like, okay, we thought it was one thing. It's not good, but it's not what we thought it was going to be. It's not what we feared. So let's let's back up and reconsider, and let's do this publicly and say we were acting based on the information that we had initially. That information appears to be faulty, and here's how we move forward while protecting civil liberties, while protecting what essentially this country was founded on, which is a very agreed upon amount of freedom
Yeah,
that we respect and appreciate.
absolutely. Well, I think we're rapidly moving towards opening up the country. It's going to happen extremely fast over the next few weeks. So, yeah. Something that would be helpful just to add from an informational level is when reporting sort of COVID cases, to separate out diagnosed with COVID versus had COVID-like symptoms.
Yes.
Because the list of symptoms that could be COVID at this point is like a mile long. So it's like hard to, if you're ill at all, it's like, it could be COVID. So just to give people better information, definitely diagnosed with COVID or had COVID-like symptoms. We're conflating those two so that it looks bigger than it is. Then if somebody dies, was COVID a primary cause of the death or not? If somebody has COVID, gets eaten by a shark, we find their arm has COVID. It's going to get recorded as a COVID death.
Is that real?
I mean, basically,
not that bad, but heart attacks, strokes,
you get hit by a bus.
cancer.
If you get hit by a bus, go to the hospital and die, and they find that you have COVID, you will be recorded as a COVID death.
Why would they do that, though?
Well, right now, so the road to hell is paved with good intentions. I mean, it's mostly paved with bad intentions, but there's some good intention paving stones in there too. And the stimulus bill that was intended to help with the hospitals that were being overrun with COVID patients created an incentive to record something as COVID that is difficult to say no to, especially if your hospital is going bankrupt for lack of other patients. So the hospitals are in a bind right now. There's a bunch of hospitals they're furloughing doctors, as you were mentioning. Your hospital's half full. It's hard to make ends meet. So now you've got if I just check this box, I get $8,000. Put them on a ventilator for 5 minutes, I get $39,000. Or I got to fire some doctors. So this is a tough moral quandary. It's like what you can do. That's the situation we have.
Ugh. What's the way out of this? What do you think is, like, if you had the president's ear, or if people wanted to just listen to you openly, what do you think is the way out of this?
Let's clear up the data. So, like I said, somebody should be recorded as COVID only if it is somebody has been tested, has received a positive COVID test, not if they simply have symptoms, one of like 100 symptoms. And then if it is a COVID death, it must be separated. Was COVID a primary reason for death, or did they also have stage 3 cancer, heart disease, emphysema, and got hit by a bus and had COVID?
Yeah, I've read all this stuff about them diagnosing people as a COVID death despite other variables.
This is not a question. This is what is occurring.
And where are you reading this from? Where are you getting this from?
The public health officials have literally said this. This is not a question mark.
Right. But this is unprecedented, right? Like if someone had the flu but also had a heart attack, they would assume that person died of a heart attack.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is unprecedented. Is this because this is such a popular, I don't want to use that word the wrong way, but that's what I mean, a popular subject? And financial incentives.
Yes. And like I said, this is not some sort of a moral indictment of sort of hospital administrators. It's just they're in a tough spot here. They actually don't have enough patients to pay everyone, without furloughing doctors and firing staff, and
Yeah.
they're potentially going bankrupt. So then they're like, okay, well, the stimulus bill says if we get all this only if we say if it's a COVID death, I'm like, okay, they coughed before they died. In fact, they're not even diagnosed as COVID. They simply, if you had weakness, a cough, shortness of breath. Like, frankly, I'm not sure how you die without those things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. There's so many different things that you could attribute to COVID too. There's so many symptoms. There's diarrhea, headaches, dehydration, cough.
Yes, but to be clear, you don't even need to have gotten a COVID diagnosis. Right. You simply need to have had one of many symptoms and then have died for some reason, and it's COVID. So then it makes the death count look very high, and then we're then stuck in a bind because it looks like the death count's super high and not going down like it should be, and now, so then we should keep whatever, keep the shelter in place stuff there, and keep people in their home, confine people to their homes. So we need to break out of this. We're stuck in a loop.
Yeah.
And I think the way to break out of this loop is to have clarity of information.
Clarity of information will certainly help, but altering perceptions, public perception, from people that are basically in a panic. There's a lot of, essentially, well, at least a month ago, we're clearly in a panic. I mean, right where, when you look around April 5th, April 6th, people were really freaking out. Mm-hmm. But here we are, May, and May, people are relaxing a little bit.
Yes.
They're realizing, like, hey, I actually know a couple of people that got it. It was just a cough, and I know some people that got it where nothing happened.
I know a lot of people who got it. I know 0 people who died. I mean, I know a lot of people who got it.
Yeah, it's not what we feared. We feared something much worse.
Yeah, that's correct.
So the adjustment's difficult to make. So you said, first of all, we need real data. We need...
Just parse out the data. Don't lump it all together.
No.
And then if you give people, just parse out the data better, clearer information about, like I said, was this an actual COVID diagnosis, or was it or did they get the test and the test came back positive, or do they just have some symptoms? Just parse those two out, and then parse out just if somebody died, did they die? Did they even have a COVID test, or did they just have one of many symptoms? Like how do you die without weakness? I don't know.
Right.
It's impossible, basically.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If you're gonna die, you're gonna have shortness of breath, weakness, and you might cough a little.
So was it quantified? What was it?
Yeah, that person died. Did they actually have a COVID test, and the test come back positive? And then if they died, did they die where COVID was? It doesn't have to be the main cause, but it was a significant contributor to their death. Or was it not a significant contributor to the death?
Right. It's not as simple as just because you had COVID killed you.
It's definitely not.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, people die all the time, and they have, like, flu and other colds, and we don't say that they died of those flu and other colds.
Well, that's what's so weird about
absurd.
This. It's so popular. And I use that word in a weird way, but it's so popular. We've kind of forgotten. People die of pneumonia every day. People die of... The flu didn't take a break. Oh, COVID's got this? I'm going to sit this one out. I'm going to be on the bench. I'm going to wait until COVID's done before I jump back into the game of killing people. No, the flu's still here killing people.
I mean, every year in the world, several 100,000 people die directly of the flu.
Yeah.
Not tangentially.
Right.
Not every
61,000 in this country last year.
Yeah, and we're only 5% of the world.
And then there's cigarettes.
So, oh man, cigarettes will really kill you.
That's a weird one, right? We're terrified of this disease that we're projected could potentially kill 100, if not 200,000 Americans this year. With cigarettes, kill 500,000, and you don't hear a peep out of any politician. There's no one running for Congress that's trying to ban cigarettes. There's no one running for Senate that wants to put some education plan in place that's going to stop cigarettes in their tracks.
Yeah, I mean, a long time, like several years ago, or maybe longer, 10 years ago, I helped make a movie called Thank You for Smoking.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. Smoking, barbecuing your lungs is bad, just bad news. It's not good. You know, turning your lungs into smoked beef is not great. Yeah.
But
Tylenol also, by the way, also kills a lot of people.
yeah, what is the number for Tylenol every year?
I'm not sure the exact number, but I believe until the opioid crisis, I believe Tylenol was the number one killer of all drugs, because
Wow.
basically it's if you get drunk and take a lot of Tylenol, acetaminophen, essentially it causes liver failure.
Oh.
So people would like get wasted and then like have a headache and then pop a ton of Tylenol, just curtains.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Curtains is a funny word.
Yeah, but nobody's like,
damn.
raging against Tylenol.
Yeah. It's weird, acceptable deaths are weird. And that's the slippery slope about this, people shaming people for wanting to go back to work. You know, other people are going to die. Well, if you drive, do you drive? Oh, well, you should stop driving because people die from driving. So,
Right.
you definitely should fill up all the swimming pools because like 50 people die every day in this country from swimming. So let's not swim anymore.
Yeah,
Like,
what is the really dangerous?
we need to chop down all the coconut
Stop
trees.
water.
Coconuts kill 150 people every year.
Yes.
Cut down all the coconut trees. We need those people.
Yes.
It's at a certain point in time. It's like, we're vulnerable, and we have a finite existence no matter what.
We do. Nobody lives forever.
Right.
I mean, I think you want to look at, say, deaths as like but for this disease or whatever, they would have lived X number of years.
Yeah.
So, if somebody dies when they're 20 and could have lived till 80, they lost 60 years. But if somebody dies when they're 80 and they might have lived till 81, they lost 1 year.
Yes.
So it's like how many life years were lost is probably the right metric to use.
I don't read my own comments, but I do read other people's comments. And I was reading this one little Twitter beef that was going on where someone was saying that COVID takes an average of 10 years off people's lives, and we should appreciate those 10 years. And then someone else said,
It's not true.
I'm sure it's not true.
Yeah, definitely
It's
not.
the Twitter. It's the
Oh my
world.
God.
But someone else said the average age of people who die from COVID is older than the average age people die.
It's very. Let's say it's like it's about the same.
That's a beautiful way of looking at it. I mean,
Yeah.
it's unfortunate. It sucks. But it sucks if grandpa dies of Alzheimer's
Sure.
or emphysema or leukemia. It sucks.
Sure.
It sucks when someone you love dies.
Yes.
But I'm
I mean, actually, if this, I think a lesson to be taken here that I think is quite important is that if you have grandparents and their aged grandparents, really be careful with any kind of flu or cold or something that is not dangerous to kids or young adults, but is dangerous to the elderly. It basically, if your kid's got a runny nose, they should stay away from their grandparents.
Yeah.
No matter what it is, it's the things that are where a young immune system has no problem and an older one has a problem.
Yeah.
And in fact, a lot of the deaths are literally it's tragic, but they're intra-family. It's the little kid had a cold or flu and
give it
have-
to
they have
grandpa.
they
Yeah.
have the family gathering and they don't know that this is a big deal, but it's just important to remember when you get old, your immune system's just not that strong, and so just be careful with your loved ones who are elderly.
And I think there is some true objective understanding of the immune system and the ways to boost that immune system. And I really think that information should be distributed in a way, a non-judgmental way. But like, look, this is a way that we can all this is a scientifically proven way that we can boost our immune system, and it might save your life, and it might save the life of your loved ones. And maybe we could teach this to our grandparents and our parents and people that are vulnerable. Vitamin C, heat shock proteins, all these different variables that we know contribute to a stronger immune system.
Yeah, actually, just a thing that is tough. If you like when you as you get older, it's hard to be. You tend to put on weight. You know, I certainly that's happening with me. You know, like as the older I get, I'm like, it's harder to stay lean. That's for sure. And so actually being overweight is a big deal.
Yeah.
Just it's a fact. Well, yeah.
The New York hospital said it was the number one factor for severe
Yeah.
COVID symptoms was obesity. It was the
That's
number one
correct.
factor.
It is. That's yes, exactly.
But it's also we live in a world where people want to be sensitive to other people's feelings. So
Yeah,
we don't,
absolutely.
We don't want to bring up the fact that being fat's bad for you. It's a judgment on your.
My food's great.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I do love food.
Yeah, and I mean to be totally frank, I mean speaking for myself, I'd rather eat tasty food and live a shorter life. Yeah, you know.
Yeah, those moments of enjoying a great meal
Yeah.
and then even talking about it, they're valuable. They're worth something. Yeah, it's not. We don't want to eat Soylent Green and live to be 160.
I don't want to. Tasty food's great. It's one of
Yeah.
the best things about life.
It really is. Yeah, it's an art form as well. It's like
Yeah,
fine
absolutely.
food is it's a delicious sandcastle. It's temporary. It doesn't last very long, but there's something about it that's very pleasing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, maybe I don't know what advice to give. Like, maybe have the tasty food with smaller amounts of it.
Yes. Yeah, and I think regulated feeding window is really the way to go. Some sort of an intermittent fasting approach.
Sure.
When I started doing that, I found myself to be quite a bit healthier. And when I've deviated from that, I've gained weight.
So what's
16 hours.
Well,
I like
okay,
16
okay.
hours. Yeah.
so like at night or
Yeah. So I get to a certain point, and then I count out. I usually hit the stopwatch on my phone, and then I look at 15 hours in. I'm like, okay, got an hour before I can eat.
Yeah.
And so anything in between that is just water or coffee.
Actually, you know, like this may be a useful bit of advice for people, but eating before you go to bed is a real bad idea, and actually negatively affects your sleep.
Yeah.
And it can actually cause heartburn that you don't even know is happening, and that subtle heartburn affects your sleep because you're horizontal and your
Yeah.
body's digesting. So if you want to improve the quality of your sleep, and be healthier, it's do not eat right before we're going to sleep.
Yeah.
It's like one of the worst things you could do.
I've done some of the biggest mistakes I've ever made. I've done that particularly after comedy shows. I'm starving.
Sure.
I'll come home and I'll eat, and then I go to bed and I just feel like shit. And I wake up
Yeah.
in the middle of the night. Like,
It's gonna crush your sleep, and
Yeah.
it's gonna damage your pyloric sphincter and your esophagus, and it's so. In fact, drinking and then going to sleep that's one of the worst things you can do.
yes. Yeah.
So just try to avoid drinking and eating
Booze.
yeah.
Drinking booze,
Yeah,
yeah.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
Don't small amounts of alcohol that evidence suggests it doesn't have a negative effect on
I
it.
put it in the same category as delicious food. It kind of makes things a little more fun.
Yeah.
I like it.
I mean, some of the people who have lived the longest was a woman in France who I think maybe has a record or close to it, and I mean, she had a glass of wine every day. You know.
Yeah.
Small amounts is fine. Yeah, this is like I learned this like quite late in life. It's like just avoid having alcohol and avoid eating at least 2 or 3 hours before going to sleep, and your quality of life, your quality of sleep will improve, and your general health will improve a lot.
For sure.
This is
Yeah.
it's a big deal, and I think not widely known.
Do you have time to exercise?
A little bit.
Do you have a trainer or anything?
I do, although I haven't seen him for a while. But yeah, especially if I'm out, like say working on Starship or something in South Texas, and I'm just living in I got a little house there in Boca Chica Village, and I don't have much to do, so or like I'm working and I'll do just lift some weights or something, maybe like I don't. Some people love running. I don't love running. But
What do you like to do exercise-wise?
To be totally frank, I wouldn't exercise at all if I could. But if I prefer not to exercise. But if I'm going to exercise, and, lift some weights and then kind of run on the treadmill and maybe watch a show that if there's a compelling show that like pulls you in.
Right. Yeah, that's a
like,
good thing to do.
Yeah.
Yeah. Watch a good movie or episode of Black Mirror or something like that. It's great.
Man, don't watch Black Mirror before going to bed either.
Well, don't watch Black Mirror today. It's too fucking accurate.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, wait, this already happened in real life.
Yeah, they're too close.
It's too close.
Well, even didn't you say that the guy who makes Black Mirror?
He said it's not a good time to start season 6.
Yeah, he wants to hold off because reality
he's nailed it.
is Black Mirror.
Oh man,
it's like he's gonna have to like reassess and attack it from a different angle.
Yeah,
you should try something that's fun to do. That's not just like learn a martial art or something like that.
I did martial arts when I was a kid. Like,
did you? What'd you do?
Yeah. I did Taekwondo. I did karate, Kyokushinkai karate.
Oh, all right, cool.
And judo.
Also, you really branched out.
Yeah. I did Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu briefly.
Did you?
Yeah.
Where?
In Palo Alto.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, no shit. I was going to suggest that. That's a great thing for people. Like, that's a thing about jiu-jitsu. If you look at it from the outside, you think, oh, a bunch of meatheads strangling each other.
Sure.
But there's some of the smartest people I know are jiu-jitsu fiends because they first of all, they get introduced to it because usually either they want to exercise or learn some self-defense.
Sure.
But then they realize that it's essentially like a language with your body. Like you're having an argument with someone with some sort of a physical language. And it's really complex. And the more access to vocabulary and the sharper your words are,
Sure.
the more you'll succeed in these ventures. That's really also an accurate analogy of what jiu-jitsu is.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of got. I mean, probably like a lot of people, for the way early day, the first MMA fights in Hoist Gracie, and he was like incredible.
Yes.
And it was like, just like,
Technique.
Yeah. He was like, winning against people way bigger and that kind of thing. And it's just like, whoa, this is cool.
It was what martial arts were supposed to be when we were kids.
Yeah.
When you saw Bruce Lee fuck up all these big giant guys, like, wow, martial arts allow you to beat someone far bigger and stronger than you.
Right.
Most of the time, that's not real.
Especially if they know martial arts too.
Yeah.
It's like, oh no.
Yes, but in the UFC, when Hoist Gracie, off of his back, was strangling Dan Severn with his legs, you're like, holy shit.
Yeah.
This guy's being pinned by this big giant wrestler, and he wraps his legs around his neck and chokes him to the point the guy has to surrender.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was amazing. I mean, Hoist got beaten up pretty bad in some of those.
He definitely had some rough fights.
But he won.
He won, yeah. He's a legend. And what it showed, and I mean, I'm a huge lover of jiu-jitsu. What it showed is that there is a method for diffusing these situations with technique and knowledge.
Yeah.
And I think it's also a great way to exercise too, because it's almost like the exercise is secondary to the learning of the thing. The exercise is like you want to develop strength and conditioning just so that you can be better at doing the thing.
Sure.
And the analogy that I use is like, if you had a race car and you could actually give the race car better handling and more horsepower just from your own focus and effort.
Sure.
That's really what it's like.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. When am I going to be able to...
My kids, I should say, I sent my kids to jiu-jitsu since they were like, I don't know, 6.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. It's a great thing to learn. It
Yes,
really
it's
is.
good,
Yeah. Maybe something like, I mean, even if you just have someone who hold the pads for you, like you get a workout in and it'd be fun. When am I going to be able to buy one of them roadsters? When's that happening?
Well, I can't, say exactly when, but we got to get it. This COVID thing's kind of thrown us for a loop.
I'm sure.
Not to blame everything on COVID, it's certainly set us back on progress for some number of months. The things we've got to get done ahead of Roadster are ramping up Model Y production. That'll be a great car. It is a great car. Getting the Berlin Gigafactory built, and also building Y, expanding the Shanghai factory, which is going great, and get the Cybertruck, semi-truck, Roadster. Roadster's kind of like dessert, so like we gotta get the meat and potatoes and greens and stuff, like.
But Roadster comes before Cybertruck.
I mean, I think we should do Cybertruck first before Roadster.
Interesting.
Now
I'm not mad at that.
Some of the things for Roadster, they're the tri-motor plaid powertrain. We're gonna have that in Model S. So that's like one of the ingredients that's needed for Roadster is the plaid powertrain, the more advanced battery back, that kind of thing.
I wanted to ask you about this before I forgot. There's a company that's called Apex that's taking your Teslas and they're giving it a wider base and wider tires and a little bit more advanced suspension.
Sure.
How do you feel about that? Do you
sounds good
work
to me,
with
sure.
them? Are you cool with those people?
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for that. Go ahead.
They're jazzing stuff up with carbon fiber and doing a bunch of interior choices. You're cool with that? You can't fuck with that. You don't have time. So is it good that someone comes along and has this sort of specialty operation?
I got no problem.
That's what it's called, right? It's like, J-Mac, is it called Apex?
Yeah, I got a Unplugged Performance S8.
That's right. Unplugged Performance, yeah.
Yeah, you could for sure lighten the car up and improve to tire traction. And
Have you seen that company's stuff, what they do?
I don't know specifically, but
It's pretty dope.
Yeah.
They make a pretty dope looking. They take Model S and
Yeah.
they widen it and give it a bunch of carbon fiber. That's it right there.
Cool.
Ooh la la! Look
Yeah,
at
it looks
that.
pretty nice.
Yeah, it does. Now the plaid version of the Model S, are you going to widen the track and do a bunch of different? I know you guys are testing at the Nürburgring. Can you not talk about that?
Well, I think we got to leave that for like
Okay.
a proper sort of product unveil.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. Last time you were here, you convinced me to buy a Tesla. I bought it, and it's fucking insane.
Oh, great! Glad you like it.
Ah, man.
Pretty fun.
It's not just pretty fun. It's like, the way I've described it is it makes other cars seem stupid. They just seem dumb. Like, I love dumb things. I love dumb cars. Like, I love campfires.
Yeah,
I love
totally.
campfires. I have a 1993 Porsche that's air-cooled.
Sure.
It's like, it's not that fast. It's really slow compared to the Tesla.
Yeah,
really
actually,
slow.
it's really quite slow. But
Yeah, but there's
sure.
something engaging about the mechanical, just like the gears, and
Sure.
it's very analog, but it's so stupid in comparison to the Tesla. Like when I want to go somewhere in the Model S, I hit the gas and it just goes whee.
Yeah.
It like violates time.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yeah, you've tried it like Ludicrous Plus and stuff
Oh,
like that.
yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
We just did a software update where it'll do like a cheetah stance. So so it's because it's got a dynamic air suspension, so it lowers the back.
oh Jesus.
Yeah, just like a sprinter, basically.
Right.
Like, what do you do if you're a sprinter? You
Right.
like hunker down, and then I shaved like a tenth of a second off 0 to 60. I mean, like, it was pretty fun.
It's so. I've taken
Yeah.
so many people, and I'm like, I take them for the holy shit moment. I'm like, are you ready? Like, hang on there, and then I
Yeah.
stomp on the gas.
That I've never felt anything like it.
It's confusing.
Yeah.
It really is.
Sure.
The instant torque, and just the sheer acceleration is baffling.
It's baffling.
It's baffling.
They've never felt it.
No.
It's
And
faster than falling.
it's crazy. It's so fast. It's a roller coaster.
Yeah.
And my family yells at me when I stomp the gas. Like, I tell my kids, I'm like, you want to feel it? You want to feel it? Like, do it, do it, do it. My wife's like, don't do it.
Yeah.
Boom. What?
Yeah.
And even if I just do it on the highway for a couple of seconds,
Yeah,
it's
it's
very
fun.
exciting.
Yeah.
It's very
It's like
fun.
having a roller coaster on tap.
It really is like a roller coaster on top.
Yeah.
Without the loop-de-loops, but it's the pinning to your seat. It seems like you're not supposed to be able to experience that from some sort of a consumer vehicle that you can just a regular person could buy if you
Yeah.
have the money. It seems too crazy. And then the idea
Yeah.
that this Roadster is a half of a second faster than that,
Yeah.
that's madness.
Well, with the Roadster, we're going to do some things that are kind of unfair. So we're going to take some things from kind of like Rocket World and put them on a car. So,
Oh, I read about that.
Yeah.
Explain that. Like, what do you do?
well, like I said, we can't do
Okay.
the product unveil right here,
Okay.
but it's going to do some things that are unfair. And
Unfair.
when we do the unveil of the Roadster, let me just say that anyone who's been waiting, they won't be sorry. They won't be sorry.
Oh,
It's-
sure. Well, anything that goes 0 to 60, what is it, 1.9? Is that the 0 to 60?
That's the base model.
That's. What's the top of the food chain model?
Well, okay.
Okay. Faster than that. Let's just say faster than that.
Yeah.
That seems so crazy to me. Now, what was it like when the dude threw the steel balls at the window and they were supposed to not break and it broke?
Well, yeah. I mean,
know extenuating circumstances.
you know that our demos are authentic. So I was not expecting that, and then I think I muttered under my breath.
Yeah. You didn't get mad though.
No,
You didn't Steve Jobs it.
no, I definitely swore, but I didn't think the mic would pick it up, but it did. But so, like, we practiced this, behind the snes.
Yeah.
Like at Tesla, we don't do like tons of practice for our demos because we're working on the cars. Like we're building new technologies and improving the fundamental product. So we're not spending it like doing like hundreds of practice things or anything like that. We don't have time for that. But just hours before the demo, both Franz, is the head of design, and I were in the studio throwing steel balls at the window and just bouncing right off. And like, okay, this seems pretty good. Seems like we got it. Okay. And then we think what happened was that when Franz hit the door with the sledgehammer, so like this is like
yeah.
exoskeleton, high strength hardened steel. You can literally wind up with a sledgehammer, full on double handed sledgehammer, and hit the door, and there's not even a dent. It's cool. But we think that cracked the corner of the glass at the bottom. And then once you crack the corner of the glass, it's game over. So then when you threw the ball, that's what cracked the glass.
So in
but it didn't go
hindsight-
through, though.
It didn't go through.
It
That's
didn't go
true.
through.
That's true. It didn't shatter the whole thing like a regular window would either,
Yeah.
which would just dissolve,
Yeah.
right? So in hindsight, the ball should have been first, sledgehammer second.
Yeah.
You live, you learn.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, man, we've taken up a lot of your time. You had a child
Yeah, I gotta
recently.
get back to
It's amazing that you had the time to come down here, and I really appreciate that. I appreciate everything you do, man. I'm glad you're out there, and I really appreciate you coming down here and sharing your perspective.
Well, I think you got a great show. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you. My pleasure.
All
My
right.
pleasure. Elon Musk, ladies and gentlemen. Good night.
All right, that should get a little play.
Joe Rogan Podcast, check it out.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan Podcast by night, all day.
All right, here we go. What's up, man?
Great to see
Good
you.
to see you, too. So we were just talking about Ari blacking out, trying to keep up with Shane Gillis, who is a superhuman drinker. It's bizarre, the volume you put down. And you were saying, you were about to say something?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a tolerance that's built up with drinking a lot, but I believe the number is approximately 8% of people have a mutation in a gene such that when they drink alcohol, it increases their dopamine levels very quickly, and they get euphoric. They feel great. These are the people like that character in Mad Men, the Don Draper character, like he would go out and just get plastered, and the next day, he's all fresh and ready. And part of that is tolerance. But in certain Scandinavian countries, Northern European countries, this gene tends to be more prevalent. And these people are the people that can just keep drinking and drinking. They feel great when they drink, whereas most people, they feel disinhibited at the beginning. You know, you have a couple drinks, the forebrain shuts down a little bit because that's what it does. They start talking more, but if they keep drinking, they're blacking out, you know, they're stumbling, they're slurring their words. This 8% of people, by way of this genetic mutation, alcohol affects them very differently. It offsets all that sedative property, and they could just go and go and go. This is the person who's doing a case a day or at the party and just shot for shot and just looking like they're improving in function. And obviously they're not, but you put one of those people against Ari Shafir,
Yeah.
and that's what you get.
Yeah. So even for those people, though, it still has a negative effect on your body, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, the toxicity of the alcohol is universal, but in terms of how it impacts brain function, and you see this across all these different categories of drugs too, right? You know, somebody takes Ritalin, Adderall, modafinil, or armodafinil. These are the common prescribed drugs now, and people use them recreationally for ADHD. In fact, in researching an episode for our podcast on ADHD, turns out that more than 80% of college students will rely on ADHD meds, quote unquote, recreationally, not prescribed. They buy it from each other in order to study. 80%. And those drugs work mainly by increasing dopamine and increasing adrenaline. And they make your focus like this narrow, and you're in a trench and you can function. But a number of people take them and feel super distracted and lousy. But this is, of course, what they prescribe to kids with ADHD.
Yeah. Now, when you modafinil, that's Provigil? Is that what that is?
Yeah. Now there's some. It's very expensive. It's like $1,000 a month in some cases.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that a month?
It was originally for narcolepsy, so to offset daytime sleepiness. That was the original use of the drug, and then it also does work for enhancing focus. Right. I mean, that has drawbacks. It's not perhaps as detrimental as like recreational drugs to increase focus. But most of the students out there and the tech workers, and this is big in the finance world too, are relying on Ritalin, Adderall, and things like Vyvanse. And to be clear, they have legitimate clinical uses.
What is Vyvanse?
It's another one of these drugs for ADHD. Here's the story around why these drugs initially came to be. If you look at kids or adults with ADHD, like true attention deficit disorder or hyperactivity disorder, you don't always have the hyperactivity. What you find is they can focus really well if it's on something they like. So a kid with ADD or ADHD that loves video games, that kid will play video games with laser focus for 3 hours.
That sounds like me.
But then you put them in front of something they don't want to do, and they just can't anchor their discipline. They just don't have the discipline.
That also sounds like me.
Although I doubt that. I don't know. We maybe it'll come up later. But your discipline for fitness and ice baths and training,
I like those things.
Right. Well, and if you can arrange your life such that most of your stuff is around that, great. But these kids, prove that if you like something, you can focus. And
right.
It comes as no surprise then that the drugs for ADHD universally increase dopamine, because dopamine is this incredible molecule that enhances focus, motivation, and drive, and literally narrows the aperture of your visual attention. And we've all experienced that. And of course, drugs like cocaine and amphetamine do that to a hyper extent, and then there's a crash. But with these drugs, if prescribed in the right way, in the right situation, they're terrific. They teach the kid's brain how to focus. But nowadays, there is rampant adult ADHD and ADD. Part of that is probably due to the phone, part of that is probably just due to all sorts of things. But there is also a lot of recreational use of these prescription drugs, not illicit drugs like cocaine and amphetamine, but prescription drugs that increase dopamine, and supplementation for increasing dopamine as well.
I had read something about modafinil, Nuvigil, Provigil, whichever one it was, that initially it was created as a performance-enhancing drug, but they needed some sort of an ailment for it to be prescribed. And that was when they decided to prescribe it for narcolepsy. Had you heard anything like that?
I thought it was in the reverse, but I'm open to hear. And listen, the course of a lot of these drugs and how they hit market is super interesting. I've been learning more and more about this because one of my colleagues who works on aggression and mating behavior, which fascinates me, has identified some peptides that can really reduce anxiety. They put these to the pharmaceutical industry. Pharmaceutical industry wasn't interested in them at all, even though the safety margins are huge. So you say, why wouldn't they want this? Well, it turns out these same drugs failed in a schizophrenia trial a long time ago, so no one will go near it with a 10-foot pole. So the way the pharmaceutical industry generally approaches drugs is they love to remarket drugs for which there's already FDA approval, because then they don't have to go through all the safety stuff.
Right.
And when they do that, they can renew the patent. This is crucial, right? Because if you can get the generic version, now with things like GoodRx and these like little apps you can get, I mean, you can go into a pharmacy, hit GoodRx, and it'll say, oh yeah, we've got some stuff that's about to expire. This $300 a month drug is $10. I've had this happen. It's amazing. If they can keep it out of the generic market, that's huge. And the way to do that is to find a new clinical use. So I don't know which one came first, narcolepsy or these focusing ADHD uses, or as a performance enhancer. But if the pharmaceutical industry, the people that own the patent to that drug, can find a new legitimate use, they just bought themselves, I think, another 10 years on the patent.
So this was originally prescribed for schizophrenia, and then they were going to use these peptides for mating?
Yeah, so in terms of the aggression, this is really interesting. This is the work of a guy at Caltech named David Anderson, and he works on mating and aggression and the relationship.
In human beings.
He has work related to humans, and the neighboring lab works on humans, but in mice and in humans. But these areas of the brain are really conserved. We can talk about which brain area, but what he discovered is that, meaning, that in mice and in humans, these brain structures look identical, and that the same classes of neurons exist, that if you were to stimulate them, because neurosurgeons have done this, people go into a rage, or in animals, if you stimulate them, the animals go into a rage. In fact, there are these videos online, they're incredible, where this is Dayu Lin's work when she was in David Anderson's lab. So you take two mice, a male mouse and a female mouse, and they're mating, right, as it were. And then they stimulate these neurons, because they can do that now using light, believe it or not. And the male immediately tries to kill the female. You can even just put him in a cage alone with a glove filled with air. He's walking around, you stimulate these neurons, and he just goes into a rage, right? Just trying to destroy this glove. But here's what's super interesting and no one understands. If you put this animal into a cage alone and stimulate, it looks pretty normal. It doesn't do anything. So it's not like it attacks itself. And every time there's this horrible news event like the school shooting thing or something like that, I always think, what's going on there's a certain brain area. It's called the ventromedial hypothalamus. And this is a brain area that's really interesting because it has a population of neurons that control mating. You stimulate them, and animals will just start trying to copulate with basically whatever's around. If you give them a choice of their usual preference of, females if they're male, males if they're female, that's the way mice go, one or the other, they will just try and start mating. You stimulate the other group of neurons, and they will try and kill the other mouse. So these are like switches in the hypothalamus.
And are these like very distinct? Like when we talk about like neurons and switches, like how do you distinguish between the one? Can you see them? Like what is the difference?
Great question. So for many decades, it was known that if you stimulate this brain area, you could get aggression. This is actually Nobel Prize winning work of a guy whose last name is Hess. And what they found was if you stimulate this brain area, cats would go into either two kinds of aggression. It was either defensive aggression, kind of with hair up,
right,
or you would stimulate a little bit more, and they would do the predatory aggression. Right, I'm probably doing this wrong, but like ears forward, and you're the hunter. Last time, I'm still learning about animal behavior in this way. But what's really interesting is that for years, no one could understand why, if you also stimulated this brain area and you used a different pattern of stimulation, you get mating behavior. And it turns out that the neurons are mixed in there like salt and pepper. David Anderson's lab figured out that these are molecularly distinct neurons. And what makes them distinct is really interesting. If they stimulate only the neurons that have the estrogen receptor, they become aggressive. And this again goes back to this thing that we talked about a while ago, which is that testosterone aromatized, converted into estrogen, has these incredible effects on aggression and masculinization of the brain. And a lot of people think, in fact, people heard me say that last time and said, oh, you're trying to say that estrogen is doing everything testosterone is doing. No, it's that things like testosterone and estrogen control gene expression. And so the fact that it's estrogen or testosterone, it doesn't really matter. It's the fact that these are molecularly distinct neurons. They can trigger these neurons, and they can get very distinct outputs of behavior. But what's crazy is you stop stimulating, the animal just goes back to doing whatever, and then goes, oh, yeah, I think I'll try and mate again. Now, eventually the female's like, hey, this is getting confusing. But this it's clear that these sorts of things are also happening in humans, but normally we have kind of a weighting of aggression versus mating behavior, right? Some people choose to combine those, right? There's kind of extremes of that. Rape, there's rough sex, there's all sorts of, it's uncomfortable for people to think about that, but there's a continuum between aggressive versus approach type behaviors. And for whatever reason, this drove me to start looking at different mating behaviors of animals online. Like if you watch ferrets mating, it's like he's biting the back of her neck, she's squealing all over the place. Like, this is uncomfortable for some people to see. Some people probably like watching this stuff. But you look at animals mating, and there's a kind of a balancing act between, what looks, it's not, you wouldn't call it love making, let's put it that. You'd call it mating that's pretty aggressive. And that's very common in the animal kingdom. So,
is it common in the animal kingdom because in order to have strong genes that pass on, you need a strong animal, and so they express themselves in this aggressive way to prove to the female that they're strong enough to mate and procreate? Like, what is the reason for that sort of aggressive? Is there a reason?
Well, it's a great question. So there's this theory called hydraulic pressure theory. This was developed by Konrad Lorenz, which is another Nobel Prize winner who studied animal behavior. And here's the idea is that all of these different populations of neurons are in the hypothalamus. This is a little tiny thing. I mean, it's the size of like a little gobstopper candy, like a little gumball. Mm-hmm. And you've got neurons for aggression, neurons for mating, neurons that turn on to make sure that animals don't try and mate with the wrong species, right? We take this for granted. Like, well, how come a cat doesn't try and mate with the dog? Now, the dog might hump, but that's a different thing altogether. So it's all harbored in there. And this hydraulic theory is that all of these things are kind of weighted probabilities. So there's never zero probability that any of this will happen unless they're asleep. But maybe it's 10% aggression, 80% mating while they're mating. Maybe another male enters the arena, and now there's sort of like a confusion, like, am I going to have to fight or can I keep mating? These kinds of things, because oftentimes these animals are communal in some way. And so the way that Anderson explained this to me, and we had a conversation about this recently, is that the brain might actually get confused in certain moments. That, and there's also a kind of opioid pain relief thing that gets released during sexual activity. Pain threshold goes way up. Right? And we were talking about this in the context of fetishes because, if you look at fetishes, they're not random. True fetishes can be pathologies where people actually require the presence of something in order to become aroused. And those things almost always, if you look at true fetishes, are things like feet, dead bodies, feces, animals, things that are all very infectious. Exactly. Your facial expression illustrates it perfectly.
My facial expression for those listening is yuck.
Exactly. So, that's disgust. And you have circuits in your brain that are for disgust that are about getting you away from that thing because it's infectious, putrid, disgusting, and out of context. And then you think about sex and food appetite and all that, and it's all appetitive, as they call it. It's moving towards it. It's bringing in more of those molecules as opposed to trying to get away from, like, vomit or something.
Right, but the feet thing, isn't it like guys like pretty feet?
We're very visual animals, and so it may cross over into visual perception, and what arouses people differs, obviously. People have their different proclivities. But true fetishes are kind of a confusion of this circuitry, right, where people confuse or learn arousal associated with something that's actually quite dangerous. I mean, you take the extreme one, like dead body. It's like incredibly.
Is that normal?
No.
Excuse me, not normal. Common. Like the dead body one?
Not common. Not common.
Common enough that you brought it up, though.
Well, I've been reading up on this because I'm fascinated by the primitive in addition to the more evolved parts of the brain. So the way Anderson describes it is, you'll see animals mating, and then all of a sudden, he'll bite the back of her neck, or sometimes she'll bite him, and the theory is that some of the neurons, and they've seen this in brain imaging in real time, because they can do that in animals, some of the neurons that are responsible for aggression will just suddenly, spike up there, right? And will kind of overtake the other behavior, and then they'll go back to mating.
Now, when you're talking about studies on animals, and they're doing this, it's that there's these ethical questions if you're going to do a study on humans, if you wanted to stimulate those same neurons and try to incite aggression or hostility or even arousal. But has anybody done it?
They have. So a good friend of mine, Eddie Chang, he's the chair of neurosurgery at UCSF. He spends his life and he makes his living probing around in the brain of people who have epilepsy, looking for the site where if they stimulate, the person will have a seizure so that they can burn that area out or make some other manipulation. And he's told me that he's been poking. You can't poke around at random, right? You can't. Every scientist would love to just do that experiment, just go in and kind of search. But there are sites where they'll stimulate, thinking they might evoke a feeling of pleasantness or no feeling at all, and the person will go into a rage in the OR, in the operating room, because they're wide awake. You've probably seen these things of people with neurosurgery and they're playing the violin or things of that sort. Occasionally they'll hit an area where the person will say, I'm feeling super angry right now. And they'll say, let's back off a little bit from there. And they'll chart where they were in the brain.
That is wild. So there's just like a spot.
Yeah, there is. And we have switches, right? I mean, we have switches for rage, switches for all these things. I mean, that's like the psychologist Carl Jung, this idea that we have all things inside of us. I mean, people vary in their propensity for rage or for love or for anything, but at some level we do have all things inside of us. We have the circuitry within us.
And do you feel like that variation is neurochemical? That there's
I think it is neurochemical, and I think it is learned as well. This peptide that we were talking about earlier becomes relevant in this context. So David's lab discovered there's a peptide called tachykinin. It's related to another molecule that's involved in pain relief called substance P that we all make. Tachykinin has a bunch of different forms, but in humans there's tachykinin 1 and tachykinin 2. In mice or humans that are socially isolated for a period of time, tachykinin levels go through the roof. This is very relevant to the recent past around the pandemic, in my opinion. It goes through the roof, and what happens? It creates anxiety, anger, and in particular, aggression. And so there are drugs that are tachykinin inhibitors. And I asked David, I said, well, why aren't we giving tachykinin inhibitors to people that are feeling anxious and aggressive and, kind of tamp that down? And we just had yet another school shooting, and we could talk about what that's about, or not. And he said, this drug is actually approved. It's very safe.
Stop. What are you saying?
There's a drug that can block.
But you're saying what that's about, but we're not?
Oh, sorry. The tachykinin, I mean, was it elevated in, for instance, the kid that went and shot all those kids?
How could they find that out post-mortem?
I think they could do what's called mRNA in situ hybridization. They could see how much of the gene for tachykinin was being made. I think they should do post-mortem. I don't know how he was killed, if his brain is still intact. I think, like most people, there's very little concern about him and more concern about the victims, as it should be. But just like with CTE and football players, you want to know where the damage was. And also, whether or not there was a brain thing there. And if that brain thing was there, it doesn't mean necessarily that he was born with a bad brain. He might have been born with a dysfunctional brain. But social isolation increases anxiety and aggression. There's no question. And actually, I was in
social isolation increases aggression.
Absolutely.
Really?
Absolutely. Feelings of aggression and kind of friction with the world. Us, them kind of thinking.
Okay.
I was in New York this a few months back, and it was the most eerie experience because we were there recording some podcasts, and something came over the news that, there was literally killer loose, and it was that guy in Brooklyn went into a subway, released some smoke bombs, and shot people, right?
Right.
They found him in the Lower East Side walking around. Someone found him. So, killer on the loose in New York became a real thing for the time we were there. And it was super weird because we're staying down near the Lower East Side. And they get the guy, and what do they say? They say the same thing they always say about these guys. He was a loner. He was really socially isolated. Then you find the angry posts. You find the things online. But it's never like, you've got crazies like the BTK killer and people who were in their church and stuff, but were sociopathic killers on the sly. But these kind of what seem like random acts of aggression, almost always these people are highly socially isolated. And I'm not evoking sympathy. I want to be very clear.
I know what you're saying.
Nothing makes me more. I think everyone is furious and frustrated about this situation with the shooting. But I asked David about this. I was like, why aren't these drugs being used or prescribed? And he said, because years ago, there was a trial at a pharmaceutical company exploring the role of this drug in schizophrenia for reasons that aren't clear. And it didn't work. And it cost the company a ton of money. So now no companies want to go near it. There's this kind of, blacklisting of drugs that failed in trials. And as a consequence, there's probably dozens, if not hundreds, of very useful medications out there that are just not being explored.
So when they do studies on people to try to find out what areas of the brain that you can ignite to get people hostile, how would they perform those studies?
So unfortunately, I guess fortunately for guys like Elon, because they have companies based on this, but unfortunately for kind of the exploratory purposes, making this easier, they shave the head in a little spot. They drill it. They make a tiny little hole in the skull, and they're lowering electrodes down there. And the way these electrodes are built, they're not just a single wire. It's actually pretty cool. It's like a barrel of wires, and they're able to like put them to different depths. So you imagine 100 or 1,000 wires all at different depths, and probing around and stimulating at different levels. So it's all happening very fast. And then they'll hit a spot where the person will say, "I feel like I'm about to have a seizure," or sometimes we'll have a full-blown seizure, and they go, "Okay, that's the spot." And so
we're kind of poking around in the dark.
They are. I mean, the brain. I'd love to tell you that we understand so much about how the brain works. I think we understand a lot, but most of what we know about how human brain structures work are from experiments like the one I just mentioned, which is clinically oriented, but then you're doing some experimentation along the way, or case studies like the famous HM. They always give their initials, not their names, because to maintain anonymity. But we know more about human memory from one guy who had both his hippocampi lesioned because he had epilepsy in his hippocampi. This is a memory encoding area. They kept him in the laboratory for years and studied him. And they learned things like, you might appreciate this, if you went in and you said, "Hey, I'm Joe, nice to meet you," he'd say, "Hi, I'm whoever he was, HM, Henry, whatever." And you'd say, "Great," and you'd walk out and come back in and you'd say, "Hi, who are you?" And you'd say, "I'm Joe. I'm going to tell you a joke." They did this experiment. And you tell him a joke and he'd laugh. He'd laugh. You leave, you come back, you tell him the same joke. He doesn't remember the joke, but he laughs a little bit less. And the next time a little bit less. So something in his brain is familiar, right? This speaks to the importance of novelty and surprise in comedy, but he can't remember that he remembers. And so that starts to open up all sorts of interesting questions about consciousness and novelty.
Oh, wow. So he kind of sees it coming, but he doesn't know why he sees it coming.
Yeah, he doesn't know why it's not as funny the second time. I mean, it's never as funny the second time, right?
But are the people that are saying it, are they saying it with the same enthusiasm? Is it the same person?
They didn't control. I don't know that they use good comics or good jokes. Most of the jokes are pretty lame.
Right.
They're kind of laboratory style jokes, which are always lame. But they always. My understanding is that a lot of the the laughter evoking quality of a joke is the surprise. Although I have to say, when I saw you go do comedy at the Vulcan a few months ago, there's some bits, you call them?
Yeah.
Bits. Okay. That you do where, like, I'm thinking to myself, "Oh no, he's not going there, is he? Is he really?" Like, you're leading us down this path and I'm thinking, "Oh no, he's not going to say that, is he?" And then you go there, and that's what's funny about it. So I realized when watching that, I took a mental note to myself. I was like, okay, so jokes aren't always about getting hit with the surprise. Sometimes it's, you're going down this path that is really, really uncomfortable.
Well, it's very hard to describe what comedy is, because you don't even know it unless you're doing it. Like, while you're doing it, you're trying to work out bits. It's almost like you're on instinct. You're trying to sort. You're almost like like the way you're probing the brain in the dark. You're kind of doing that a little bit with comedy. Some of it's sneaky. Some of it you're sneaking things in on people. You're catching them before they because the worst thing is when you know where someone's going and you see the setup and you anticipate the punchline, then the punchline comes and you don't think it's funny because you're like, I thought that myself. I saw that coming. The best ones are when you think something's going to happen and then another thing happens instead, and it's even funnier.
Right.
Or when you recognize this thing that this person's saying that you didn't think other people recognized, and you're like, yes,
Right.
There's that too, but you don't know what you're doing while you're doing it sometimes.
I saw you do a question and answer part at the end.
Yeah.
I was there with Lex, and he turns to me. He's like, "I can't believe he's going to do this." I'm like, "Why not?" He's like, "Because that's real time." I mean, I guess you're.
You're fucking around.
Yeah. Well, it was amazing. I mean, I think that for us, we're just thinking like, wow, like for two scientists, like two super nerds, to put yourself into a situation deliberately where you don't know what's going to happen. It's like the worst. Everything about science is trying to control variables. It's all about control.
Right.
Right. This is probably why Lex is still single. Just kidding, Lex. There's so many women that want to marry. No. No, oh God, he's gonna kill me. He's the black belt in jiu-jitsu, not me. Oh no, Lex, I'm so sorry. He's over in Russia right now. I hope he comes back.
He's not
right?
gonna listen. He'll be so far behind on podcasts. He's not gonna listen to this one. Don't worry.
He'll probably come back with a wife.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe that's his move. Find himself a nice lady over there who'll understand him.
Oh goodness, there's so many things I want to say here, but I have to be very careful. Whoever Lex marries will be one lucky woman, and vice versa.
The only thing I would worry about with Lex is that he's so busy. I do not know if he has the time for a relationship. We actually discussed that on a podcast I did with him on his podcast that's going to be released soon. He was talking about whether or not he has time. Like he has time for a relationship. He's not sure if he does.
Well, he's also going to have to start following a somewhat more normal schedule because this guy's basically nocturnal. I get texts from him at like 4 in the morning.
Yeah, but that's what he likes.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with it. I think some people's minds work best at. I write my best material really late at night.
What's really late?
2 or 3 in the morning.
But you get up early, right?
Yeah, but it depends on the day. Like if I write till like 3, 4 in the morning, I try not to get up before 10. But on normal days, I'm getting up at 7, or maybe even a little earlier. But when I come home from shows, oftentimes my mind is very excited, and that's when I like to write.
Yeah, there's a really cool phenomenon where early in the day, or after, we should say after someone's been asleep for a while, for that first 0 to 9 hours of the day, I call this phase 1 just because you've got to label everything with a name to make it clear. During that time, we know that dopamine, adrenaline, and cortisol, healthy levels of cortisol, are highest in your system in those first 9 hours. You might not wake up quickly, but they're highest. And then those start to taper off, and molecules like serotonin start to predominate. And the way these molecules like dopamine, serotonin, they do a lot of different things. They're involved in tons of things. But we can generally say that they modulate. They're called neuromodulators. They bias the probability that certain brain circuits and areas will be active and certain ones won't. So when dopamine and epinephrine are really churning around in your brain, you're really good at linear types of things like math, organization, working out, sets and reps, this does this, we're going here, itineraries, where there's a right answer and you're just trying to plug and chug. As serotonin and other molecules kick in, which is later in the day and at night, the brain becomes much better at these, I call this phase 2 of the day. They become, so it's like 7 to 16 hours, 10 to 17 hours after waking, so 0 to 9 for phase 1 and 10 to 17 for phase 2. Your brain is much better at non-linear thinking, creative thinking, brainstorming. I don't know what the writing process, comedy process is for you, but if you're doing anything creative, you're organizing existing things into new ways. You're kind of playing with ideas, and it actually can be beneficial to be slightly sedated. This is actually why so many great writers and musicians and maybe comics have used a little bit of alcohol, a little bit of cannabis to put their brain into that kind of liminal state where you're not super lasered in. You're not looking for the right answer. The right answer just kind of comes to you. And for some people, they have a hard time accessing that when they're in this hyperdrive mode. And jazz musicians, right, famous for abusing a lot of substances because jazz is all about the spontaneous incorporation of notes and et cetera. So I think that late night creativity makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Tim Dillon and I were just having this conversation because Tim is sober, and Tim used to have a real problem with substances, and he says he does his podcast really late at night. Like they don't even start filming until like after midnight.
Is that why he's got the aviator?
Yeah, but it's also like that's sort of his drug, like he's sleepy and he's kind of just like half out of it, and when he puts the sunglasses on, it's almost like he's in an altered state of consciousness, but without having to snort ketamine or whatever the fuck he was doing. He's just
definitely a healthier approach. That guy used to snort ketamine.
I don't know.
Ketamine's now legal, but please, no, I can't imagine snorting ketamine is good.
Well, ketamine is legal though. You can do ketamine therapies, which are really weird. Like a lot of people are doing them for depression.
Why? So here, I've got colleagues who study ketamine. I've been spending a lot of time trying to understand how this drug works. It's a dissociative anesthetic. So it's like PCP. Mm-hmm. It works by blocking something called the NMDA, N-methyl-D-aspartate receptor, if people want to look that up.
It's very similar, right? Carl Hart was telling me that it's almost the same thing as PCP.
Absolutely. This receptor is a receptor that becomes active only when you're hyper-focused on something, and it has the capacity to create brain change in a very dramatic way. Sort of, because your brain can't, they say, oh, your brain is different 5 minutes after this conversation than was before. That's bullshit. Basically, your brain doesn't change unless it needs to. And that signal of need to comes from something being really intense, really stressful, really exciting, really novel, right? It makes sense, right? Why reprogram the machine unless there's a need? And so you have a chemical signal. Ketamine basically was initially used to block memory formation after trauma. So people would come into into the emergency room. Let's just imagine, like, horrible scenario, right? And someone was just in the passenger seat and watched their closest loved one get impaled on a steering column. That person is in a state of shock, and they're never going to forget what they see. So what do? You give them ketamine, you try and dampen the plasticity, the brain change that would occur to remember that incredibly traumatic event. Now it's being used as a way to bring people into the clinic, or it seems like it is pretty rampant use now, and put people into this dissociative state so that they see themselves having an experience. In fact, I've talked to people who've gone through ketamine trials, and they describe it as watching themselves get out of their own car. They're like third-personing themselves. This to me sounds like a horrible state to be in. But a lot
Why is that?
I mean, I've been working my whole life to just be comfortable with the body I'm in, and I'd like to stay in it, not because it's always comfortable to be there, but because, you know, getting good at that seems to be the key to having a good life, being able to tolerate discomfort. This
But
is
isn't the
about
point-
getting out of yourself.
Yeah, but isn't the point for these people to try to figure out what they're doing wrong with their life so they can look at it objectively as a third party?
Yeah, that makes sense to me, that they would look at, like, for instance, their suicidal depression and say,
Yeah.
you know, that, like the new agey kind of thing is like, you are not your feelings. That's a tough one for people to incorporate, because when I have really strong feelings, it certainly feels like it's happening inside me. So this is allowing them to get next to their feelings and see their feelings as an experience, not them.
Yeah, I mean, but even when you know that it's definitely happening to you, you know that you are also sometimes not burdened by those feelings.
That's right.
So it's some sort of an external factor, or
Right.
even if it's an internal factor.
Right.
It's a thing other than the core of what you are.
Right. It
Right.
doesn't define you.
Right. It doesn't define you. I think that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
They're trying to figure out, like, why are they so overwhelming
Yeah.
to the point where they want to leap off of a cliff? Like,
Right.
what is causing that?
Yeah, and it seems to work quite well for intractable depression, as it's called. What's really odd about the fact that it works, at least to me, is that if you look at the other new emerging, very effective treatment for severe depression, it's the exact opposite. It's this incredible work that Matthew Johnson and colleagues are doing out at Johns Hopkins, giving people macro doses of psilocybin. I talked to him, we had him on the podcast, and I asked him, I'm like, what are your thoughts on microdosing? And he's like, macro dose. And I thought, like, whoa, this is an academic saying this. This isn't like some guy who's, you know, trying to push psychedelics for his own agenda. This is a guy who's studying these in, like, purely through the lens of science. Like, what are you talking about? What's critical about the macro dose of
When
psilocybin?
you say macro, what kind of dose are you talking about?
I don't know how they dose these, but this would be like in the gram range.
How many grams? 1 gram?
I need to check.
Okay.
We should check with Matt before people run off and start to take it. But certainly not micro, right? They're hallucinating. They're feeling a lot. And I said, what's the key thing? You're seeing success after success after success, eating disorders, depression, you know. And he said, it seems to be, quote unquote, letting go. And I'm like, well, that's not science, right? What is letting go? Are you talking about heart rate 50% above baseline? Are you talking about breathe? You know, and he said, there does seem to be something crucial about the people in these trials experiencing what would normally give them a complete panic attack and being able to just let go and go into the experience without trying to control it, without trying to tamp it down or ramp it up, just be in it.
What kind of experience that would give them a panic attack?
For some people, it's, you know, he said there was one woman who came in, I believe it was a woman who, there was a painting on the wall and she thought she could jump through it. And so that, you know, they're holding her back, you know, they're holding her back. And they do give them tools to control their anxiety. So my lab works on a lot of breathing tools for real-time rapid control of anxiety. And we handed some of those off to Matt. So they give these to people as tools. They also have defibrillators in there. They have everything because it's it's a university setting just in case. And he said that the key thing is that they kind of feel overwhelmed, but then they feel supported enough by the therapist to lean into whatever's happening and they stop trying to regulate it. And that's where apparently he thinks the breakthrough is. And so that reveals something very fundamental. It says that there's something powerful in terms of long-term depression relief that can be learned in those states that has to do with not regulating oneself or one's need to run for safety. And I find that fascinating because, you know, it raises all these questions. For instance, do you need to hallucinate? Maybe not. Maybe it has nothing to do with hallucinations. Maybe it just has to do with getting the person into a state of like real fear and then allowing them to lean into it. I don't know. That's a speculation. But I think that what's interesting about all this work on psychedelics is it's clearly working in these clinical trials. I mean, overwhelmingly, the data are more positive than negative, and yet no one knows exactly why it's working.
Right.
No one knows what's being rewired in the brain. There's all this speculation, like, oh, dendrites grow and there's plasticity. Sure, but like in what direction? I mean, trauma is plasticity too. So something powerful is happening under under the control of these psychedelic drugs in these clinical settings that are teaching people something valuable they can export. And everyone has a different narrative, like, oh, I saw this face, or the green gremlins, or whatever, or melting reality. But it seems to be the ability to let go of the attempt to control one's internal state.
One of the weird things they found out when they started studying people while they were under the influence of psilocybin was the lack of brain activity. Do you aware of that?
Well, I know there's more. So the receptors for psilocybin are many, but one of the main ones is the serotonin 2C and 2A receptor, and those are in this layer of the cortex, the outer lining of the brain, called layer 5, which is extensively involved in lateral connections. And so it's absolutely true that you see more broad activation of the brain by any one stimulus. Show someone a picture, it's very broad compared to when they're not on these drugs. And when you broaden the amount of activity, I can imagine you reduce the total amount of activity in any one area. But my understanding is that these brain states are just so atypical. They're not like anything you see in sleep or dreaming, although they're similar.
Right.
There was a guy at Harvard for years, Alan Hobson, a genius, a neuroscientist, and he was saying, dreams are reparative. They help people through trauma. It's part of the trauma release process, blah, blah, blah. And psychedelics basically mimic that. And he may very well be right.
But they also mimic normal human neurochemistry, right? Like the most potent ones, like DMT and even psilocybin, is some sort of relationship to DMT, isn't it? Like when it's when the body processes it, isn't it something like 4,4-loxy and dimethyltryptamine? Like there's some things that are happening while your body is processing it that mimic what is actual possible for your brain to produce.
That's right. I mean, you have two component parts. One is made by the pineal, and the other is naturally made by neurons, and those have to be brought together. I've never done an ayahuasca journey. Admittedly, I just haven't done it.
Have you done mushrooms?
In my youth,
Back in the old days?
Back in the old days, and not responsibly. I
good
kind of regret
times.
it because I mean, I was like a wild punk rock skateboarder kid. I was not this, I wasn't a university professor. And honestly, I regret doing it at a time when my brain was so plastic. I wish if I'd done it, I would have done it in like clinical trial and gotten data and that kind of thing. But I'm a nerd, so.
But you could always do it again.
Sure. Yeah, I think that.
Have you thought about it?
Well, I was part of a clinical trial looking at, this was originally intended to be 3 doses of MDMA. Mm-hmm. I did 2, and then I decided that was enough. This, again, was part of a clinical study. I found it to be incredibly beneficial. I mean, I thought I was a nice guy before, but it made me not afraid to feel feelings. And I think before that, I could feel from the neck up and from the waist down, but I had this block. And I remember taking MDMA. There's a physician there. They're talking to you. And all of a sudden, I felt like, now I sound like a crazy person, but this is how it felt from a sensation perspective, as if like my body had been in saran wrap before and it just kind of unzipped. And from that point on, I've sort of been able to feel things body-wide. And then I started thinking about all sorts of things, like I have unusual number of deaths and losses in my life for somebody who wasn't in the military or didn't grow up in the inner city. It just had some bad luck, knew people that had bad luck. And all of a sudden I was able to kind of digest that and think about it in a more reasonable way. I think before that I was just pack it away, just work, ignore it, or try and sublimate it or turn it into anger or fuel, which, it can be its own use, as you know. But at some point I was like, I think I need to actually spend some time on this. And yeah, I think it made me a nicer person to myself.
Yeah, I think there's real benefit in those things, whether it's MDMA or psilocybin. I think there's real benefit in a lot of them. And I think there's definitely benefit in macro, but I think there's benefit in micro too. I know a lot of people that microdose and they just feel like an elevated mood all throughout the day. I don't think you're going to get these sort of transformative, life-changing experiences where you transcend whatever it means to be a person and get a chance to look at yourself and look at the way you interface with reality in a different way. But I think what it does do is it alleviates a certain amount of anxiety and tension for people, and it allows them to have a more enjoyable experience just in like regular everyday life without being intoxicated. That's the key. It's like it doesn't change the way your motor functions are. It doesn't change your visual. Well, it does actually improves your visual, which is really weird. I forget who the scientist was, but he did a study on being able to recognize whether or not it was like edge detection and being able to recognize the changing in parallel lines. And he did it. See if we can find out who this scientist was. But he was a very straight-laced scientist. He wasn't a whack job. And his joke was, it seems like you can detect reality better when you're high than when you're not high. Because people that were on psilocybin were able to detect. So if you have two parallel lines and they move one slightly off parallel, the people on psilocybin were able to detect it quicker than the people that were sober.
I believe that for a number of reasons. Well, first of all, psilocybin at a basic level, when we think of it as like a drug, but it's like, in many ways, it's a lot like the so-called SSRIs, like Prozac, Zoloft, and those things, in that they work on serotonin. It mainly increases serotonin, but different receptors than things like Prozac and Zoloft. The ability to, we call that a psychophysics experiment. They vary that ever so slightly, as you described. The thresholds for that are going to be different for different people, but if anything that can more narrowly tune attention is really going to help. I was surprised to learn this. I'd be curious what your thoughts are. I'm not a cannabis smoker. I just never really liked it. But I had a guest on my podcast named Paul Conti. He's an MD, mainly works on trauma, incredible trauma therapist, and has written about trauma, wrote the book on trauma that I think is the one in my opinion. And then we got into a discussion about like different substances and do they have application. So we talked about ketamine, et cetera. Asked about alcohol, just by way of comparison, and he said there are basically zero therapeutic uses for alcohol, right? Therapeutic.
Right.
But then I asked about cannabis. Now, this isn't something he does in his own clinic. He does talk therapy, not drug therapy, although he's a psychiatrist, so he can prescribe things. And he said, cannabis is interesting, and it may actually have some therapeutic potential, but the main effect of cannabis is to narrow attention and focus. It actually can increase attention and focus. Now, the problem is it's not a very good filter, so people can narrowly attend to just video games or just to their anxiety if they're already anxious. That's a problem. But when it comes to psilocybin seems to increase creative thinking, new rules and algorithms about what could be an answer. So I'm not aware of how it might directly impact visual perception unless it narrows focus. But most of the drugs that impact serotonin are going to increase focus to some degree or another. And that can be good if what you're focusing on is pleasant. It can be really bad if what you're focusing on is really unpleasant. I knew people, I'm sure you don't, who just smoke weed and they have a panic attack.
Yeah, right? the smoke weed thing is a weird one because it's like many things. It's completely dependent upon the individual, like their individual genetics, their biology, whatever it is that they've had in their past. I know people that smoke marijuana and they're high functioning, and I know people that smoke marijuana and they don't get anything done. And I don't know if they're related. Those two things are related. I think people who generally have drive and discipline, marijuana gives them a break. It gives them a nice just a little rest stop. And I think that's probably beneficial. And I also think it makes you a little kinder, a little more compassionate, a little more sensitive, which is probably very beneficial to someone who's hyper-focused. Like people that are like type A personalities and trying to get things done all the time. You smoke a little pot and you're like, what am I doing? Like, let's fucking relax a little. So and then you get back to it. You're all right. I think there's a great benefit to that. But I should also say that it's very popular in the jiu-jitsu world.
Oh, yeah. I always thought that had something to do with the kind of creativity part of it. Like that you can't plan jiu-jitsu.
Right.
You have to improvise.
Yeah,
it's like jazz.
In a lot of ways. There's definitely that, but it's also the focus thing. That you're only thinking about that. Like while you're rolling, you're really only thinking about rolling. While you're smoking cannabis and then rolling, you're hyper-focused on it.
And physical strength, you'll find you don't feel lethargic or anything.
No,
like
not
that.
at all. I actually enjoy it. I actually enjoy it when I lift weights too.
I haven't tried that
Yeah,
one.
I feel it. Like I feel it in the fibers. It's almost like I'm more aware of like what's going on instead of like this blunt sort of almost like distance from each individual muscle fiber, which I am normally. Normally, I'm just trying to warm up, and then I warm up, and then I start getting going, and then I lift light first, and then I work my way up to what I normally use. But when I'm high, it's like I could feel like where it connects to the bone. I feel everything. It just makes you more sensitive about what you're actually doing. And for martial arts techniques, particularly for striking, I feel like I incorporate leverage better into things. I have better balance in terms of like not trying to execute a technique when I'm off position, and it just makes me just more aware of like what's going on with my body.
And that's super powerful. We had the nerd in me wants to say, in neuroscience, they call that interoception. Like people vary tremendously in their awareness of their internal state. You can know if you have a high or low degree of interoception by trying to count your heartbeats without taking your pulse. Some people can just do that. It's a skill you can build up over time. This is great for some people, but some people are highly anxious. It sucks to have a lot of interoception. But we know, of course, that the mind-muscle connection is really powerful. And it's not just mind-muscle connection as a, whatever they call bro science thing. The reality is that from peer-reviewed studies, that if people focus on the contraction of a muscle during resistance training as opposed to moving the weight, right, something that's hard to measure if they're actually doing it, the strength and hypertrophy gains are much greater. I think it's like a 15%. I had Andy Galpin on the podcast, and he would know the exact number. But I always wonder about this, like in gyms where there are mirrors and people are watching themselves lift in the mirror. I mean, you're exterocepting. You're not focused as much as you could on the actual feeling. So, there's always a weighting between exteroception to the everything beyond the confines of your skin and interoception. And if cannabis allows more interoception, you can imagine that those workouts would be more effective in that way.
But isn't there a benefit to observing yourself in a mirror because you make sure that you use the proper technique?
Absolutely. I mean, right. I mean, you always see those people like their
Right.
shoulders hunch and they're making a mess of themselves, overworking their strong parts, and I mean, some people walk in the gym and it's clear they've never actually looked at the lower half of the mirror.
Yeah,
right?
that's the saddest thing.
That's so sad.
So weird.
The skip leg day thing is a cruel joke, but it's a cruel joke in the right direction because there's nothing worse than an imbalanced physique. I mean, where someone has done a lot of work to try and create something.
It's just so bad for your body. It's like having small legs and a large upper body is so unhealthy. For sure your lower back's going to be fucked.
Well, structurally and also just neurally. Again, as a neuroscientist, you think the nerve to muscle connection is what contracts fibers. And if you think about somebody who's, big upper body, small legs, that person, the neurons in their brain that represent their body are also completely contorted.
No, but what do you think about a person, like I bring him up all the time because he's so odd, John Jones. Like John Jones has the smallest calves of any man I've ever seen who's an elite athlete. And obviously, he's an elite athlete. He's one of the greatest fighters of all time. And even now, while he's worked his way up to heavyweight, so he hasn't fought in 2 years because over that time he's been building himself up. And now he's like a legit 255 pounds. He's fucking huge. Tiny calves.
Well,
What's going on there?
what's really interesting is if you look at elite
Look at
sprinters.
this. Is that real?
Yeah, so look how short the muscle bellies are on his calves. But if you look at elite sprinters, Olympic sprinters, they'll have big legs. But if you look at, and sometimes they'll have big bulging calves, but their calves are very short. That's actually going to lend itself to sprinting. You don't see Manny Pacquiao calves on sprinters.
Interesting.
Not good ones anyway.
But he's not a sprinter.
No, but he's got a lot of explosive power from what I understand.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I'm not a knowledgeable about MMA. Pretty much everything I know about MMA I've learned from you and from Lex.
So look at him there. Even at 255 pounds, I mean, he's
got tweezers down there.
These very small calves, it's really unusual for someone who's built the way he is.
But his explosiveness out of those calves is probably met by that short muscle belly.
Well, he's not the fastest guy, and his whole thing is he's the best at controlling distance because he's very tall, especially for light heavyweight. Not going to be as tall for heavyweight, but he's fantastic at controlling distance. And if you're a person who wants to maximize your you have a certain amount of weight you can be. You can be 205 pounds and that's it. You want to be championship weight. At 205 pounds, he's got the perfect physique because he's really long.
Long
for
arms
205.
and legs.
Long arms and legs.
Ugh.
So you can't get close to him. And he's a fantastic striker. And he uses those arms and long legs in a great way with his wrestling and his submissions because he has fantastic leverage. He's really like the perfect build for fighting.
How tall do you say he was? Is it 6+?
I think, yeah, John is 6'3", 6'4".
Is he back in it? I know he had a steroid pop, but is he back?
Oh yeah, no, he's back. That was a long time ago. That's the steroid pop is a weird one, man. You know, he kept 6'4".
That's
So
he's
kept-
skinny
yeah,
for 6'4", 205 pounds.
exactly. He kept I don't know what happened, but the story was that he got some tainted supplements, right? Which may or may not be true. The problem is
I'm sorry, I just laugh when this.
Yeah.
Last time we were talking about the Deca burrito, the Olympic.
Yeah.
I mean, anyway, sorry. Go on. I couldn't help but chuckle. I wasn't.
But some guys do get tainted supplements. That's a real issue. You know, one of the ways I know it's a real issue is we didn't get steroid. What happened? We didn't get steroids that showed up in Onnit supplements. But when we were initially starting out, we used this third-party company that would mix our ingredients. And they would mix ingredients for other supplement companies as well. You know, it was a company that packaged stuff for you. And so we did third-party tests on some of our stuff, and we'd find vitamins in there that weren't supposed to be in there. And then we just trace them out. So we realized, oh, they're getting it from the vats. Like, these guys aren't cleaning the vats properly that they used for the previous supplement. Now, if you're getting a lot of cheap stuff, particularly if you're getting stuff that's made overseas, that's the same companies that are making steroids. So they're making, you know, wherever it is in China or what have you, they're allowed to do that or whatever. It's not regulated. So there's guys that are buying off-the-counter, real, normal supplements that are supposed to be steroid-free that have steroids in them. Now, there's also unscrupulous companies that will add steroids to their products just to make them more beneficial, just to make them more functional. And that's true, too. So there's a guy named Tim Means. He got busted with tainted supplements. And if you look at Tim, he does not at all look like a guy who takes steroids. I mean, not at all. And he was just taking some normal stuff that he bought from some health food store. And it turned out he popped for a very small trace amount of this stuff. Previous test is nothing. And then this tiny small amount, which would indicate that, and this is what they said about John as well, the problem with what John did is like John tested negative and then he tested positive, but the positive amount was so small that like it's almost like he's getting off of it. So he would have to be on it for a long period of time. Like, he'd have to be on it for weeks in order to reap any benefit. But meanwhile, it was less than that time ago. He was negative, and now he's got this trace amount in his system. So there's a lot of things that seem to lean towards the idea that he was accidentally dosed, that he took a tainted supplement. However, do you know More Plates, More Dates?
Yeah, Derek. Yeah, I like Derek a lot. I was
Derek's
really pleased to
fantastic.
see him on here.
Love that guy.
Yeah,
I love
he's great.
He's great. And I love his show. And he's super, super knowledgeable. And he calls bullshit. But he calls bullshit on a lot of guys in the UFC. And he goes over their specific blood work. And what he was concerned with was more the testosterone to epitestosterone ratio. He said it was off, way off, and not normal. And also the amount of testosterone that John had, the free testosterone in the system, he also felt was so low that it seemed to indicate that he was coming off exogenous hormones and that, you know, there's maybe some masking going on or whatever. But it was enough to make John ban him. He blocked him on social media.
yeah.
Which Derek goes, that seems to indicate, you know, I hit a sore spot.
Yeah, the blocking move implies a worry at the very least.
Or
yeah,
being
Derek goes
pissed
deep.
off. Yeah,
He
he's
goes really
smart.
deep.
He went over Paulo Costa. There's like quite a few guys that Paulo Costa is another guy who's built like a bodybuilder. He's like a freak specimen. And he kind of calls bullshit on him too. He calls bullshit on a lot of these guys.
Yeah, well, and the lines have become really blurry because there's, it used to be if anyone was taking any exogenous androgens, they were quote unquote on steroids. But now, of course, there's TRT, which is up to 200 milligrams per week.
But you can't do that in MMA. It's not
no,
legal.
No, that's not allowed. I've looked over the list for Duncan French sent me the list that they have for UFC athletes. It's interesting. I still want to sit down with Jeff Nowitzki sometime.
Jeff's a very interesting guy. Yeah, I mean, he would definitely have a conversation with you about this. He's also a guy that is really honest about what they can and can't catch. He's like, there's a real and also honest about the list of banned supplements. If you go to the USADA website, the amount of shit that you can't take because it's tainted, it's crazy. Like, it's like hundreds of supplements.
Yeah,
that
or
have
because it
shit
works.
in it. Yes.
Last time I was on here, we talked about Tonga Ali, right?
Yes.
And there are now additional papers showing that, it raises testosterone and estrogen a little bit in parallel with that. It looks like it's not going to cause people to, to flag red in most leagues. Mm-hmm. But the increases are not what one sees with,
What about testosterone?
Testosterone hasn't really been looked at it's not on the list that I saw.
But it's supposed to be pretty fucking effective.
Yeah, it works through this estrogen blocking mechanism, and it seems pretty effective. Derek sent me some. I'm yet to take it. Yeah. But there are things that are short acting that, like, for instance, women, in a lot of women's sports, they'll use low dose oxandrolone, Anavar, right, which is DHT, dihydrotestosterone. It doesn't convert to estrogen.
That's the stuff that makes your hair fall out.
Exactly, and makes beards grow. And it also hardens people up. It gives them that really dense look. And people will take it before workouts because it immediately makes you feel, or pretty quickly makes you feel kind of aggressive and like you want to train. Not angry aggressive, but you want to move your body. Mm-hmm. But then it also blunts, and a lot of doctors prescribe it for this reason, it reduces sex hormone binding globulin, SHBG. There aren't a lot of things out there that can reduce SHBG. SHBG is what prevents testosterone from being free testosterone. And I asked Peter Attia, like, what's the healthy level of free testosterone that a normal person should have, normal male should have? And he said it should be about 2% of your total testosterone. And there aren't a lot of tools to do that. So if someone has a testosterone of 1,000 and their free testosterone is 5, that's bad, right? You'd expect it to, be up in the 20s. So, as the oxandrolone, Anavar, can adjust that, but it also can crank up liver enzymes. But it's very fast acting. So a lot of athletes, especially female athletes, will take this in the short run and then, train with it, cut with it. That's how they get I have this theory, and again, this is just theory, that a lot of these female CrossFit athletes, they get those turtle shell abs. Mm-hmm. Some of them might have low body fat to begin with, but sometimes you'll see a look and you just have to, you're projecting, but it's like, okay, they're taking something. They don't look androgenized, but they look like they're definitely taking something. And
well, I can speak for the jiu-jitsu world, and especially in competitions where they're not testing, there's a lot of girls that are taking things. I have a friend who used to date a girl who's a competitor, and she started doing steroids, and he started getting weirded out.
What, clitoral enlargement's a real thing?
She didn't get that yet. This was quite a few years ago, but he was just weirded out that she was, like, taking testosterone. And just to try to, be better at strangling people. But it's really unregulated in a lot of ways. Like, some jiu-jitsu competitions test, but they kind of test in the realm of the old UFC testing, where it's really just an IQ test. Because if you're smart, you know what to take and when to get off of it, and when to cycle off before you weigh in. And, it's not that big of an issue. But these in between competitions is where they're making all their gains, right? So in between competitions, what USADA does is they do random drug tests throughout the year. And even Derek says even that, you can get away with it. He explained what they're testing for and why you can get away with it in multiple videos, and I don't want to fuck it up because the science of it, I'm sure I'll butcher.
But he's very skilled at all that. I mean, I think the testosterone replacement therapy part has also contaminated the public discussion. Like, I really appreciate that years ago you just kind of outed with it. You're like, TRT. But
I've been telling people from the moment I started taking it. I'm not ashamed of it. I don't
know why.
Well, not only that, I'm interested in all kinds of things that make my body function better, and I'm also interested in telling people. I would never take something and not tell people that I was taking it if it was good. I'm like, if it was good, why wouldn't I tell you? And if it wasn't good, why would I take it? So if I'm taking something and it doesn't work, I'll tell you that. I'll tell you it doesn't work. But if I'm taking something that works, I don't understand this fear of expressing, what supplements you're on or what things you're taking. It's very bizarre to me.
Yeah, I don't know what part of human psychology that reflects either. I mean, look, it's clear that testosterone, whether or not it's replacing or maxing out or whatever, not maxing out like super physiological doses, but to raise testosterone through injection or whatever of cypionate in reasonable dosage with the doctor, you feel better. Effort feels good, you recover quicker, et cetera. There are limits to that, right? You can convert to estrogen, it has to be done properly, but that's very clear.
Yeah, you don't want to have hyperphysical levels.
No.
Those are dangerous.
No, you get people retain water, they get puffy, they get really emotional, they get gynecomastia.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all sorts of issues. And then there is this issue that if there's a pre-existing prostate cancer, it can make it worse, but I don't think there's any evidence that it can cause prostate cancer. Actually, probably the opposite. If estrogen is too high and testosterone is too low, that's actually worse for prostate health. I mean, young guys don't tend to get prostate cancer. They can, but it's pretty rare. But in general, as it relates to sports, it's tricky because, like, for instance, last time I kind of walked around this issue, but this time I'll just say it. I mean, I don't like basketball anyway enough that I would worry that everybody. I know someone who's a professional basketball player, and I asked him about steroids, and he said, well, if you get injured, you can take up to 200 mgs a week, which is considered a TRT dose. But that's actually a pretty big dose. That's a typical 1 mil injection. That's a significant difference. That's going to
Wait, hold on. It's a 1 milliliter?
So the typical dosage of testosterone is 200 milligrams per mil per
So
ml.
1 cc is how many milligrams?
1 mil.
1 mil.
Yeah.
So these guys are taking 2?
No, they're taking one of those a week is what they're allowed
That's
to take.
fucking huge.
Right, because most people are either we talked about this, I think, before, but breaking that up into